The Blue Castle by L.M. Montgomery, Modern English Edition by New Life Audiobooks. Chapter 1. If it hadn't rained that morning in May, Valancy Stirling's life might have played out in a completely different way. She would have joined her clan at Aunt Wellington's engagement picnic, and Dr. Trent would have left for Montreal. But the rain fell hard, and so everything changed. And here's what happened to Valancy because of it. Valancy woke up early, her body heavy, and her mind looping hopelessly, in that dead space just before sunrise. She hadn't really slept. It's tough to sleep well sometimes, especially when you're about to turn 29, and you're not married. Not in Deerwood, not among the Stirlings, where the unmarried women are simply labeled as failures at catching a man. Deerwood and the Stirlings had long ago written her off, consigning her to lonely old maid status with a sigh. Yet some tiny, embarrassed piece of Valancy still clung to the barest hope that someone might still happen to her. Romance. But this wet, gray morning stripped that away. She woke up and faced the stark, cold truth. She was 29, and she wasn't wanted by any man. That was what burned, what really hurt. Being an old maid, she could have accepted that. In fact, she sometimes suspected being single wasn't as bad as being stuck with someone like Uncle Wellington or Uncle Benjamin, or even Uncle Herbert. No, the wound was that she'd never even had a chance. No one had ever looked at her and wanted her, not once. Tears pricked her eyes as she lay in the thinning darkness. She wanted to cry hard, but she was scared it would set off another attack of that weird pain around her heart, that twisty, frightening ache that had been worse than usual last night. Plus, she couldn't risk her mother catching her with red eyes at breakfast and coming after her with relentless, pinprick questions. Suppose, just for a second, she actually told her mother the truth. "I'm crying because I can't get married." Mother would be scandalized. Not that she wasn't already deeply ashamed of her old maid daughter every day. But of course, everything had to look proper. "It's not maidenly to think about men," Valancy could almost hear her mother's stiff, bossy voice declare. Thinking about her mother's pursed face made Valancy laugh a little, in that private, silent way she sometimes managed, because nobody in her family guessed she had any sense of humor at all. But the laugh fizzled out almost instantly. She curled up in bed, feeling useless and trapped as she listened to the rain hammering outside, watching daylight creep into her small, bleak room. She knew every crack and ugly corner of that room by heart, and loathed it all. The scratched-up yellow floor with its single hideous hooked rug featuring a warped dog that grinned at her in the mornings, the sagging red wallpaper, the stained ceiling marked by leaks and cracks, a lousy little washstand, the lambrequin crudely patched with purple roses, the warped mirror propped on a rickety dresser, the ancient potpourri her mother had mixed up back in the misty days of her so-called honeymoon, the battered shell box Cousin Stickles had crafted when she'd been young. Dim old relatives stared down from their clicky old photographs. The only two pictures not of the family. One, a cheap print of a forlorn puppy sitting on a rainy doorstep, which made Valancy's chest ache every time she saw it. Couldn't someone just let that little dog in? The other, a faded engraving of smug, beautiful Queen Louise gliding down a staircase, a birthday gift from Aunt Wellington when Valancy turned 10. For 19 years, Valancy had hated Queen Louise, but she didn't dare take her down. Her mother and Cousin Stickles would have been shocked, or, as Valancy muttered in her head, would truly have lost it. Every room in the house was ugly, just in degrees. Downstairs, at least they bothered to tidy up for guests. But there was never any extra cash to fix up rooms nobody actually saw. Valancy sometimes dreamed of making her own space prettier. Even without money she could have tried. But her mother shut down every shy suggestion, and Valancy never argued. She was too scared. Her mother brooked no opposition and nursed a grudge like a royal insult for days. The only thing Valancy liked about her room was that she could be alone there at night and cry in peace. But really, she tried to tell herself, did it matter what a room looked like if all you did was sleep and get dressed in it? Not that she was allowed to do anything else alone in there. In Mrs. Frederick Stirling and Cousin Stickles' minds, anyone who wanted to be alone was probably up to something suspicious. Only in her Blue Castle could she be alone and safe. Because in her imagination, Valancy escaped all this. She let herself go wild behind closed eyelids. Nobody in her family had the faintest clue about her wild secret life. Not even her mother or Cousin Stickles, who figured they knew everything. They didn't know Valancy had 2 homes. the ugly red brick prison on Elm Street, and her blue castle in Spain. She'd lived in that dreamy blue fortress in her mind for as long as she could remember. She closed her eyes, and there it was, turrets and flags atop piney hills, cloaked in dreamy blue light as the sunset burned behind it. All things glittering and spectacular were kept inside, dresses spun from moonbeams, gold couches, marble stairs, white urns, elegant girls, mirrored halls reflecting gallant knights and dazzling ladies, herself always the most beautiful, with men fighting for the favor of a single glance from her. The prospect of sneaking off, in her mind at least, to her blue castle, got her through the drone of daily life. The Stirlings would have swooned if they knew even half of what Valancy did when she roamed her castle in her fantasies. For one thing, she had more than a few lovers there. Only one at a time, though. Always someone daring and romantic. Someone who did grand deeds for her, wed her in a cathedral draped with banners, swept her up in a storybook wedding. Back at 12, her dream lover was a sweet boy with long curls and saintly eyes. At 15, he'd grown dark, tall, and brooding. Still handsome, always. At 20, he became sensitive and poetic. By 25, he had sharpened into a strong, weathered hero, less beautiful and more compelling. Valancy was always 25 and her blue castle. But lately, very lately, her hero had rough ginger hair, a lopsided grin, and an air of mystery. Valancy hadn't really outgrown these lovers, she told herself. They simply faded from the dream as she did. Things were mercifully flexible in the castle. But not this morning. This morning she couldn't find her way to the blue castle. Reality pressed in on her, nipping at her like an annoying little dog that wouldn't shut up. She was 29 and going nowhere, plain and lonely, the only unattractive girl in a family of lookers, with no story behind her and no hope ahead. Looking back, her memories were just a single bleak gray canvas with no splash of color. Looking forward, it seemed like the future would stay that way, dragging on until she was nothing but a dried-up, forgotten leaf on a winter branch. The moment you realize life holds no love, no purpose, no duty or hope left for you, that's as bitter as dying. And I just have to go on living, Valancy thought, panic catching in her chest. Because what else can I do? I could live to be 80. All of us live so long. That makes it worse. The rain was, in a way, a comfort. No picnic today. Aunt and Uncle Wellington, always glued together in her mind, had made a ritual out of celebrating their engagement picnic, decades running. For Valancy, it had become a straight-up nightmare. The picnic always landed on her birthday, and ever since 25, nobody let her forget it. She hated those picnics, but she never considered skipping one. She had no rebellion in her. Her nature didn't hold even a flicker of it. She could script every conversation. Uncle Wellington would bellow, "Not thinking of getting married yet, my dear?" His voice smug and piggish, laughing at his own dull joke. Aunt Wellington would swoop in to brag about Olive's latest designer dress or read aloud Cecil's last sappy letter, expecting Valancy to beam over it as if it were her own. Valancy knew by now you were better off risking God's wrath than offending Aunt Wellington. God, after all, might forgive, but Aunt Wellington never would. Aunt Alberta, huge and formidable, always referred to her husband simply as he, as though no other man existed. Alberta would mourn Valancy's thin, pale skin, boast endlessly about her own bloom, recount how she was the most beautiful girl in Canada. Uncle Herbert was unpredictable. Maybe he'd say nothing, maybe he'd call out, "How fat you're getting, Doss." And everyone would burst into giggles at the absurdity, since she was gaunt and always had been. Uncle James, impressive and self-important, had the reputation of being clever, the clan's lone intellectual. His dry, second-hand sarcasm would surface, "I suppose you're busy with your hope chest these days." Then came Uncle Benjamin with his tired old riddles, like, "What is the difference between Doss and a mouse?" "The mouse wants to harm the cheese, and Doss wants to charm the he's," cracking himself up, and Valancy wanting so badly to throw something at him. She never did. Stirlings didn't throw things. Besides, Uncle Benjamin was a rich, widowed wildcard, and Valancy had been raised with a healthy terror of being left out of his will. Poverty had bruised her spirit enough. So she kept quiet, smiling even when she felt flayed by all their jokes. Aunt Isabel made a sport of criticizing her family, never in the same way twice. She prided herself on her honesty, but couldn't take it in return. Valancy said nothing. Cousin Georgiana would give a grave roll call of the dead from the past year's family circle, then brood aloud about who'd die next. Aunt Mildred would inevitably corner Valancy to talk baby milestones, since no one else had that much patience. Likewise, Cousin Gladys, always aching from some vague neuritis, always eager to detail every twinge just for Valancy. And then there was Olive, the bright, charming, popular cousin with everything Valancy lacked: beauty, love, admirers. Olive would just bask in her own light, showing off without having to try. All that was off the table now. No picnic, and no marathon of packing teaspoons either, which always landed on Valancy and Cousin Stickles' shoulders. That one teaspoon vanishing from Aunt Wellington's wedding silver set 6 years ago had haunted every gathering since, so Valancy could skip the whole ordeal. If Aunt Wellington couldn't throw her party on the official day, she would just sulk and throw none at all. Lucky break. With her day open, Valancy decided that, if the rain let up that afternoon, she'd go to the library for another of John Foster's books. Novels were off limits, but Foster wrote nature books about woods and birds and insects, just educational enough to pass her mother's strict rules. Really, everyone frowned that Valancy enjoyed them so much. Fun was inherently suspect in a book, even one supposedly improving the mind. But John Foster's works felt like a door she still might have entered if things had been different. She couldn't get close to the places he described, but she'd at least found his books in the Deerwood Library over the past year. Where does he live? Valancy had once dared to ask the librarian. Nobody knows. Maybe he's Canadian. Could be a pen name. All I know is people can't get enough of him, though I can't see what the fuss is about, Miss Clarkson said breezily. I think they're wonderful, Valancy forced out. Oh, well, and Miss Clarkson smiled in a way that wiped Valancy's opinion away. I can't say I care much for bugs myself, but Foster seems to know all there is to know about them. But for Valancy, it wasn't Foster's expertise about bugs. It was something else, a hint of some great secret always just beyond sight, a ghostly echo of rare and beautiful things, an enchantment she couldn't name. Yes, she'd get another Foster book. Surely her mother wouldn't object. A month had gone by since she finished Thistle Harvest, and she'd already read it 4 times. She almost thought she'd try to see Dr. Trent about that weird pain in her chest. It had been coming on more often, now with dizzy spells and palpitations she couldn't ignore. Could she sneak to see him without telling a soul? It was a daring thought. The Stirlings never went to a doctor without a big family debate and Uncle James's blessing, and they always went to Dr. Ambrose Marsh of Port Lawrence, who married into the clan. But Valancy didn't trust Dr. Marsh, and anyway, Port Lawrence was miles away. She'd need someone to drive her. She didn't want everyone knowing about her heart troubles. They'd make such a scene, swapping warnings and horror stories. Cousins and aunts lining up with tales of great aunts or distant relatives who were just like that, and then drop dead without a moment's notice, my dear. Aunt Isabel would insist she'd predicted Valancy's heart problems from the start. So pale and frail, always. Uncle Wellington would be insulted, since no Stirling ever had heart disease. Georgiana would whisper about her doomed fate. Cousin Gladys would lay claim to heart pains, as if no one else was allowed to have a heart. All Olive would do was wear her good health like a crown, radiantly indifferent to anything that happened to Valancy. Valancy couldn't bring herself to tell anyone unless she absolutely had to. And she was sure nothing was truly wrong, nothing worth all that chaos. She'd just quietly see Dr. Trent today. As for the bill, she could dip into the $200 her father put in the bank the day she was born. She'd never been allowed to touch it, but she'd use it this once for doctor's fees. Dr. Trent was blunt and tousled, but he knew his stuff, an expert when it came to heart disease, even if he'd only ever practiced in sleepy Deerwood. He was in his 70s now, rumored to be thinking of retiring. None of her relatives had gone near him since he told Cousin Gladys, a decade ago, that her neuritis was a figment of her imagination. You can't trust a man who insults your first cousin once removed, they decided. Plus, he was a Presbyterian, which made him doubly suspect. But given the choice between family drama and a quiet visit to an outsider, Valancy was determined to risk it. Chapter 2. When Cousin Stickles knocked on her door, Valancy knew it was 7:30 and time to get up. For as long as she could remember, the knock came at exactly 7:30. Her mother and Cousin Stickles were always up by 7. Valancy got an extra 30 minutes in bed, a tiny allowance for the family's solemn belief in her delicate health. She got up, even though she dreaded it more this morning than ever. What was the point? Just another bland day, packed with tiny chores that helped no one, brought no joy. But if she wasn't up, she'd miss breakfast at 8. And in Mrs. Stirling's house, meals happened precisely on schedule, with no excuses or delays. Breakfast at 8, dinner at 1, supper at 6, day in and day out. So Valancy threw off the covers, shivering. Her room was freezing, invaded by the damp cold of a rainy May morning. The whole house would be like that. Another of Mrs. Frederick's ironclad rules: no fires after May 24th. From then until October 21st, everything, meals and all, was handled on a little oil stove in the back porch, and if May was icy or October dropped frost, too bad. The kitchen's actual stove and the sitting room's heater stayed dark until the calendar said otherwise. Everyone whispered that Valancy's father died from a cold he'd caught because Mrs. Frederick refused to bend her rules one day early. Valancy peeled off her coarse, long-sleeved cotton nightgown and put on her layers, a stiff brown gingham dress, thick black stockings, rubber-soled boots. She'd fallen into the habit of doing her hair with the shade down, but today she yanked it up all the way, glaring at her own reflection in the chipped mirror. She wanted to see herself exactly the way the world did. The truth was brutal. Even a beauty would struggle with morning light that harsh. Valancy stared back at her own straight black hair, thin as ever, still rough and flat, despite nightly brushing and a hopeful dab of Redfern's hair vigor. Her eyebrows were neat but unremarkable, her small nose too small for her slender, pale face, her mouth tiny and slightly open, her body thin and boyish, shorter than average. She didn't have her family's high cheekbones and her brown eyes. The only interesting thing about her, slanted and dark, were almost exotic. But everything else was just ordinary, she decided, with a surge of bitterness. Her face looked wider and narrower than ever in the uncompromising daylight. She piled her hair into a pompadour. Pompadours had been out of style for ages, but Aunt Wellington had decreed they were the only look that worked for Valancy's small face. And the idea stuck, hemming Valancy in forever. She'd longed to try sleek bangs, puffs above her ears, like Olive wore, but Aunt Wellington's word was law. And there were plenty of other things Valancy had never dared to do. All her life, she realized bitterly, she'd been frightened of something. Ever since she was a little girl, terrified by stories of the big black bear Cousin Stickles claimed lived in the closet under the stairs. And I always will be, she thought, defeated. I can't help it. I don't even know what it would feel like not to be afraid. Scared of her mother's sulking outbursts, scared of crossing Uncle Benjamin, scared to death of Aunt Wellington's icy scorn, dreading Aunt Isabel's sharp barbs and Uncle James's smug disapproval, forever worried about family judgments and old traditions, unable to speak her mind, haunted by the specter of poverty. Fear was the framework of her existence, a web she couldn't wriggle free from. Only in her private blue castle could she taste freedom. But this morning the door to the castle was sealed tight. What business did a washed-up, unwanted, childish woman have building castles in the clouds? She resolved to cut the fantasy forever and face the hard facts. She turned from the stranger in her mirror to the window, and as always, the outside world struck her as just as ugly. A ragged fence, a collapsed carriage shop on the next lot, plastered with garish, peeling ads, the gray railway station looming beyond, with human wreckage lurking even at this hour. Nothing looked more awful than that rain-bright advertisement, "Keep that schoolgirl complexion." Valancy had kept hers, and it was no blessing. Not even the smallest gleam of beauty anywhere, exactly like her own life. Her moment of rebellion slipped away, and she accepted her fate with the same resignation as always. She was just one of those people, life passes by, no changing it. With this gray acceptance, Valancy headed down for breakfast. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Producing these rewrites and audiobooks takes a lot of time and care. If you'd like to support my work, you can purchase this audiobook or any of my others, completely ad-free and interruption-free. Each purchase includes the full MP3 and a downloadable PDF of the book's modernized manuscript. The shop is linked in the description below. If you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now back to the book. Chapter 3. Breakfast was as predictable as everything else. Oatmeal porridge, Valancy loathed it, plus toast and tea, and just a single spoonful of marmalade. Her mother thought 2 spoonfuls was wasteful, not that it mattered since Valancy hated it anyway. The dining room was colder and more unwelcoming than usual. Rain ran down the window panes, and grim Stirlings from years gone by glowered out of aggressively gilded frames. Somehow, Cousin Stickles managed to wish her happy birthday. "Sit up straight, Doss," was all her mother said. So Valancy sat up and made the required small talk, always steering clear of anything out of the ordinary, because she already knew exactly what would happen if she tried. So she didn't. Mrs. Frederick was brooding, upset at God for raining on her picnic. She ate in moody silence, a small blessing to Valancy. Stickles, meanwhile, complained on endless loop about the rain, leaks in the pantry, pricey groceries, even the mumps epidemic sweeping Deerwood. "Doss'll be sure to catch it," she prophesied gloomily. "Doss must not go anywhere she might catch mumps," Mrs. Frederick intoned. Valancy had never come down with mumps, or whooping cough, or measles, or chicken pox, just the world's worst winter colds, which had become sort of family legend. They'd tried everything. One year, she'd been shut up inside from November to May, not even allowed church, and still she'd ended up with bronchitis come June. "My family never had these problems," Mrs. Frederick was fond of saying, laying the blame squarely on the Stirling genes. "The Stirlings don't catch colds," Cousin Stickles answered, stony. She was one, after all. "I'm convinced," said Mrs. Frederick, "that if you decide not to have a cold, you simply won't get one." So that was it. All her own fault. But this morning, the straw that broke Valancy's back was hearing her own hated nickname, Doss. 29 years she'd answered to it. Suddenly, she couldn't stomach another day of it. Her given name was Valancy Jane. Awful, maybe, but she liked Valancy's strange lilt. It was a miracle her mother's family had allowed such a name. It was her grandfather Wansborough's idea, with her father tacking on the Jane to civilize it. But from the start, everyone just called her Doss, a name she never got to hear except from outsiders. "Mother," she said, as bravely as she could, "would you mind calling me Valancy from now on? Doss just feels wrong to me." Her mother looked at her like she'd sprouted a second head. The thick lenses on her glasses gave her gaze a mechanical intensity. "What's wrong with Doss?" It sounds childish," Valancy managed. "Oh." Her mother slipped a venomous smile on her face. "Then it should suit you perfectly. You are childish enough for anyone, my dear child." "I'm 29, Valancy blurted desperately. "I wouldn't shout that from the rooftops if I were you, dear," Mrs. Frederick said. "By 29, I'd been married 9 years. "I married at 17, Cousin Stickles piped up with pride. Valancy looked at both of them sidelong. For all her mother's hawk nose and those relentless glasses, she wasn't that ugly. Probably had been almost pretty at 20. But Cousin Stickles, she had once been wanted by some man, however impossible it seemed now, with her flat, wrinkled face, hairy chin, yellow neck, and bulgy eyes. And yet, she could look down on Valancy. Even now, Stickles was needed, essential to Mrs. Frederick's plans. What would it be like, Valancy wondered sorrowfully, to be needed by someone? Wanted, even a little? No one in her life needed her, or would notice if she simply vanished. She was just a disappointment. No one loved her. She'd never even managed a close girlfriend. "I don't even have the knack for making friends," she'd once admitted quietly. "Doss, you haven't eaten your crusts," Mrs. Frederick scolded. Rain lashed the house all morning. Valancy pieced a quilt, a soul-sucking task, and pointless, since there were already enough quilts for a small army, stacked in attic chests since she was 17. Her mother insisted she keep at it, since idle hands were a major sin. As a kid, she'd been forced to account for every idle minute in a dreaded black notebook, which was tallied up and prayed over each Sunday. This particular morning, Valancy wasted only 10 minutes, at least, by her mother and Stickles' judging. She ran to her room for a better thimble and, once there, snuck open Thistle Harvest, flipping through it hungrily. "The woods are so human," John Foster wrote, "that to know them, you have to live with them. You can't just stroll through now and then and expect them to open to you. If you want their friendship, you have to visit them often, quietly, at all hours, across all the seasons. Only then will their beauty and mystery reveal itself. If you come out of true love, not curiosity or obligation, the woods will show you secrets no one can buy or sell. They'll become your kin, your heartbeat, wherever you go. Even if you wander far, your soul will pull you back to them. "Doss, what are you doing up there all by yourself?" her mother called from downstairs. Valancy slammed the book shut and rushed back down to her patches, breathless but strangely uplifted. Just skimming one of Foster's books always left her tingling, a little lighter for a minute or two. Her knowledge of woods wasn't great, outside of the haunted groves in her fantasy world, but if she couldn't have real forests, Foster's writing was the next best thing. At noon, the rain finally let up. The sun waited until after 3 to show itself. By then, Valancy nervously asked if she could go downtown. "Why do you need to go uptown?" her mother demanded. "I want to get another book from the library." "You just got one last week." "No, it was 4 weeks ago." "Impossible, it can't have been more than 2. I don't like being contradicted. And I don't see why you need another book. You waste far too much time reading." "What's the value of my time?" Valancy asked bitterly. "Doss, don't use that tone with me." "We need tea," said Cousin Stickles. "She can fetch some, I guess." "Still, this damp will bring on a cold." They debated it for 10 minutes before Mrs. Frederick finally, reluctantly, agreed Valancy could go. Chapter 4. "Have you got your rubbers on?" Cousin Stickles yelled as Valancy walked out the door. Cousin Stickles had never once failed to ask that on a rainy day. "Yes." "Are you wearing your flannel petticoat?" Mrs. Frederick called. "No." "Doss, I don't understand you," her mother snapped. "Are you trying to catch your death of cold again?" Her voice implied this had already happened several times. "Go upstairs and put it on, right now." "Mom, I seriously don't need the flannel petticoat. My sateen one is plenty warm." "Doss, you had bronchitis 2 years ago. Don't argue with me. Go put it on now." Valancy left the room, but no one would ever know just how close she came to grabbing the rubber plant and hurling it straight out the window before she obeyed. She hated that ugly gray flannel petticoat more than anything she owned. Olive never had to suffer through flannel petticoats. Her cousin was always floating around in silk with frilly edges, or those gossamer layers of lace and lawn, light as air. But Olive's father had married into money. Olive had never once been sick with bronchitis. That's just how life was. "Are you certain you didn't leave the soap floating in the water?" Mrs. Frederick called after her. But Valancy was already gone, heading down the prim, drab, way too tidy street that she called home. The Stirling house squatted on it, the ugliest of them all. A red brick box with too many stories, a ridiculous glass dome capping it off, surrounded by the exhausted piece of a place that's used up all its happiness. A pretty little house stood just around the corner, all leaded windows and decorative gables, the kind of place that made you fall in love on sight. Clayton Markley had built it for his soon-to-be wife, Jenny Lloyd. They were getting married in June, and apparently the little house was already stuffed with furniture, ready for the new bride. "I don't envy Jenny her fiancé," Valancy admitted. "Clayton was definitely not her idea of a dream guy, but I do envy the house. It's so cheerful and young. If only I could ever have a place of my own. It could be tiny and scrappy, but as long as it was mine." She bit down on her words. But really, what's the point in wishing for the moon if you can't even borrow a tallow candle? In her imagination, Valancy ruled over a castle of pale sapphire, but in reality, just a cozy little house would satisfy her forever. Her envy of Jenny Lloyd burned hotter than usual today. Jenny wasn't even that much prettier or younger, yet she was getting the good life, that beautiful house, adorable blue Wedgwood teacups, a fireplace, table linens embroidered with her new initials, a closet full of china. Why did some girls snag everything, while others got nothing? It was so unfair. Writhing in silent revolt, Valancy walked on, looking for all the world like a prim little nobody in her worn-out raincoat and 3-year-old hat, getting splashed by passing cars whose horns felt equally rude. Automobiles were still enough of a novelty in Deerwood to make people stare, unless of course you summered in Port Lawrence or Muskoka, where everyone had one. In Deerwood, only the so-called smart set drove them anyway. Even here, everyone belonged to a set. There was the smart set, the intellectuals, the old families, like the Stirlings, the regular folks, and the untouchables. Of course, none of the Stirling clan would stoop to owning a car, though Olive kept pestering her dad to buy one. Valancy herself had never even ridden in a car. Not that she longed for it. Honestly, she found them a bit terrifying, especially at night, like big, sleek animals that might swerve or leap right at you. In the fantasy world of her blue castle, she'd glide along mountain roads on glossy horses. In reality, she'd settle for a gentle buggy ride behind an ordinary horse. Not that those came often. Only when an uncle or cousin remembered her, tossing her a turn, the way you toss a bone to a dog. Chapter 5. Of course she had to buy the tea from Uncle Benjamin's store. If she dared go somewhere else for it, the whole family would riot. But Valancy hated walking in there on her 29th birthday. There was no hope he'd forget to mention it. "Tell me, Doss," Uncle Benjamin said, grinning slyly while tying up her packet of tea, "in what way are single women like bad grammar?" Valancy, thinking about his will, gave him the answer he wanted. "I don't know. How?" "Because they can't decline matrimony," Uncle Benjamin cackled. The store clerks, Joe Hammond and Claude Bertram, laughed along, and Valancy's dislike of them grew even sharper. The very first day she came into this store, she'd overheard Claude whisper, "Who's that?" Joe had replied, "Valancy Stirling, one of the Deerwood old maids." Claude, thinking he was clever, had shot back, "Curable or incurable?" The memory still stung. 29, Uncle Benjamin hooted, tying up her beans. Stickle's last-minute request. Beans were so cheap. "You're teetering on the edge of the next decade? And you're not even thinking about getting married? 29! It sounds impossible." He followed up with one of his brilliant observations. "My, how time flies." "I think it crawls," Valancy blurted, passion shaking her voice. Uncle Benjamin actually looked baffled, so not to let himself get flustered, he launched another riddle. What two ages are naturally deceptive? He didn't wait for her to answer. "Mirage and marriage." "Mirage is pronounced mirage," Valancy snapped, picking up her tea and beans. For a minute, she didn't even care if Uncle Benjamin wrote her out of his will. She walked straight out, leaving him staring after her. After a moment, he shook his head. "Poor Doss. She's taking it hard," he said. By the next corner, Valancy already regretted her outburst. Why had she lost her temper now? Uncle Benjamin would feel insulted, and he'd make sure her mother knew Doss had "talked back to me." Her mother would lecture her for a week. "I've bit my tongue for 20 years, Valancy thought. Why couldn't I keep quiet once more? She could remember exactly when it had started. She was 9, standing alone on the playground at school, watching the other girls get picked by boys for a game. Nobody picked Valancy, pale and dark in her stiff little apron, with those odd slanted eyes. A pretty classmate looked at her with pity. "Oh, I feel sorry for you, Valancy. You don't have a beau." "I don't want a beau," Valancy had said, just as she'd insisted for 20 years. But this afternoon, all at once, she quit insisting. "At least I'm going to be honest with myself," she fumed. "Uncle Benjamin's stupid riddles hurt because they're true. I do want to get married. I want a house of my own. I want a husband. I want sweet, chubby babies." She stopped, shocked at her own boldness. As Reverend Dr. Stirling strode past, she was sure he could read all these thoughts and would disapprove horribly. Valancy had been terrified of Dr. Stirling ever since the Sunday 23 years ago, when he arrived at St. Albans. She'd been late for Sunday school, crept into their pew while the church was empty except for the new minister. He stood in front of the choir door and beckoned. "Little boy, come up here," he ordered. Valancy looked around, confused. There was no boy anywhere, just her. The man with the blue glasses must be mistaken. "Little boy!" Dr. Stirling barked again, jabbing a long, bony finger at her. "Come up here right now!" In a daze, Valancy walked up the aisle. What awful thing was about to happen? Had she somehow become a boy? She stopped in front of him. He shook that finger like a weapon. "Little boy, remove your hat." Valancy took off her hat, her skinny pigtail hanging behind her. But Dr. Stirling was too short-sighted to notice. "Little boy, never forget to take off your hat in church. Remember that." Valancy shuffled back to her pew, clutching her hat stiffly. Her mother soon arrived and scolded, "Doss, why did you take your hat off? Put it on this second." Valancy obeyed, shivering in dread that Dr. Stirling might haul her up front again in front of everyone. She sat through the entire service on edge, feeling sick for a week afterwards. No one ever figured out why. Mrs. Frederick, as usual, blamed Valancy's fragile health. Dr. Stirling later learned of his mistake and laughed it off, But Valancy never got over her fear of him. Now, to be caught by him on a street corner, with her head full of these forbidden dreams. Later, she stopped by the library for her John Foster book, Magic of Wings. His latest, all about birds, said Miss Clarkson. Valancy almost turned for home instead of going to see Dr. Trent after all. Her courage fizzled. The thought of Uncle James's disapproval, her mother's rage, and Dr. Trent's cranky impatience made her quake. She imagined him dismissing her concerns as hypochondria, just as he had with Cousin Gladys. Far easier to stick to the family's trusted cure, Redfern's purple pills. They'd supposedly done wonders for second cousin Geraldine when 5 other doctors threw up their hands. Valancy was dubious, but maybe, just maybe, they'd help, and popping pills was far less intimidating than facing Dr. Trent alone. She decided to kill a few minutes in the library reading room and then head home. She tried reading a magazine story, but all those pages of glamorous heroines swimming in attention from handsome men made her furious. Valancy slammed the magazine shut and opened Magic of Wings. Her eyes landed on a line that would change everything. Fear is the original sin, John Foster had written. Most of the world's evil comes from someone being afraid of something. It's like a cold, slimy snake wrapping around you. Living in fear is misery, and so degrading. Valancy shut the book and got to her feet. She'd go see Dr. Trent. Chapter 6. The ordeal wasn't so terrible after all. Dr. Trent was as brusque as ever, but at least he didn't tell her she was imagining things. He listened to her symptoms, fired off a few questions, made a quick examination, then just sat and stared at her, as if he actually felt sorry for her. Valancy caught her breath. Was it something serious? No, that was impossible. It hadn't bothered her so much, though it had gotten a little worse recently. Dr. Trent opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the phone beside him shrilled. He grabbed the receiver. Valancy watched his face change completely as he took the call. Hello? Yes. Yes. What? Yes, yes. Silence. Then, my God. Dropping the phone, Dr. Trent rushed out of the office and thundered upstairs, shouting orders to someone, probably his housekeeper. Moments later, he flew back down, a bag in his hand, snatched his hat and coat, slammed the door, and sprinted toward the train station. Valancy was left sitting alone in the tiny office, feeling more foolish than she ever had in her life. Humiliated, too. That was her prize for screwing up her courage and behaving like John Foster, getting ignored by her family, and now forgotten by the doctor. She didn't even matter as a patient. The mighty act of defiance had fizzled into a joke. For a moment, she thought she might cry. The whole thing was so ridiculous. Then she heard Dr. Trent's housekeeper descending the stairs. Valancy stood and met her at the door. "The doctor forgot all about me," she said with a crooked little smile. "Oh, that's too bad," Mrs. Patterson replied, genuinely sympathetic. "But you can see why. The phone call was a telegram from the port. His son's been badly hurt in a car accident in Montreal. The doctor had just 10 minutes to catch the train. He'll be devastated if anything happens to Ned. They're so close. You'll need to come back, Miss Stirling. Hope it's nothing serious?" "Oh, nothing serious at all," Valancy assured her, feeling marginally less humiliated. No wonder Dr. Trent forgot her. Still, she left feeling flat and dispirited. Valancy walked home by the shortcut, Lover's Lane. She didn't usually go that way. It was almost supper, and being late would earn her trouble. Lover's Lane was a winding path beneath towering elms and maples, perfectly named for the way it was always haunted by pairs of lovers or giggling girls, clinging together and whispering secrets. Either way, Valancy always felt awkward there. Tonight she had to pass both types. Connie Hale and Kate Bailey came arm in arm, dressed in brand-new pink dresses with spring flowers tucked in their shining hair. Valancy had never had a pink dress or worn flowers in her hair. Next came an unknown young couple, just wandering along, oblivious to the world, the boy's arm wrapped boldly around the girl's waist. Valancy had never felt a man's arm around her, ever. She supposed she ought to be scandalized, but she wasn't. In a flash of agonizing honesty, she realized jealousy was the true feeling. As she hurried past, she felt sure they were laughing at her, pitying the weird old maid, Valancy Stirling, who, rumor had it, had gone her whole life without a single beau. She nearly ran the rest of the way, feeling painfully drab and insignificant. Right where Lover's Lane joined the main road, an old car was parked. Not just any car, but the decrepit Grace Lawson everyone in Deerwood recognized instantly. If Tin Lizzie had been a word here, this would be the original, the most battered, hopeless jalopy imaginable. Barney Snaith was half hidden under it, crawling out in mud-plastered overalls. As Valancy passed, she stole a look at him. This was only the second time she'd seen the notorious Barney, though for 5 years she'd heard every wild story about him. The first time had been a year earlier when he crawled out from beneath the same car, giving her a little lopsided, gnome-like grin. He didn't seem wicked. She doubted the tales about him. Drunken joyrides with roaring Abel? Sure. Escaped convict, defaulting bank clerk, murderer, forger, illegitimate this or that. Deerwood boasted the wildest rumors. But no one with that easy smile could truly be bad, she was sure. That night, in her imaginary blue castle, the prince she'd always pictured with a stern mouth and prematurely graying hair suddenly became a swaggering, mischievous figure, with windswept tawny hair, laughing brown eyes, alert ears, and still a faintly grim jaw. Barney looked scruffier than ever, no shave for days, greasy arms bared to the shoulder, but whistling happily as if the filthy world was his playground. Valancy envied him. She envied his freedom, his happiness, his mysterious cabin on Lake Mistawis, even his broken-down Grace Lawson. Neither Barney nor his car had to follow any rules. When he rattled past her moments later, bareheaded, his hair flying and an evil old pipe between his teeth, she envied him even more. Men really did have it easier. Barney seemed happy, no matter his reputation. Respectable, obedient Valancy Stirling wasn't, and never had been. Some people just got all the luck. She got home exactly in time for supper. The sun had vanished behind clouds, and a cold drizzle had set in again. Cousin Stickles was stricken with neuralgia. Valancy had to do all the darning, no chance of opening Magic of Wings. "Can't the mending wait until tomorrow?" she begged. "Tomorrow has its own work waiting," Mrs. Frederick replied, unyielding. So Valancy darned socks all evening, listening to Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles drone through the endless, tedious gossip of the family while they knitted yet another pile of black stockings. Most of the talk centered on second cousin Lillian's wedding plans. On the whole, the verdict was positive. "She's done well for herself," declared Cousin Stickles. "She's not exactly rushed," Stickles added. "She must be 25 by now." "There have not, fortunately, been many spinsters in our family," Mrs. Frederick said, voice bitter. Valancy flinched, stabbing her finger with the darning needle. Third cousin Aaron Gray had been scratched by a cat and developed blood poisoning in his finger. "Cats are dangerous animals," Mrs. Frederick pronounced. "I'd never allow one in my house." She fixed Valancy with a meaningful look through her formidable spectacles. Years ago, Valancy had asked to keep a cat and never brought it up again, but her mother's suspicion lingered. Valancy sneezed once. Among the Stirlings, sneezing in company was unspeakably rude. "You can always suppress a sneeze by pressing your upper lip," Mrs. Frederick admonished. At 9:30, it was time for bed. But first, Cousin Stickles' neuralgic back demanded a rub-down with Redfern's liniment. That was Valancy's duty. She hated the sharp, greasy scent and the smug, whiskered face of Dr. Redfern smiling from the label. Her fingers still reeked of the stuff, even after scrubbing. Her birthday, her day of destiny, had come and gone. She ended it the same way she'd begun, in tears. Chapter 7. There was an old rosebush at the garden gate. People still called it Doss's rosebush. It had been a gift from Cousin Georgiana 5 years ago, and Valancy had planted it with hope. She loved roses. Still, the bush had never bloomed, not a single bud. She did everything anyone suggested, but the bush grew only leaves, never flowers. Looking at it now, 2 days after her birthday, she was struck by a sudden, wild urge to destroy it. Since it wouldn't bloom, fine, she'd cut it down herself. She stormed into the barn for her garden knife and attacked the rosebush with savage energy. Minutes later, a horrified Mrs. Frederick stood on the porch, watching her daughter hacking like a madwoman at the branches. Half the bush already lay scattered on the ground. "Doss, what on earth are you doing? Are you completely crazy?" "No," Valancy replied. She meant to sound defiant, but couldn't quite manage it. The old habit of timidity was too strong. I just decided to cut it down. It never blooms. It's useless." "That's no excuse to ruin it," Mrs. Frederick said sharply. "It was a lovely bush. Decorative. Now look at it." "Rose bushes are supposed to have roses," Valancy mumbled, a little stubbornly. "Don't argue, Doss. Clean up this mess, and don't lay another finger on that bush. Who knows what Georgiana will say when she sees this disaster? I'm astonished at you, and you didn't even ask my permission." "It's my bush," Valancy whispered. "What's that? Speak up, Doss." "I only said the bush was mine," Valancy said, her voice small. Without another word, Mrs. Frederick marched back inside. The damage was done. Valancy knew she'd crossed the line. Her mother would now ignore her for several days, leaving Cousin Stickles in charge, and radiate silent disapproval throughout the whole house. Valancy sighed, put away her knife, hung it exactly in place, and slumped back out to clean up the branches. Looking at the hacked, scrawny bush, she thought it resembled tiny Cousin Georgiana, who'd given it to her. I really did a number on it, Valancy thought. But she didn't feel sorry. Not really. Only sorry for upsetting her mother. Life would be awkward until the mood passed. Mrs. Frederick was the sort of woman whose anger seeped through walls. "You'd better go into town and get the mail," Cousin Stickles said when Valancy came in. "I'm feeling peaky and low this spring. I need a bottle of Redfern's blood bitters from the drugstore. Don't let them charge more than 90 cents. I could get it cheaper at the port. What did you say to your poor mother, Doss? Do you ever think about the fact that you only have one mother?" "One's more than enough," Valancy thought wickedly, exiting with Stickles' money. She bought the bottle of bitters first, then went to the post office. They didn't have a mailbox. The family got too little mail for that, and Valancy didn't expect anything except the Christian Times, the only paper they took. Letters fascinated her precisely because she never got any. In her Blue Castle, flowery love letters arrived on silver trays, but in real life, only dry notes from relatives or business flyers made it to her hands. So when Mr. Carew, the postmaster, handed over a letter addressed to her Miss Valancy Stirling, Elm Street, Deerwood, from Montreal, she actually caught her breath. Montreal? It must be from Dr. Trent. He hadn't forgotten. She ran into Uncle Benjamin on her way out and was relieved to have the letter already hidden. "Well, Doss?" Uncle Benjamin quipped. "What's the difference between a donkey and a postage stamp?" "I don't know. What?" "One you lick with a stick, the other you stick with a lick." Valancy escaped at last. When she arrived home, Cousin Stickles pounced on the Christian Times without even asking about other mail. Mrs. Frederick would have, but with her lips clamped in icy silence, Valancy could breathe easy. With the forbidden letter tucked deep in her bag, Valancy's heart hammered as she slipped away to her room. She'd never hidden a letter before. Every bit of mail she'd sent or received had been read by her mother, and until now, that hadn't mattered. This one, though, this one mattered. Her hands actually trembled as she opened it, out of guilt and a flutter of dread. Surely nothing could be seriously wrong with her heart, but you never know. The letter was pure Dr. Trent, blunt, stark, businesslike. "Dear Miss Stirling." In thick, bold writing, he laid out the facts. She had a very dangerous and fatal form of heart disease, angina pectoris, complicated by something called an aneurysm. The condition was already advanced. There was nothing to be done. With total rest, she might last a year, but she could die at any moment. She had to avoid any excitement or strenuous effort, eat and drink carefully, never run, and always fill the prescription he enclosed, keeping the medicine on her at all times, just in case. That was it. He signed off, H.B. Trent. Valancy sat in her room for ages, staring out her window. Outside, the world spun on in a haze of blue spring sunlight. Perfumed breezes, soft haze in the distance. Over at the train station, a cluster of girls burst into laughter. The train roared in and out. None of it felt real. Nothing was real now except that she only had 1 year left. When her body ached from sitting, she lay down on her bed and stared at the patched, dingy ceiling. The numbness that follows the worst shocks took over. She didn't feel pain, only deep, bone-level surprise and doubt, mixed with certainty that Dr. Trent was right. Valancy Stirling, who'd never really lived, was going to die. When the gong sounded for supper, Valancy went down out of habit, surprised her mother had left her alone for so long. But she remembered her mother wasn't speaking to her. For once, Valancy was grateful. She couldn't eat a bite, but her family only assumed she was fasting in shame, and they left her alone. She sipped a cup of tea, watched them eat, and wondered privately what a scene it would be if she dropped the letter in front of them. They'd react as if they actually cared about her. Dr. Trent's housekeeper got word from him today, Cousin Stickles announced, startling Valancy as though her thoughts had somehow become visible. Mrs. Judd was talking to her uptown. Dr. Trent says his son might pull through, but if he does, he's taking him to Europe as soon as he's able to travel, so he won't be back here for a year at least. That will not matter to us, Mrs. Frederick declared, regal and icy. He's not our doctor. I certainly would not. She paused to glare directly through Valancy. Have him treat even a sick cat. Can I go lie down upstairs? Valancy's voice was faint. I have a headache. What's caused your headache? Demanded Cousin Stickles, since Mrs. Frederick wouldn't deign to ask. Valancy wasn't allowed to feel ill without scrutiny. You're not used to getting headaches. I hope you're not coming down with the mumps. Try a spoonful of vinegar. Piffle, Valancy said rudely as she stood. She didn't care. She was too tired of being constantly polite. Cousin Stickles looked near fainting. Are you sure you're not feverish, Doss? You sound like it. Just go to bed. I'll come up and rub your head and neck with Redfern's liniment as soon as I finish supper. At the door, Valancy turned. I don't want to be rubbed with that stuff, she said, her voice cutting through the conversation. Cousin Stickles stared. What do you mean? I said, I don't want Redfern's liniment. It's sticky, it stinks, and it never helps. I just want to be left alone. Valancy left, with Cousin Stickles still gaping behind her. She must be feverish. Definitely feverish, Stickles muttered, alarmed. Mrs. Frederick kept eating, unmoved. Whether Valancy was sick or not didn't matter. Her daughter had been disrespectful, and disrespect was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 8. Valancy didn't sleep a single hour that night. She just lay awake, turning things over. She discovered something that surprised her. After all her lifelong fear, she wasn't even afraid of dying. Death didn't scare her at all. In fact, knowing she'd die soon meant she didn't have to fear anything else, ever again. Why had she feared Uncle Benjamin? Because she'd been afraid of being poor and old, but she'd never be either of those now. Afraid of ending up an old maid, but her time as an old maid would be short. Afraid of displeasing her mother and the clan, because she couldn't live there in peace otherwise. But now she didn't have to care. The truth was, she felt strangely free. But one thing still terrified her. The endless drama her family would unleash if she told them about her diagnosis. The outrage, the blame, the fuss. She could all but script it. Uncle James would protest because she'd gone to a doctor. Any doctor. Without consulting him, her mother would see that her secrecy. The whole family would grumble she should have seen Dr. Marsh instead. Then would come the avalanche of concern. Dr. Marsh would confirm the diagnosis. She'd be carted off to expensive specialists, while Uncle Benjamin posed as a generous hero, then lorded over the waste for years after. When even the experts could do nothing, Uncle James would insist on purple pills, her mother would force down Redfern's blood bitters, Cousin Stickles would press sticky liniment on her, just in case. Dr. Stirling would arrive, gravely asking if she was prepared with that awful finger-wagging glare. She'd be watched every hour, smothered, never allowed to do anything or go anywhere alone, not even sleep by herself. Her mother or Cousin Stickles would insist on sharing her room and bed. Undoubtedly they would. It was that final thought that settled it for Valancy. No way could she tolerate having her privacy shredded. As the clock downstairs bonged midnight, she made up her mind. She wouldn't tell anyone. She had always been taught, since forever, that she must never show her feelings. It isn't ladylike, Cousin Stickles once said. Fine, Valancy thought. She'd hide her feelings deeper than ever. But even though death didn't scare her, Valancy couldn't just shrug it off. She hated the idea of it. She felt cheated. It wasn't fair, dying when she'd never even had a real life. As the hours crawled by in the dark, anger sparked inside her, not because there was nothing left ahead, but because she'd never had anything behind her either. I'm poor, I'm ugly, I'm a failure, and I'm about to die, she brooded, picturing her obituary in the Deerwood Weekly Times, copied into the Port Lawrence Journal. A deep gloom cast over Deerwood leaves a large circle of friends to mourn. All lies, every word of it. Gloom, as if nobody would miss her. Her death would mean absolutely nothing to anyone. Not even her own mother loved her. Her mother, who'd only ever wanted a son, or at least a pretty daughter. Valancy thought back over her whole life from midnight until the watery spring dawn started to creep in. Her life felt so bland, but here and there, certain memories loomed out of all proportion to their real importance. They were always the terrible ones. Nothing truly good had ever happened to her. "I've never had one genuinely happy hour, not even one," she told herself. "I've been invisible, colorless. I read somewhere once that there's an hour for every woman when, if she finds it, she'll be happy forever. I never found mine. Never. Now I never will. If I could have just that 1 hour, I think I'd accept dying." Heads up, painful memories kept surfacing without any order, like unwanted ghosts. Like when she was 16 and dyed a whole tub of laundry bright blue, and when she was 8 and stole raspberry jam from Aunt Wellington's pantry. She'd never heard the end of those. At every family get-together, someone dredged them up for laughs. Especially Uncle Benjamin, who caught her face smeared with jam and could never let the joke die. "I guess I've done so few bad things they have to keep recycling the same stories," Valancy mused. "I've never even fought with anyone. I don't have a single enemy. What kind of pathetic person goes through life without even making one enemy?" She remembered, too, the dust pile game at school when she was 7. Dr. Stalling's favorite Bible quote used to mystify some folks, but not Valancy. "To him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken even that which he hath." Her whole relationship to Olive was a living proof of it, stretching all the way back to that day. She'd already been at the school for a year when Olive, a year younger, began, and instantly became the center of attention, pretty, new, and fascinating. At recess, every girl out front was making dust piles, competing for the largest. Valancy was talented at it, quietly confident she'd win. But when someone noticed that Olive, working off on her own, had built an even bigger pile, Valancy didn't feel jealous. Hers was big enough. Then an older girl got an idea. "Let's put all our dust on Olive's and make one huge pile." The girls went wild, scooping up every pile to heap on Olive's. Valancy tried to shield hers, arms stretched out, but they swept her aside and dumped her dust onto Olive's. Valancy started building another pile, but a bigger girl swooped in and claimed that one too. She stood in front of it, face red and desperate. "Don't take it. Please," she begged. "Why not?" someone challenged. "Why won't you help make Olive's bigger?" "I just want a little dust pile of my own," she pleaded. It didn't matter. While she tried to argue, someone else took her dust anyway. Valancy turned away, heart aching, tears stinging her eyes. "Jealous!" the girls taunted, laughing at her. When she told her mother later, she got no comfort. "You were selfish," her mother said coldly. That was the first and last time Valancy brought her problems to her. She hadn't been jealous or selfish. She just wanted something of her own. But then the street filled with horses, and Olive's megapile was scattered. The bell rang, the girls ran inside, and they'd all forgotten before they sat down. Valancy, though, she never forgot. Even now, part of her still resented it. Wasn't this the story of her life? "I've never been allowed my own dust pile," Valancy thought bitterly. That autumn when she was 6, she remembered seeing a gigantic red moon rising at the end of the street, looming so big and close it made her sick and shivery with dread. She ran, shaking, to her mother, who just laughed. Later she hid under her covers, terrified the moon might come stare through her window. Then there was the boy who tried to kiss her at a party when she was 15. She dodged and ran. He was the only one who ever tried. 14 years later, she wished she hadn't run away. The time she got forced to apologize to Olive for something she hadn't done. Olive swore Valancy had pushed her into the mud and ruined her shoes on purpose. It wasn't true. She hadn't pushed Olive, and even if she had, it would have been an accident, but nobody believed her. She had to apologize and make up by kissing Olive. The injustice of it still burned inside her. That summer when Olive had the beautiful hat, soft yellow net, with a ring of red roses and little bows. Valancy wanted a hat like that more than she'd ever wanted anything. But she only got laughed at. All summer she wore an ugly brown sailor with elastic cutting behind her ears, never joining the other girls. Everyone avoided her for being so shabby, except Olive, who looked like a saint for it. I was a perfect accessory for her, Valancy thought. Even back then, she knew. She'd tried to win the Sunday school attendance prize once, but Olive got it. There were too many Sundays. Valancy was sick at home. She'd tried to recite a poem at school but froze up. Olive always nailed her performances. The time Aunt Isabel had her over to Port Lawrence, Byron Stirling, 12, from Montreal, clever, cocky, was there too. During morning prayers, he pinched her arm so hard she screamed. When she accused him, he lied, said she cried out because the kitten scratched her during Uncle David's prayers. The adults believed him, as they always believed the boys first. Valancy was sent home in disgrace for bad behavior and iced out from Aunt Isabel's for months. Cousin Betty Stirling's wedding brought another disappointment. Valancy caught wind of being asked to be a bridesmaid and secretly dreamed of a pretty pink dress. Turns out she was never asked. Months later, Olive told her Betty had decided Valancy was too insignificant, would ruin the look. It was 9 years ago, but even now the sting caught in her chest. When she was 11, her mother forced her to confess to something she hadn't done. Valancy denied it for as long as she could, but finally just gave in so the pressure would stop. Mrs. Frederick always seemed to push people till they lied to get out of trouble. Then Valancy had to kneel and say, "Oh God, please forgive me for not speaking the truth." But as she stood, she whispered, "But you know I did." She hadn't heard of Galileo yet, but she shared his fate, punished just as harshly as if she'd never confessed. One winter she'd been sent to dancing school. Uncle James insisted, even paid for it. She'd looked forward and ended up hating it. She never had a partner by choice. The teacher always coerced some sulky boy into dancing with her. Yet she was a good dancer, light on her feet. Olive, who always had volunteers, was actually heavy-footed. And then the button string incident at age 10. All the girls collected buttons, and Olive's was long and impressive. Valancy's string was short, but she had 6 dazzling gold glass buttons from grandmother's wedding dress. Every girl was jealous. When Olive saw them, she said nothing, then. The next day, Aunt Wellington showed up and declared Olive should have some, since grandmother was her mother too. Mrs. Frederick quietly agreed. She never crossed Aunt Wellington, especially on something so trivial. 4 of the prized buttons went to Olive. Valancy, furious, tore off the last 2, threw them down, and was sent to bed without supper for making a scene. At Margaret Blunt's party, Valancy made every effort to look pretty, crimped her hair, pinched her cheeks for color, hoping Rob Walker would notice her. He didn't. She sat neglected as usual, the eternal wallflower. Worse, a rumor started that she'd used rouge, which in Deerwood was enough to ruin a girl's reputation forever. But everyone knew Valancy. The idea was laughable. She was too dull to be scandalous. My existence is second-hand, she realized. Every big feeling has skipped over me. I've never even experienced real sorrow. And do I really love anyone? My own mother? No. Not love. Not even like. That's the truth. I know nothing about love at all. My life has been empty. And nothing is worse than emptiness. She blurted out the last word, voice cracking, then stopped thinking about anything. The pain had hit again. When it eased, something had shifted in her. A slow buildup finally reaching its peak since she'd read Dr. Trent's letter. 3 a.m., the hour when you either break or escape. I spent my whole life trying to please other people and completely failed, she said aloud. From now on, I'm going to please myself. No more pretending. My whole life has been wrapped up in lies and masks. What a relief it would be to just be honest. Maybe I can't do everything I want, but I won't do anything I don't want, ever again. Let Mother sulk. It's her problem. Despair is free. Hope is a prisoner. She got dressed, feeling this strange, growing sense of freedom. After she finished with her hair, she opened the window, lifted the jar of potpourri, and chucked it deep into the empty lot next door. It smashed against the wall of the old carriage shop over the faded schoolgirl complexion ad. I'm tired of the smell of dead things, Valancy said. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Producing these rewrites and audiobooks takes a lot of time and care. If you'd like to support my work, you can purchase this audiobook or any of my others, completely ad-free and interruption-free. Each purchase includes the full MP3 and a downloadable PDF of the book's modernized manuscript. The shop is linked in the description below. If you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now back to the book. Chapter 9. Within the Stirling clan, Uncle Herbert and Aunt Alberta's silver wedding, in the weeks that followed, became known delicately as The time we first noticed poor Valancy was a little, you know? None of them would have dared say outright, at first, that Valancy had gone odd, or that anything was off about her mind. Uncle Benjamin, in fact, scandalized everyone by muttering, "She's gone loopy. I tell you, she's gone loopy," and only escaped censure because her behavior at the wedding had been so outrageous. But Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles had already noticed little things that disturbed them, even before the party. It all started with the rosebush incident, and after that, Valancy was never quite right again. She didn't seem upset that her mother refused to speak to her. She barely acted like she noticed at all. She flat out refused both the purple pills and Redfern's bitters. She announced, completely matter-of-fact, that she wouldn't answer to Doss anymore. She told Cousin Stickles she hated that brooch with Cousin Artemis Stickles' hair inside. She moved her bed to the opposite corner of her bedroom. She spent Sunday afternoon reading Magic of Wings and, when Cousin Stickles chastised her, simply said, "Oh, I forgot it was Sunday," and kept reading. One day, Cousin Stickles witnessed the unthinkable. Valancy sliding down the banister. She never confessed this to Mrs. Frederick. Poor Amelia was already anxious enough. But what really broke Mrs. Frederick's stony silence was when, on Saturday night, Valancy declared she wasn't going to the Anglican church anymore. "Not going to church anymore. Thus, have you completely lost?" "Oh, I'll still go to church," Valancy said breezily. "Just not the Anglican church. I'll go to the Presbyterian. But I'm done with the Anglican." Even worse. Mrs. Frederick had no option but to switch to tears now that indignation no longer worked. "What's wrong with the Anglican church?" she sobbed. "Nothing, except you always made me go there. If you'd made me go to the Presbyterian, I'd want to go to the Anglican." "Is that any way to speak to your mother?" "Oh, how true it is. Sharper than a serpent's tooth is a thankless child. Is that what you should say to your daughter?" Valancy replied, unmoved. So by the time the wedding rolled around, Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles were already expecting trouble. They weren't sure it was wise to bring her along, but decided people would gossip if they left her home. Maybe she'd be on her best behavior. So far, no outsider suspected anything wrong. By some godsend, it poured rain on Sunday morning, so Valancy didn't follow through on her scandalous threat to go to the Presbyterian church. Valancy wouldn't have cared at all if they'd left her home. Family parties were mind-numbingly boring. But in the Stirling family, every milestone was celebrated with a gathering. Even Mrs. Frederick had a dinner every wedding anniversary, and Cousin Stickles invited friends on her birthday. Valancy hated these parties. They'd scrimp and struggle to pay for them afterward. But this silver wedding was different. If she skipped it, Uncle Herbert would be hurt, and she had a certain soft spot for him. Also, she was now curious to look at her relatives with her new sense of freedom. If she felt like making a grand declaration of independence, this was the perfect place for it. "Put on your brown silk dress," Mrs. Stirling ordered, as if she had anything else. Valancy owned just the one nice dress, the musty brown silk gifted by Aunt Isabel, who decreed she should never wear bright colors. White had been okay in her youth, but not now. Valancy buttoned herself into the brown silk, high collar, long sleeves, not a hint of fashion. She didn't style her hair in a pompadour either, but knotted it low at her neck and pulled it over her ears. She actually thought it flattered her, though the knot was pathetically small. Mrs. Frederick scowled, but said nothing. Best not to upset Valancy right before the party. It was the first time in her life she'd ever worried about keeping Valancy content, though the irony was lost on her. Walking to Uncle Herbert's, Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles led, Valancy trailing after them. Roaring Abel drove past. Drunk, of course, but not in a dangerous mood, just cheerfully tipsy. He swooped his battered tartan cap with royal flair. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles barely returned the gesture. Couldn't snub him outright since he did all their odd carpentry jobs, but still, a minimum courtesy would keep him in his place. Valancy, fortunately unseen by them, grinned and waved enthusiastically. She'd always liked the old rebel. He was so vibrantly unashamed, a rowdy banner of protest against Deerwood's stuffy respectability. Only the other night, Abel had stormed through town in the pre-dawn, cursing at the top of his lungs, galloping his horse madly along staid Elm Street. Yelling and blaspheming like a demon, Cousin Stickles shivered at breakfast. "I have no idea why the Lord's vengeance hasn't struck that man down by now," Mrs. Frederick snapped, as if God needed a nudge, and she was tempted to provide it. "One day they'll find him trampled under his own horse," Cousin Stickles whispered, not sounding unhappy about it. Valancy said nothing, but privately wondered if roaring Abel's drinking fits were his desperate way to escape a life of relentless poverty and monotony. She took refuge in daydreams, her blue castle, while Abel, lacking imagination, needed real drama. So she'd wave to him with sudden camaraderie, and Abel, surprised out of his haze, nearly toppled off his wagon. They soon turned onto Maple Avenue and approached Uncle Herbert's house, a big, flashy place with more bay windows and pointless porches than sense. It looked, Valancy thought, like a rich, smug, boring man with warts all over his face. A house like that, Valancy pronounced, is an insult to architecture. Mrs. Frederick was floored. Had Valancy just blasphemed? Or was it just another sign of queerness? In Aunt Alberta's chilly guest room, Mrs. Frederick made one last attempt to avert disaster, clutching Valancy's arm on the landing while Cousin Stickles went down ahead. "Can't you please try to remember to behave like a lady?" she begged. "If only there was any hope I could forget." Valancy sighed, and Mrs. Frederick shuddered, sure she did not deserve such treatment from fate. Chapter 10. "Bless this food to our use, and consecrate our lives to thy service," Uncle Herbert rattled off the blessing with his usual efficiency. Aunt Wellington shot him a look. His prayers were always far too brisk, almost disrespectful, she thought. She considered a proper grace to be at least 3 minutes long, delivered in a mournful, chant-like groan. As a tiny protest, she waited a full beat longer than everyone else before raising her head. When she finally sat up, she caught Valancy watching her. For the rest of her life, Aunt Wellington would claim she'd known at that moment Valancy was off in those strange, slanted eyes. Those eyes! How could we ever think her quite right? She swore she saw a wicked glimmer, as if Valancy was laughing at her. Valancy, for once, was actually enjoying herself. Normally, at family reunions, she might as well have been a shadow in a corner. Her relatives found her dull. She offered no clever tricks, took refuge in daydreams when bored, and her absent-mindedness reinforced their view she was dim and empty-headed. "She's got no social presence at all," Aunt Wellington had said, shutting the case. No one guessed it was fear that made Valancy so mute. Now she was done with fear. It felt like invisible shackles had fallen away inside her. She was perfectly ready to talk if an opening came, but for now she just let her thoughts run wild, savoring an inner joy as Uncle Herbert carved up the turkey. Uncle Herbert glanced at her twice that day. Maybe he didn't know what was different about her hair, but he suddenly realized Doss wasn't so plain after all, and slipped an extra slice of turkey onto her plate. "What herb is most injurious to a young lady's beauty?" Uncle Benjamin announced, trying to kick off some conversation. Valancy, who always dutifully replied, "What?" said nothing. No one else took the bait either. Uncle Benjamin, after a tense pause, had to answer his own riddle. "Time." He sulked. Valancy had always played along before, but now she didn't even notice him. She sat back, openly studying this whole gathering of painfully earnest relatives, watching their little squirms with a sly, private smile. So these were the people she'd spent her life fearing, the ones she'd tried so hard to impress. Now, seeing them through fresh eyes, they seemed almost ridiculous. There was bossy, self-satisfied Aunt Mildred, convinced she was brilliant, her husband nearly angelic, and her kids extraordinary. Her son had teethed by 11 months, imagine. She could tell you how to do anything, from how to fry mushrooms to how to pick up a snake. What a bore! And those ugly moles on her face. Cousin Gladys, always raving about her dead son and arguing with the living one. She had neuritis, or so she claimed, always drifting from one body part to another, a perfect excuse to avoid any outing or mental effort. If anything challenging came up, she'd suddenly get neuritis in her head. What an utter fake, Valancy dared to think. Aunt Isabel. Valancy counted her chins. The ultimate critic, Aunt Isabel, had spent a lifetime flattening people with her sneers. More than just Valancy were intimidated. She prided herself on her biting tongue. I wonder if your face would shatter if you ever smiled, Valancy thought with honest curiosity. Second cousin Sarah Taylor, huge, pale, empty eyes, famous for her endless pickle recipes and for nothing else at all. So anxious not to say the wrong thing, she never said anything interesting. So prim she blushed at a corset ad and even clothed her Venus de Milo statue. Little cousin Georgiana, not a bad soul, but so stiff and joyless, always seeming newly starched. The only thing she enjoyed was a funeral. At least a corpse couldn't surprise you. Living people only frightened her. Uncle James, handsome, severe, his mouth a steel trap. He loved writing angry letters to church magazines about modern ideas, and always looked grave, even in his sleep, Valancy suspected. His poor wife, pretty and sensitive, had been denied everything she wanted and suffocated with everything she didn't, until she simply faded away. Uncle Benjamin, wheezing, smug, with saggy eyes and no respect for anything. Uncle Wellington, long, anemic face, stringy yellow hair, one of the fair Stirlings, hunched body, ugly furrowed forehead, watery eyes Valancy compared to a cartoon fish. Aunt Wellington, real name Mary but called Wellington's Mary, big, dignified, hair perfect, always formal. Her expensive beaded dress and her moles, freshly removed by electrolysis, a frivolity Aunt Mildred called sinfully vain. Uncle Herbert, his hair bristly gray, and Aunt Alberta, mouth twisted as she talked, famous for unselfishness because she always renounced things she never wanted anyway. They escaped Valancy's toughest judgments because she liked them, even though, in her blunt view, they were stupidly good. She did wonder, though, why Aunt Alberta insisted on tying a black velvet ribbon around each plump arm above the elbow. Finally, her eyes settled on Olive, her lifelong rival, always held up as perfect, beautiful, poised, successful. Why can't you be more like Olive, Doss? Why can't you stand like Olive, speak like Olive, make an effort like Olive? Valancy's mocking gaze faded, replaced by quiet sadness. No one could dismiss Olive. Not with that beauty. That certain spark. Maybe her mouth was too wide. Maybe she flashed those flawless white teeth too much. But still, Uncle Benjamin summed it up. A stunning girl. For once, Valancy agreed. Olive was stunning. Glowing brown hair held up in glossy waves with a jeweled headband, big blue eyes with thick lashes, rosy face, elegant neck, pearls in her ears and a diamond burning on her finger. Graceful, white arms shimmered through green chiffon. Valancy looked at her own bony arms, grateful for the camouflage of brown silk, and took inventory. Tall, regal, self-assured, everything Valancy was not. Even dimples on her cheeks and chin. Women with dimples always get their way, Valancy thought bitterly. Fate hadn't even given her one. Technically only a year younger, but to a stranger, Olive would seem a decade fresher. No one expected spinsterhood for her. She'd had scores of suitors crowding around since her teens, and her mirror overflowed with cards, photos, invitations. At 18, she was engaged to Will Desmond, dead now, mourned 2 years. At 23, a breathless love affair with Donald Jackson. Family disapproved, and Olive gave him up, though some said Donald cooled first. Her current engagement to Cecil Price met with general family approval. Olive's hope chest was legendary, and her wedding dress, a masterpiece in ivory silk and lace, was already planned in detail. Valancy knew she wasn't chosen as a bridesmaid, even though Olive had confided everything else to her. Valancy, always Olive's confidant, had never gotten to confide in return. Olive's love life, sincerely flourishing, left Valancy no way to dismiss it as wishful thinking. Men really did go crazy over the Olive Stirlings of the world, and not for girls like Valancy. Once Olive had teased, "I can't imagine what makes them all such idiots about me." Valancy had wanted to reply, "Neither can I." But honesty and tact kept her silent. She did know. Olive stirred passion just as surely as she, Valancy, drew no notice at all. And yet, Valancy thought now, slicing through the envy, she's like a morning without dew. Something's missing. Chapter 11. The dinner itself dragged on, slow as usual in the Stirling tradition. The room stayed chilly despite the optimistic calendar date, so Aunt Alberta lit her precious gas logs, envied by everyone except Valancy, who'd rather freeze in her blue castle than use anything so soulless as a gas log. Uncle Herbert made his tired, "Mary, will you have a little lamb?" joke when serving Aunt Wellington. Aunt Mildred dragged out the tale of the lost ring inside the turkey. Uncle Benjamin rehashed, again, his story about catching a now-famous man stealing apples. Second cousin Jane, start to finish, recounted all her ulcerated tooth miseries. Aunt Wellington praised the design of Aunt Alberta's spoons and sighed about how losing one had ruined her own set. "It spoiled everything. I could never replace it. It was my wedding present from dear Aunt Matilda." Aunt Isabel mused on the changing seasons, lamenting the absence of real springs. Cousin Georgiana naturally drifted to funeral stories, wondering aloud which of us will be the next to pass away, never blunt enough to say, die. Valancy knew, but held her tongue. As always, Cousin Gladys had a complaint. Her nephews had ruined her plants and tormented her show chickens, squeezed some of them actually to death, my dear. Boys will be boys, Uncle Herbert chuckled, but must they be wild animals? Cousin Gladys shot back, panting for laughs. Everyone smiled except Valancy, and Cousin Gladys noticed. Later, when Margaret Hamilton came up, Gladys described her as one of those shy, plain girls who can't get husbands, and made sure to glance at Valancy. Uncle James, sensing the conversation sliding toward petty gossip, tried to steer it higher. He proposed everyone answer the question, "What's the greatest happiness?" Aunt Mildred said, for a woman, it was to be a loving and beloved wife and mother. Aunt Wellington wanted to travel Europe. Olive wished to sing like Tetrazzini. Cousin Gladys sighed that she'd just like to be absolutely free from neuritis. Cousin Georgiana longed to have her late brother Richard back. Aunt Alberta, playing for time, said real happiness was found in the poetry of life, and quickly gave the maid some new directions to dodge a follow-up. Mrs. Frederick declared that true happiness lay in spending your life in loving service to others. Cousin Stickles and Aunt Isabel agreed, with Aunt Isabel looking miffed that Mrs. Frederick had voiced it first. "We're all too prone," Mrs. Frederick continued, seizing the chance to rebuke everyone, "to live in selfishness, worldliness, and sin." The others sat chastened, and Uncle James decided the conversation had been well and truly elevated. "The best feeling in the world," Valancy said, loud and clear, "is finally sneezing when you have to." The whole table froze. No one dared respond. Was Valancy joking? No one could believe it. Mrs. Frederick, who'd spent the whole dinner on edge, and then had finally started to relax, stiffened up all over again. But she decided it was safer not to say anything. Uncle Benjamin wasn't so cautious. He dove right in where Mrs. Frederick wouldn't tread. "Doss," he snickered, "what's the difference between a young girl and an old maid?" "One's happy and carefree and the other's crabby and bareheaded," Valancy replied. "You've told that same joke at least 50 times, Uncle Ben. Why not pick some new material if you can't help yourself? It's a tragic mistake to try to be funny when you just aren't." Uncle Benjamin stared, dumbstruck. No one had ever spoken to him like that before, not Benjamin Stirling, of Stirling and Frost, and from Valancy, of all people. He looked for help around the table, but found only blank faces. Mrs. Frederick's eyes had closed tight. Her lips moved like she was praying. Maybe she was. None of them had a clue how to react, since nothing like this had ever happened. Valancy just carried on, eating her salad as if nothing unusual had happened. Aunt Alberta, desperate to save the mood, dove into a story about a dog biting her. Uncle James, eager to back her up, asked where the dog bit her. "Just below the Catholic Church," Aunt Alberta answered. Valancy broke into laughter. No one else joined her. "What was so funny? Is that a major organ?" Valancy asked. "What on earth?" Aunt Alberta sputtered, lost, while Mrs. Frederick looked about ready to faint. Aunt Isabel stepped in, thinking it was time to push Valancy back into line. "Doss, you're looking frightfully thin. You're all edges and bumps. Ever try to put on a little weight?" "No." Valancy didn't shrink back. "But if you're looking to lose some chins, I can tell you where there's a beauty salon in Port Lawrence." "Valancy." Mrs. Frederick gasped, reaching for her usual dignity, but pulling out something desperate, pleading and crushed. This time, she didn't call her Doss. "She's running a fever," Cousin Stickles whispered to Uncle Benjamin, wringing her hands. "She seemed off for days." "She's crazy if you ask me," Uncle Benjamin grumbled. "What she really needs is a spanking." "You can't spank her," Cousin Stickles protested, wide-eyed. "She's 29. "Well, at least turning 29 comes with some perks," Valancy said, picking up their whisper. "Doss," Uncle Benjamin said, trying to put her in her place. "Say what you want after I'm dead, but as long as I'm alive, you will treat me with respect." "Oh, but don't you realize? We're all basically dead," Valancy replied. "Everyone in the clan. The only difference is whether they're in the ground yet." "Doss," Uncle Benjamin tried. "Do you remember stealing the raspberry jam?" Valancy blushed. Suppressed laughter, not shame. She'd known he'd bring up that old story. "Sure, I remember. That was good jam." I've always wished I'd eaten more before you caught me. Oh, and look at Aunt Isabel's shadow on the wall. Have you ever seen anything so hilarious? They all looked, even Aunt Isabel, which ruined it. Uncle Herbert, eager to restore a little normalcy, said, I wouldn't eat any more, Doss. Not that I mind. But is your stomach all right? Don't worry about my stomach, old dear, Valancy said. It's fine, thanks. I'm not about to stop eating. It's rare enough I have a decent meal. No one in Deerwood had been called Old Dear before, and everyone at the table was suddenly afraid of Valancy. It was just so uncanny. But to Mrs. Frederick, the real horror was Valancy saying she rarely got a satisfying meal. She'd always been a disappointment, but now she was a disgrace. Mrs. Frederick thought about storming away from the table, but couldn't bring herself to leave Valancy there alone. Aunt Alberta's maid came to clear salads and bring dessert, saving everyone from the moment. They all perked up and, determined to act as if Valancy didn't exist, started new conversations. Uncle Wellington brought up Barney Snaith. Every Stirling family event eventually did. Valancy braced herself. There was something about the whole Barney Snaith question that fascinated her, more than she'd let herself admit. She could feel her pulse jumping in her fingertips. Of course, they tore him to shreds. No one had ever said a good word about Barney Snaith. The usual stories circled. Embezzler, forger, infidel, even murderer, the rumors had circled for years. Uncle Wellington was furious that anyone like that would be allowed to live around Deerwood. Why weren't the police doing something? He predicted midnight murders and muttered that it was shameful such a man was ever free. What's he actually done? Valancy asked, cutting right in. Uncle Wellington blinked, caught off guard. He'd forgotten they were supposed to ignore her. Done? He's done everything. What exactly do you know he's done? Valancy pressed. You're always accusing him. Has any of it ever been proven? I don't debate with women, Uncle Wellington huffed. And I don't need evidence. When someone hides away on an island year after year, and no one knows a thing about him, well, that says it all. Where there's mystery, there's crime. And the name Snaith, piped up second cousin Sarah. A name like that is proof enough. I'd be terrified to meet him in a dark alley, shivered cousin Georgiana. What do you think he'd do to you? Valancy asked. Murder me, cousin Georgiana answered, dead serious. Just for kicks, Valancy offered. Exactly, cousin Georgiana replied. When there's that much smoke, there's got to be fire. I sensed he was hiding something the first time I saw him. My instincts aren't usually wrong. Of course he's a criminal, Uncle Wellington snapped. That's obvious, glaring at Valancy. Some say he's been in prison for embezzlement. I believe it. And some say he's mixed up with that gang pulling all the bank robberies in the region. Who says? Valancy asked steadily. Uncle Wellington's annoyance deepened, but he didn't answer. He's got jailbird written all over his face, snapped Uncle Benjamin. I noticed it the first time I saw him. A fellow marked by destiny, signed for shame, proclaimed Uncle James. He looked smug. He had waited his whole life to use that line. One eyebrow is an arch, one's a triangle, Valancy noted. Is that what makes him look so sinister? Uncle James raised his own eyebrows, which usually signaled the end of the world. This time, nothing happened. How do you know so much about his eyebrows, Doss? Olive asked, slyly. A question like that would have silenced Valancy 2 weeks before, and Olive knew it. Yes, how? Aunt Wellington echoed. I've seen him twice. I paid attention. His face. It's the most interesting I've ever seen, Valancy said. There's something shady in his history, that's certain, Olive said, but the conversation kept orbiting around Valancy, which she hated. Still, he can't be guilty of all the things he's accused of. Valancy felt a stab of annoyance. Why was Olive even saying a word in his defense? What business had she with Barney Snaith? Though honestly, what business had Valancy? She didn't ask herself that. They say he keeps dozens of cats at his shack on Mistawis Island, volunteered Sarah Taylor, eager not to seem totally ignorant. Cats. The idea was strangely appealing. An island with nothing but cats. Valancy pictured it, and it made her smile. That just proves something's wrong, Aunt Isabel pronounced. People who hate cats, Valancy said, enjoying her dessert, always seem to think there's a virtue in that. The only friend he has is roaring Abel, said Uncle Wellington. And if Abel stayed away like everyone else, it would have been better for some family members. Uncle Wellington trailed off, thrown by an urgent look from Aunt Wellington. If you mean, Valancy blurted, suddenly fierce, that Barney Snaith is Cecily Gay's baby's father, you're wrong. That's a disgusting lie. She couldn't help finding it hilarious, even in her fury. The grown-ups' faces, shocked and scandalized, exactly as they had looked all those years ago at Gladys's thimble party when someone found out she had lice. Valancy couldn't pretend anymore. Mrs. Frederick looked about to break down, convinced, or pretending to be, that Valancy still thought babies came from parsley beds. "Hush, hush," pleaded Cousin Stickles. "No," Valancy declared. "I'm done with hush, hush. I'll shout if I want to. Stop talking garbage about Barney Snaith." Valancy didn't understand why she was so angry. But of all the rumors and accusations against Barney, the thing that stung was the idea that he'd betrayed Cecily Gay. Thief? Counterfeiter? Ex-con? She didn't care. But to think he'd taken advantage of gentle, crushed little Cecily, she couldn't bear it. She remembered his face from the 2 times she'd seen him. Crooked smile, thoughtful eyes, those thin, sensitive lips, that wild, honest air. A man like that might have stolen or even killed, but not betrayed innocence. She wanted to shout at all of them. "When I was a girl, I never discussed such things," Aunt Wellington said, hoping shame might put out Valancy's fire. "But I'm not a girl, am I? Don't you remind me of that enough? And the rest of you are mean-spirited, gossiping fools. Can't you leave poor Cissy Gay alone? She's dying. If she messed up, she's paid enough. God or the devil has handled it. You don't need to pile on. And as for Barney Snaith, his only crime is living life on his own terms and not needing any of you, which of course is unforgivable in your little club of snobs." She felt suddenly inspired at her own new word, snobocracy. That's what they were, and none of them, she thought, deserved forgiveness. "Valancy, your poor father would turn in his grave." Mrs. Frederick choked. "He might enjoy the change of scenery," Valancy shot back, unapologetic. "Doss," said Uncle James, "the 10 Commandments still apply, especially the 5th. Have you forgotten?" "No," Valancy said, "but I thought you'd all forgotten the 9th. Do you ever realize how boring life would be without rules? It's only what's forbidden that's exciting." She was too worked up. She recognized the warning signs of one of her attacks. She couldn't let this one happen here. She stood up. "I'm leaving. I only came for dinner anyway. It was good, Aunt Alberta, though your salad dressing needs salt, and a shake of cayenne wouldn't hurt." No one could speak until the gate clanged in the dusk behind her. Then, "She's feverish. She's definitely feverish," Cousin Stickles whimpered. Uncle Benjamin smacked his fists together. "She's lost her mind, that's what. Completely around the bend." "Oh, Benjamin," Cousin Georgiana tried to calm him. "Let's listen to Shakespeare. Charity thinketh no evil." "Charity, ha!" snorted Uncle Benjamin. "Never heard a young woman say things like that. Disgraceful! Needs a good spanking, and I'd happily give it." He slammed down a hot mug of coffee. "Could mumps make someone act this way?" wailed Cousin Stickles. "I opened an umbrella in the house yesterday," whispered Cousin Georgiana. "Knew it meant bad luck." "Did you check her temperature?" asked Cousin Mildred. "She wouldn't let Amelia use the thermometer," whimpered Stickles. Mrs. Frederick was openly weeping. Her last defenses crumbled. "I have to tell you, Valancy's been acting odd for weeks. She hasn't been herself. Christine can confirm. I tried to hope it was just a cold. But now, it must be something worse." Cousin Gladys clutched her head. "This is setting my nerves off again." "Don't cry, Amelia," Herbert said gently, twitching his wiry hair. "You'll have to see a doctor. Maybe it's only, well, one of those nervous breakdowns. People get those, right?" "I suggested the doctor yesterday," Mrs. Frederick moaned. "She refused. Absolutely wouldn't go. Haven't I suffered enough?" "She won't take Redfern's bitters either," Stickles added. "Or anything," Mrs. Frederick sobbed. "And she's determined to go to the Presbyterian church," added Stickles. But she held back the story about the banister. That's proof she's crazy, grumbled Uncle Benjamin. I noticed the change the moment she arrived. Everything she said today was foolish. That vital part remark. What did that even mean? Never anything like this in the Stirlings. It must be from the Wansbara's side. Mrs. Frederick was too overwhelmed to take offense. There was never anything like this in the Wansbaras, she sobbed. Your father was odd enough, said Uncle Benjamin. He was peculiar, Mrs. Frederick admitted, but never insane. He talked exactly like Valancy did today, Benjamin countered, and he always claimed he was his own great-grandfather reborn. I remember. Don't tell me a man who believed that was ever right in the head. Anyway, don't cry. Sure, Doss embarrassed us all, but she can't help it. Old maids go off the rails like this. If she'd married, she wouldn't have turned out this way. Nobody ever wanted to marry her, Mrs. Frederick sniffed. Well, at least there's no outsider here, Benjamin grumbled. We'll keep this in the family. I'll take her to Dr. Marsh tomorrow. I can handle stubborn cases. That all right, James? We need a doctor's advice, certainly, said Uncle James. Settled then. In the meantime, act normal and don't leave her alone. And above all, make sure she doesn't sleep alone. Mrs. Frederick whimpered. I tried to get Christine to sleep with her. She locked the door and refused. She's so changed. She won't work. Well, she does her chores, but she wouldn't sweep the parlor on Thursday like always. Said she'd wait until it was actually dirty. Wouldn't you rather sweep a dirty room? She asked. Think of that. Uncle Benjamin thought of it. The jar of potpourri, Stickles said, pronouncing every letter, disappeared from her room. I found the shards in the lot next door. She won't say what happened. I never believed Doss would do this, said Herbert. She always seemed quiet, backward, but sensible. The only thing reliable is the multiplication table, Uncle James said, feeling proud of himself. Let's stay positive, said Benjamin. Why are chorus girls like cattle breeders? Why? Asked Stickles, since Valancy wasn't there anymore. Like to show off calves, Benjamin joked. Stickles thought that poor taste. But he was a man, after all. Herbert, meanwhile, found the evening duller now that Doss was gone. Chapter 12. Valancy raced home through the fading blue twilight. Maybe too quickly. The attack hit as soon as she got to her room. This was the worst yet. The pain was blinding. Maybe this was actually the end. She felt terrifyingly alone. If only she had someone who really cared, someone to hold her hand, telling her to be brave, that the pain would fade soon, not someone fussy or panicked. Not her mother or cousin Stickles. Why was she suddenly thinking of Barney Snaith? Why did his face pop up? Why did she feel like he would understand? Was it because she defended him tonight? At first the pain was so bad she couldn't get to her medicine. Finally she managed, and slowly relief came. Drained and shaking, she lay shivering in a cold sweat. It had been awful. She could never endure many more attacks this bad, if only dying were quick and painless. The idea of dying through so much pain was unbearable. Then, to her own amazement, she found herself laughing. That dinner had actually been fun. All she'd done was say the things she'd always secretly thought. Oh, their faces. Uncle Benjamin's flustered little eyes still made her want to giggle. He'd probably write her right out of his will tonight. Olive would get her share. Olive always got everything, like with the dust pile. At least, she thought, laughing at her family behind their backs was the one pleasure left to her. It was sad that such meager satisfaction was all she had. She supposed she was allowed to pity herself, just a little, since no one else did. She got up and leaned out her window. The wind, full of leaf and wild tree scents, brushed her cheeks, soft and wise, like an old friend. Off to the left, she could see the Lombardy poplars silhouetted dark purple against the clear sky, a pearl-colored star pulsing above them like a drop of light on pale water. Beyond the station, over the woods at Lake Mistavas, mist hovered, and above it hung a pale crescent moon. Valancy looked at that rising moon over her shoulder and whispered, I wish, just once before I die, I could have something all to myself, even a dust pile. Chapter 13. Uncle Benjamin learned the hard way that promising to cart Valancy off to the doctor was far easier than doing it. Valancy flatly refused, and even laughed in his face. "Why should I see Dr. Marsh? My mind's perfectly fine. You all think I've suddenly cracked, but I haven't. I'm just done living for other people and want to try pleasing myself for once. Now you have a better story than the raspberry jam to trade behind my back, so that's that." "Doss," Uncle Benjamin said, entirely out of his depth, "you're not yourself." "Then who am I like?" Valancy shot back. Benjamin was stumped. "You're Grandfather Wansbara, I suppose," he finally muttered. "Well, thanks," Valancy grinned. "I always liked Grandfather Wansbara. He was one of the few real people I've ever known. Anyway, don't bother pleading, scolding, or threatening, or making dramatic faces at Mother and Cousin Stickles. I'm not going. If any doctor turns up at the house, I'll slam the door in his face. So now what?" There was nothing to be done. Dragging Valancy to a doctor by force was unthinkable. Her mother's tears and cajoling were wasted. "Don't worry, Mother," Valancy said lightly, and not without kindness. "I doubt I'll do anything too outrageous. I'm just going to have a little fun." "Fun!" Mrs. Frederick gasped, as if Valancy had said she intended to catch consumption. Olive, sent in to talk sense into her, left red-cheeked and furious. "She won't listen to anyone, Mother. I tried talking to her as a sister should, and all she said, like she was talking only to herself, was, 'At least I don't show my gums when I laugh.' The whole time I swear she wasn't even really paying attention to me. Finally I begged her, for pity's sake, not to act up when Cecil comes next week. And do you know what she said to that?" "I can't imagine," Aunt Wellington groaned. "She said, 'I think I'd like to shock Cecil. He's got lips too red for a man.' Mother, I'll never feel the same around Valancy again." "Her mind really is disturbed, Olive," Aunt Wellington said gravely. "You mustn't hold it against her." Aunt Wellington relayed this to Mrs. Frederick, who demanded Valancy apologize to Olive. "You made me apologize to Olive 15 years ago for something I never did," Valancy said. "That one can count for both occasions." The family all met again, minus Cousin Gladys. Her neuritis got so bad, since Doss went strange, she couldn't come. The only thing remotely agreed upon was to leave Valancy to herself, at least for now. Give her her head, as Uncle Benjamin described it, but keeping a sharp watch on her. The term watchful waiting didn't exist yet, but that's what it was. "We'll just see what happens," Benjamin intoned. "It's easier to break eggs than fix them. Of course, if she gets violent." Uncle James consulted Dr. Ambrose Marsh, who sided with the plan. He explained to the upset Uncle James that Valancy hadn't done or said anything to prove she was mad, and without proof he couldn't confine her. Nothing James described fazed him. He even hid a few smiles, which, being no Stirling himself, he couldn't help. Uncle James left, grumpily convinced Adelaide Stirling could have made a better match than that so-called doctor. "Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Want to own this audiobook without any interruptions? You can purchase this title or any of my modern retellings and get the full, uninterrupted MP3 along with a downloadable PDF of the complete manuscript. Just head to the shop linked in the description below. Furthermore, if you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order." Now back to the book. Chapter 14. Even with heartbreak, everyday life rumbled on. Meals cooked, curtains washed, porches fixed, even if your daughter might be losing her mind. Mrs. Frederick, ever precise, had set the second week of June for porch repairs ages ago. Roaring Abel was hired long before and showed up on schedule, the very morning of the second week, already part drunk, as he always was. The smell of whiskey at dinner nearly made Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles faint. Valancy didn't care for it either, but she enjoyed Abel's raucous, colorful stories, and when she finished the dishes, she slipped outside and sat with him on the steps to chat. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles were horrified, Valancy sitting outside with a man like that. But what could they do? When they tried to call her in, Valancy only offered them a teasing smile and stayed right where she was. Her first act of rebellion had been the hardest. Everything after that was so easy. Both women clammed up, terrified that pressing harder might spark a spectacle in front of Roaring Abel, one he'd retell at every country gathering, with exaggerations. It was too chilly for Mrs. Frederick to overhear from the dining room, and at last Valancy and Abel had their talk in peace. Mrs. Frederick would have stopped them if she'd known what would come of it, even if it meant the porch collapsed. Valancy sat on the steps, the chilly wind biting, but she didn't care. It was delicious, just to sit and breathe in the clean, brisk world, to feel unbound. She drew breath after breath of the wild wind, and let it pull at her hair as she listened to roaring Abel, who swung his hammer in time with the last lines of old Scottish ballads, and vented his grievances. Even at 70, old Abel Gay was imposing, big-boned, tall, and with a streaming beard still bright red, while the hair on his head had turned snow-white. His eyes were a fierce, clear blue, and his eyebrows were so massive and bushy they almost looked like another mustache. Maybe that's why he kept his upper lip clean-shaven. His cheeks glowed red, though his Roman nose stayed oddly pale. He stood over 6 feet, wide at the shoulders, skinny at the hips, a wild lover who'd chased so many adventures it was almost comic. He hadn't married until 45 and promptly lost his young wife, whose early death everyone blamed on his wild ways. Abel had been memorably drunk at her funeral, insisting on reciting Isaiah while the minister struggled through the prayers. Ever since, his home had been run by a vague old cousin who muddled through the chores, and in that mess, little Cissy Gay had grown up. Valancy had known Cissy at school, though Cissy was 3 years younger. Their lives split after graduation, and she hadn't seen her in years. Abel was a Presbyterian when it suited him. That is, he wanted a Presbyterian preacher for weddings, baptisms, and burials, and could out-argue almost any minister on theology. He never went to church, and each new minister learned the hard way not to try. Mr. Bentley had attempted the duty in his first months, catching Abel at the theological stage of drunkenness. After a yet more enthusiastic, prayerful, and embarrassing stage, Abel typically sobered up on his own, never going dead drunk. To Bentley's rhetorical, "Anything in your life you regret?" Abel had pondered, then replied, "Yes, plenty of women I should have kissed and didn't. Always regretted that." Bentley never called again. Abel had made sure Cissy was baptized, while cheerfully inebriated. She went to church and joined every group going: the mission band, girls' guild, young women's society. She was earnest and quiet. Everyone liked and pitied her, but none hesitated to chew her up when trouble came. 4 years earlier, Cissy worked at a Muskoka hotel for the summer, and when she came home, she never went out again. Word leaked, gossip exploded, and nobody was surprised when she had a child that winter. She never named the father. No one was brave or dumb enough to ask Abel. Rumors pointed at Barney Snaith, since hotel staff could only say Cissy kept apart, didn't dance, didn't mingle, thought herself above us, they said bitterly, and look now. The baby lived 1 year. Cissy's health collapsed. 2 years ago, Dr. Marsh said she'd barely last 6 months, but she was still fading away, alone. No one visited. Decent women wouldn't set foot in Abel's house. The church sent Mr. Bentley, who was turned away by the wild housekeeper. After that, housekeepers came and went. The only kind willing to stay were those who had nowhere else to go. The last one left, leaving Cissy alone, and roaring Abel, who now poured out his bitterness to Valancy, railing against the hypocrites of Deerwood with a string of curses that made Cousin Stickles nearly faint in the hall. Valancy barely heard the cursing. Her mind was spinning. Cissy, shamed and sick, abandoned in that decrepit house, all alone, and in a place that called itself Christian in this so-called modern world. So you're saying Cissy's there by herself now? No one at all to help? She can get around a little, fix herself things. Barely. Still, it's tough for a man to work all day, come home dead tired, and have to cook too. Sometimes, I almost wish I hadn't kicked Rachel Edwards out. Abel described her with relish. Her face looked like she'd worn out 100 bodies before. Always moping. Temper's nothing compared to moping. Slow as molasses and filthy. I'm not unreasonable. Everyone's got to eat dirt, but she overdid it. You want to know the last straw? I saw her once after the dog stuck his paw in a jar of pumpkin jam. She just wiped his paw off into the jar and screwed the lid back on. I told her to leave, right then. Threw the jars at her as she ran. She tells everyone I'm mad. Now nobody'll come take the job. But someone has to look out for Cissy, Valancy insisted, not budging from what really mattered. She couldn't care less if Roaring Abel had a cook, but her heart ached for Cecilia Gay. "Oh, Cissy manages," Abel said with a scoff. "Barney Snaith always pops by if he's headed this way, does whatever chores for her she asks. Brings her oranges, flowers, all that. Now there's what a true Christian looks like. Yet all those sanctimonious, sniffling folks from St. Andrews wouldn't even walk on his side of the road. Their dogs will get to heaven sooner than they ever will. And their minister, polished up like a buttered cat. There are good people in St. Andrews and St. George's, Valancy cut in, stern, who would gladly help Cissy if you just behave. They're scared to step foot on your property. Because I'm such a terrifying old sinner? Please, I don't bite, haven't bitten anyone once in my life. A few rough words never hurt anybody. And honestly, I don't want them coming around, poking and prying. What I want is a housekeeper. If I shaved on Sundays and went to church, I have all the housekeepers I could want. That's the secret to being respectable. But what's the point of church when it's all set in stone by predestination? You tell me that, miss. Is it really? Valancy said quietly. Yep. No way around it, I'm afraid. Wish I could. I don't care for heaven or hell long term. I wish a man could mix a little of both. Isn't that what earth is? Valancy wondered aloud, but really, she was thinking of something deeper than theology. No, Abel said, pounding a stubborn nail. It's too much hell down here. Way too much. That's why I drink so much. It gives you a little freedom. For a moment. Freedom from yourself. Yeah, from predestination too. Ever tried it? No, I have my own way of getting free, Valancy said absently. But back to Cissy. She really needs someone looking out for her. Why are you suddenly so worried about Sis? You never seemed to care before. Never even came to visit. She was always so fond of you too. I should have come, Valancy said quietly. But never mind. That's not something you'd understand. The point is, you need a housekeeper. Where am I supposed to find one? I can pay a fair wage if I could find a decent woman. Do you think I want some old hag? What about me? Valancy said. Chapter 15. Let's just calm down, Uncle Benjamin said, forcing his voice steady. Let's be perfectly calm. Calm, Mrs. Frederick wrung her hands. How can I be calm? How can anyone stay calm through something this disgraceful? Why did you even let her go? Uncle James asked. Let her. How could I stop her, James? I think she packed the big valise and sent it home with roaring Abel after supper, while Christine and I were out in the kitchen. Then Doss just came down with her hand satchel, wearing her green serge suit. I had a dreadful premonition. I can't explain it, but I just knew she was about to do something terrible. If only you'd had that feeling a bit earlier, said Uncle Benjamin dryly. I asked her, Doss, where are you going? And she told me, I am going to look for my blue castle. Wouldn't that convince Marsh she's lost her mind? Uncle James interjected. I asked, Valancy, what do you mean? She told me, I'm going to keep house for Roaring Abel and Nurse Cissy. He'll pay me $30 a month. Frankly, I'm surprised I didn't just drop dead right there. You shouldn't have let her leave. You shouldn't have let her out that door, Uncle James persisted. You should have locked her in. Anything. She was between me and the door, and you can't imagine how determined she seemed. Like a rock. That's the strangest part. She was always so docile and obedient, but now I can't do a thing with her. I tried everything to bring her to her senses. I asked if she had no respect for her reputation. I said very seriously, Doss, a woman's reputation, once stained, is gone forever. Your name will be ruined if you go to Roaring Abel's to take care of that fallen girl, Sis Gay. And she said, I don't believe Cissy was a bad girl, but it doesn't matter if she was. Those were her exact words. It doesn't matter if she was. She's lost all sense of decency, Uncle Benjamin exploded. She told me, Cissy Gay is dying, and it's a shame and a disgrace that she's dying in a Christian community with no one to do anything for her. Whatever she's done or been, she's still a person. Well, you know, when you put it that way, I suppose she is, Uncle James mumbled, as if granting a world-shattering concession. I asked if she cared nothing for how things looked. She said, I've cared about appearances my whole life. Now I want what's real. Appearances can go hang. Go hang. Outrageous, Uncle Benjamin raged. Just outrageous. He felt a bit better for saying so, though it helped nothing. Mrs. Frederick cried. Cousin Stickles picked up the sorrowful theme, moaning. We both told her Roaring Abel must have killed his wife in a drunken rage and would likely kill her next. She just laughed and said, I'm not afraid of Roaring Abel. He won't kill me, and he's too old for me to fear anything scandalous. What did she mean by scandalous anyway? Mrs. Frederick wiped her face, trying to regain control. I told her, Valancy, if you don't care about your own reputation, or your family's, Do you at least care about my feelings?" She just said none. Just like that. None. "Crazy people never care about anyone else's feelings," Uncle Benjamin declared. "That's a sure sign." I broke down in tears and she said, "Come on, Mother, be a good sport. I'm doing something decent, and as for my reputation, you know I'll never get married anyway, so what does it matter?" And then she just left. The last thing I said to her, Cousin Stickles said pitifully, was, "Who's going to rub my back now at night?" And she said, "No, I can't bear to say it." "Nonsense," said Uncle Benjamin. "Out with it. This isn't the time to get squeamish." She said, "Oh darn," Cousin Stickles whispered. "To think I lived to hear my daughter swear," Mrs. Frederick sobbed. It was just fake swearing," Cousin Stickles tried to soothe. Now the worst was out. She hadn't even mentioned the banister. "She'll go from fake to real cursing in no time," Uncle James said sternly. "The worst part of all this," Mrs. Frederick sniffled, "is now everyone will know she's unhinged. We can't keep it a secret anymore. I can't bear it." "You should have been stricter with her as a child," Uncle Benjamin scolded. "I swear I don't know how I could have been," said Mrs. Frederick, speaking the honest truth. "The really bad part," Uncle James said grimly, "is that Snaith fellow is always hanging around roaring Abel's. I'll be grateful if this mad stunt only lasts a few weeks. Cissy Gay won't live much longer anyway. And she didn't even pack her flannel petticoat," Cousin Stickles cried. "I'll speak to Ambrose Marsh again about this," Uncle Benjamin muttered, meaning Valancy, not the petticoat. "I'll see Lawyer Ferguson," Uncle James declared. "In the meantime," Uncle Benjamin added, "let's be calm." Chapter 16. Valancy walked out toward Roaring Abel's place, following the Mistawi's road, beneath a sky streaked in purple and gold. Her heart beat with an odd mix of nervous excitement and bright anticipation. She knew her mother and Cousin Stickles were weeping behind her, crying more for themselves than her. But out here the wind stroked her face, fresh and damp and tinged with dew, leading her down the green, rutted lanes. She loved the wind. Robins whistled sleepily in the firs, and the air smelled sharp with balsam and earth. Cars would occasionally hum past in the violet dusk, summer tourists heading to Muskoka, but Valancy didn't envy them for a second. Muskoka might have its lovely cottages, but nothing compared to the golden sunset rising beyond the fir trees, where her own blue castle awaited. She brushed away the old years, the rules, the guilt, shedding them like dead autumn leaves. They would not follow her here. Abel's rambling, battered house was about 3 miles from town, right on the edge of Up Back, the rough, hilly stretch of woods near Mistawi's. No one could mistake it for a castle. It had clearly once been a cozy home back in Abel Gay's younger, richer years, when his carved sign, A. Gay, Carpenter, hung bright above the gate. Now it was faded and dreary, roof-patched and shingles missing, the shutters swinging crooked. For all his skills, Abel never seemed to fix anything at home. The whole place seemed exhausted with living. Behind, a sad little tangle of old spruces. A garden, once sweet under Cissy's care, choked with weeds and wild growth. The yard blurred into fields of yellow mulleins, and beyond those, a long, barren stretch littered with rocks and peppered with wild cherry and scrappy pines, reaching back to the dark woods at Lake Mistawis 2 miles off. A ragged lane, white with pesty daisies, wound through it all to the trees. Roaring Abel met her at the door. "So you really came," he said, staring. "Didn't figure the Stirling brood would let you." Valancy flashed a wild, toothy grin. "They couldn't stop me if they tried." "I didn't think you had that much grit," Abel said, clearly pleased. "And would you look at those nice ankles?" He stepped aside, beckoning her in. Cousin Stickles would have declared Valancy doomed to hell for that, but his creaky old-school flirtation didn't bother Valancy. In fact, it was the first time anyone had actually complimented her ever, and, strangely, she enjoyed it. She'd suspected her ankles were decent, but among Stirling's, ankles definitely ranked as unspeakable. Abel led her into the kitchen, where Cissy Gay lay on the sofa, chest rising and falling too fast, little splotches of red burning on her cheeks. Valancy hadn't seen her in years. Back then, Cissy had looked as delicate as a flower, slight, gold-haired, clear-featured, with luminous blue eyes. Now the change was shocking. Her beauty had drained away. She looked like a broken, faded blossom. Her huge eyes, a shadowy, hollowed blue, had lost their shine. Last time Valancy had seen her, those eyes had sparkled with laughter, quick and bright. The difference was enough to sting Valancy's own eyes with tears. She knelt at Cissy's side, wrapped her arms around her. "Cissy, I'm here for you. I'll stay as long as you want me, promise." "Oh!" Cissy reached for her, thin arms grasping Valancy's neck. "Will you, really? It's been so lonely. I can manage the chores, but I've been so lonely. Having you here would be just like heaven. You were always so kind to me back in the day." Valancy hugged her tight and for once felt happy, needed. Suddenly, she belonged. The old world was gone. Now, everything was new. "Some things are predestined, but this must be sheer dumb luck." Roaring Abel broke in, smoking his pipe from the corner with a satisfied little smirk. Chapter 17. After a week at Roaring Abel's, Valancy felt as if her past life, her family, all those old faces, were drifting far out of reach, blurred and distant as half-remembered dreams. The more days passed, the less any of it mattered. She was happy. No one nagged her with riddles or pressed purple pills on her. No one called her Doss. No one hovered with warnings about drafts or broody lectures. There were no ugly patchwork quilts to assemble, no terrible rubber plant to water, no cold, silent maternal tantrums to tiptoe around. She could slip away to be alone whenever she pleased, set her own curfew, sneeze as loudly and frequently as she liked. In those slow, glowing northern twilights, when Cissy slept and Abel vanished somewhere, Valancy could sit for hours on the shaky back steps, staring over the barrens to the far-off purple hills, breathing the song of the wind as it whipped through the little spruces, drinking in the scent of sun-warmed grass until darkness swept in like a cool tide. Sometimes in the afternoons, when Cissy felt well enough, they wandered the barrens together, admiring the wildflowers. They never picked any. Valancy repeated John Foster's gospel. It's a shame to collect woodflowers. They lose half their magic away from their patch of green and dappled light. The true way is to hunt them down, drink in their beauty, and leave them where you found them, keeping only the memory of their grace. At last, Valancy was living in reality, not the shadowy webs of what should be. And there was so much to do. The house had to be cleaned, top to bottom. Her Stirling training paid off. She actually relished scouring filth away, and, Lord, there was a lot of it. Abel laughed at her for going far beyond what anyone requested, but he didn't interfere. He was more than pleased with this new arrangement. Valancy cooked well, too. Abel said she had a knack for making food taste special. His lone complaint, she never sang as she worked. Everybody ought to sing when they're busy, Abel insisted. Makes things jollier. Not always, Valancy shot back. Would you want to hear a butcher sing at his job? Or an undertaker? Abel roared, delighted. No arguing with you, girl. Quick with an answer every time. Your kin ought to be relieved to see you go. You never let anyone get the last word. During daylight hours, Abel was usually gone, either working or off shooting or fishing with Barney Snaith. Most nights he turned up, always ridiculously late, and more often than not, dead drunk. When they heard his racket in the yard the first time, Cissy told Valancy not to be scared. Father never hurts anyone. He just makes a racket. Valancy stretched out on Cissy's sofa so she'd be close if needed. Cissy would never call her. Didn't feel even slightly nervous. By the time Abel had stabled his horses, his roaring phase was over, and he was tucked away at the end of the hall, alternately sobbing and praying. Valancy could still hear his gloomy moans as she drifted off to sleep. Most days, Abel was just a big, good-natured bear, though sometimes he flew into a temper. Once, Valancy looked him dead in the eye and asked, "What's the good of getting that angry?" "It's such a damned relief," Abel said. Then he and Valancy both burst out laughing. "You're a sport," Abel told her, admiring. "Don't mind my cussing. I don't mean anything by it. Just habit. I like a woman who doesn't take crap from me. Sis always stayed too quiet, too meek for her own good. You've got guts, and I like that." "Well, regardless," Valancy answered, "I'm not letting you ruin the kitchen floor every time you come home. You're going to use the scraper, and I don't care if you want to swear at it." Cissy cherished the swept, neat house. She'd kept it nice, too, before she got too sick. Having Valancy around made her pitifully, earnestly happy. The lonely days and nights with only those horrible hired women to talk to had been almost more than she could bear. Cissy clung to Valancy like a child. There was no denying the truth. Cissy was dying. Yet she never seemed critically ill. No terrifying cough or fever. Most days she managed to get up, dress herself, sometimes putter around the barrens or garden for an hour. For a while after Valancy arrived, she perked up so much that Valancy started to hope she might recover. But Cissy only shook her head. "No, there's no chance. My lungs are mostly gone, and I don't even wish otherwise. I'm too tired. Dying feels like the only rest I have left. Still, having you here, Valancy, you'll never know how much it means. But you work too hard. Father only expects meals. You don't have to scrub every inch. You get pale sometimes. You take those medicine drops. Are you really all right, Valancy?" "I'm fine," Valancy lied, cheerful. She wouldn't let Cissy worry. "I'm glad to be needed. Glad for the work." "Then let's stop talking about my illness." Cissy squeezed Valancy's hand, childlike. "Let's just forget it. Let's pretend I'm a little girl again, and you came over to play. I wished that for so long. I knew you couldn't, but I wished and wished. You always seemed different than other girls. Kinder, sweeter, like you had a lovely secret inside." "Did you, Valancy?" Valancy smiled. "I had my blue castle." She was touched that Cissy had thought of her kindly. She'd never realized anyone liked or noticed her before. She told Cissy about her blue castle, the first time she'd ever told anyone. "Everyone has a blue castle, I think," Cissy said gently. "We just call it different things. I had mine. Once." She covered her face with both frail hands. She didn't explain who had smashed her own blue castle, but Valancy knew, whoever it was, it hadn't been Barney Snaith. Chapter 18. By now, Valancy knew Barney Snaith. At least, it seemed she did, even though they'd spoken only a handful of times. But she'd felt something from the first moment she'd met him, the kind of instant connection you get when souls are already halfway acquainted. She'd been out in the garden at dusk, picking white narcissus for Cissy's room, when she heard that monstrous old Lady Jane Grace Lawson, the car, growling through the woods. Anyone could hear it a mile away. Usually, Valancy ignored it, but tonight the battered vehicle came to a halt with an even uglier groan than usual. Barney hopped out and leaned on the crooked gate, and Valancy, without thinking, straightened and looked right at him. Their eyes locked. For a heartbeat, warmth jolted through her, a delicious, frightening weakness. Was this another heart attack? But it felt completely new. Close up, she saw his eyes weren't brown at all, but a deep, lively violet. His eyebrows mismatched, unruly. He was too thin. She wished she could fatten him up, fix the torn buttons on his coat, convince him to cut his hair and shave. But there was something in his expression, pain, or maybe tiredness, or a fourth private thing he'd never name. He had dimples when he smiled. All these facts blazed through Valancy's mind in an instant, while his violet gaze melted into hers. "Good evening, Miss Stirling." The words were ordinary, proper even. Anyone could have said them. But Barney's voice made them different, as if the evening actually owed some of its goodness to him, and, somehow, to her as well. Valancy felt this, even if she couldn't name it, but her body trembled so violently she was sure he'd notice. Just her heart again, surely. "I'm headed over to the port," Barney said. "Any errand I can run for you or Cissy? I'll be around anyway." "Would you get us some salt codfish?" Valancy asked, voting the first thing she thought of. Abel had been craving salt cod dinner, and, in all her Blue Castle fantasies, she'd never imagined sending a night out to fetch codfish. "Absolutely. You're sure you don't need anything else? Lady Jane's up for the haul and eventually brings everything back, one way or another." "I think that's all," she said. She was sure he'd bring Cissy her oranges and flowers anyway. Barney lingered by the gate, quiet for a breath. He said, softly, but with a sly edge, "Miss Stirling, you're a brick." "No, you're a whole wagon of bricks, coming out here to look after Cissy, given everything." "There's nothing so heroic in it," Valancy answered. "I had nothing better to do, and I like it here. I finally get paid for my work, too. I never had that before, and I like it." Somehow, talking with Barney was so easy, easier than talking to herself some days, which was ironic, considering all the sinister rumors about him. "All the money in the world couldn't buy what you're giving, Cissy Gay," Barney said, voice warm. "If I can ever return the favor, you just let me know. If Abel ever makes trouble," he hasn't, He's wonderful to me. I genuinely like roaring Abel, Valancy said, undaunted. So do I. But there's one phase of his drinking. Maybe you haven't run into it yet, when he starts singing the worst kind of songs. Oh, met that already, Valancy grinned. He came in singing at the top of his lungs just last night. Cissy and I locked ourselves in and ignored him. He apologized this morning. I'm not afraid of Abel. Whatever mood he's in. Still, I've told him he needs to quit swearing when you're around, Barney said. Why? Valancy teased. Her cheeks flushed, the thought that Barney cared for her comfort making her bold. I feel like cussing myself sometimes. Barney paused, considering her, the impish glint in her eyes, the wild edge to her smile. Was this really the shy, proper spinster she'd seemed a moment ago? Magic, he thought, or something close. He laughed. Then it'll be a relief to have someone to do it for you. So codfish is the big errand for tonight? That's it, for now. But I'm sure I'll have plenty for you to pick up in Port Lawrence, especially since I can't trust Mr. Gay to remember anything. Barney trotted away in his crumbling Lady Jane, and Valancy stood among the wildflowers, lost for a long while. After that, he showed up often, always whistling through the barrens. His tune echoed in the twilight spruces, and soon, Valancy found herself waiting for that cheerful whistle every evening, at first scolding herself, then, unapologetically, letting herself long for it. Why not? He always brought fruit and flowers for Cissy, once even a box of chocolates for Valancy, the very first anyone had ever given her. Eating them felt like a holy act. She caught herself thinking about Barney at random times. Did he ever think of her when she wasn't right in front of him? What did he think, if so? And what about his mysterious island house? Even Cissy, friends with Barney for 5 years, had never seen it. But he's not a bad person, Cissy insisted. Don't let anyone say that. He couldn't have done anything wrong. Then why does he live the way he does? Valancy pressed, secretly savoring the defense. There's some story, obviously. But I know it isn't shameful. Barney could never do something truly disgraceful, Cissy replied staunchly. Valancy wasn't so sure. He had to have done something, somewhere. He was smart and quick, she could tell from his arguments with roaring Abel, though Abel, oddly, was surprisingly well-read when sober. But why would someone like Barney hide out in Muskoka for years, looking like a tramp, unless there was a very good or very bad reason? Still, none of it mattered. What mattered was the certainty that he had never been Cissy's lover. He cared deeply for her, anyone could see that, but it wasn't a worry for Valancy. You can't imagine what Barney's friendship has meant these last years, Cissy had told her simply. Everything would have been unbearable without him. Cissy's the sweetest girl I know, Barney confided once, eyes dark. And there's some man out there I'd love to shoot, if I ever find him. Barney was a sharp, funny storyteller. Stories of hopping trains, runaway adventures, working to England on a cattle boat, near-death nights in the Yukon. Valancy felt she ought to be scandalized by his tales, riding the rails like some tramp. But she wasn't. His tales were so vivid it was hard not to believe him. Went looking for gold, found nothing but emptier pockets. But what a place! The wild silences, out at the edge of the world. Those stay with you. I've never felt like my own man since. He never rambled. Every tale was delivered in a tight, gleaming package, so carefully worded Valancy didn't even notice at first. And he could convey entire moods without opening his mouth. I like a man whose eyes speak more than his lips, Valancy mused. She liked everything about him. His wild, winning smile, how his eyes danced or darkened with secret knowledge, his loyalty to the battered Lady Jane, the way he slouched on the porch steps with his hands in his pockets, looking at the world sidelong, waiting for someone to provoke a sly grin. His voice, too, it sounded gentle, teasing, dangerously close to soft. Sometimes the force of her own feelings startled her. Surely everyone must know what she felt just by the way she daydreamed. I watched a woodpecker all day, he said one soft night, showing off, his stories of the wild always absorbing, entertaining. Sometimes he and Abel would just smoke in silence for hours on the porch, Cissy humming in the hammock, Valancy lost in reverie on the steps, wondering if she really was Valancy Stirling, and could it really have been only 3 weeks since she'd vanished from that ugly Elm Street house? The barrens shimmered silver in the moonlight, filled with little rabbits gamboling. Barney, if he wanted, could sit right at the edge of the barrens and draw the rabbits to him, as if by sorcery. She'd watched a squirrel leap onto his shoulder once, chattering away. He was like something out of John Foster's book, one of the perks of her new life. She could read Foster's books anywhere and everywhere. even in bed if she pleased. She read them all to Cissy, who drank them in. Tried them out on Abel and Barney, too. Abel was thoroughly bored. Barney politely bowed out. "Piffle," Barney announced. Chapter 19. Of course, the Stirlings hadn't given up on their poor, deranged girl. They launched several rescue attempts to save her reputation, if not her soul. Uncle James, his lawyer as useless as his doctor, showed up one day and found Valancy alone in the kitchen. He let her have it full force about breaking her mother's heart and bringing disgrace down on the family. "But why?" Valancy asked, not even pausing as she scourged the porridge pot. "Honest work for honest pay. How is that shameful?" "Don't argue, Valancy." Uncle James thundered. "This is no place for a girl like you. You know it. And I hear that ex-con Snaith is hanging around here every evening." "Not every evening," Valancy said thoughtfully. "No, not every. You're insufferable," Uncle James fumed. "Valancy, you must come home. We'll forgive you." "We'll let this go." "Thanks," Valancy said, sliding the dish towel under cold water. "Have you no shame?" boomed Uncle James. "Oh, I do, but not for what you think," Valancy said mildly, rinsing carefully. Uncle James braced himself, knuckles white on the chair. "We know you're unwell. We'll make allowances. But you must come home. You can't stay here with that drunken, blasphemous old criminal. Were you maybe talking about me, Mr. Stirling?" Abel demanded, appearing in the doorway. His red beard flared, eyebrows twitched with anger, but there was no fear in James Stirling. "I was. And I want you to know, you lured this poor, weak girl from her home and friends, and I will see that you pay for it." He got no farther. Abel leapt across the kitchen, grabbed Uncle James by collar and belt, and chucked him out the back door and across the garden fence as easily as tossing a kitten aside. "If you come back here," Abel roared, "I'll throw you through the window. Closed, thinking you're God, here to fix the world." Valancy was honest enough to admit she'd rarely seen anything more satisfying than Uncle James's coattails flying through the asparagus patch. She'd once feared his judgment. Now, she saw he was simply a village blowhard. Abel laughed uproariously. "He'll have nightmares about that for years. God sure made too many Stirlings, but since they're here, we'll just have to deal with them. Too many to get rid of, but if they bother you again, I'll chase them off faster than a cat's lick." Next, they sent Dr. Stirling. Surely Abel would spare the town doctor and asparagus dunking. Dr. Stirling himself did not feel so sure, and frankly did not relish the errand. He didn't believe Valancy was unbalanced. She'd always been odd, and now just a bit odder. And Dr. Stirling had his reasons for avoiding Abel. Years ago, he'd asked Abel, when lost in the woods, "Can you tell me where I'm going?" Abel just retorted, "How should I know where you're going, goose?" and vanished. Dr. Stirling had found his own way home, but he'd held a grudge ever since. Even so, he arrived now in the line of duty. Valancy smiled stiffly. She was still a little scared of Dr. Stirling. If he pointed his long finger and ordered her home, she dreaded that she might obey on reflex. "Mr. Gay," Stirling said, condescending, "may I have a moment alone with Miss Stirling?" Abel, a little tipsy and annoyingly polite, immediately sat down in the parlor and folded his arms. "No, sir, that won't do. I've got my household's reputation to think of. Got to keep an eye out. Can't have any funny business between you." Dr. Stirling's outrage was nearly comical, but Abel wasn't fazed. "You know anything about sparking, anyway?" Abel tossed with a grin. "About what?" "Sparking," Abel repeated easily. Stirling turned his back on Abel, focusing on Valancy. "Miss Stirling, I've come at your mother's request. She sent several urgent messages. Will you—" He brandished his bony finger. "Hear them?" "Yes," Valancy said meekly, not trusting herself to look away from the hypnotic finger. "Well, the first is this. If you'll leave this house," Abel interjected. House. Trouble with your words, doctor. This place and go back home. Mr. James Stirling himself will pay for a proper nurse to come care for Miss Gay. Behind her terror, Valancy couldn't help a secret smile. For Uncle James to actually offer up his money like that, it had to be serious. At least now her family cared enough to get frantic. She was suddenly someone who mattered. "That's my business, mister," Abel replied. "Miss Stirling can leave if she wants, stay if she wants. We struck a fair deal, and she's free to call it quits when she likes." She makes meals that actually fill me up. She remembers to salt the porridge, she never bangs the doors, and when she's got nothing to say, she just keeps quiet. That's a rarity in a woman, you know. I'm happy. If she's not, she's free to walk. But no woman's coming here on Jim Sterling's money. If anyone tries, I'll put her head through the road. Tell him that, with A. Gay's compliments. Dr. Stirling, a nurse isn't what Cissy needs, Valancy said earnestly. She's not that sick yet. What she wants is someone she knows, someone she actually likes around her. I think you get that. I understand your motive is, commendable. Dr. Stirling felt very proud of his open-mindedness, though deep down, he doubted her motives were anything of the kind. When Dr. Stirling didn't understand something, his instinct was to disapprove. Instantly, problem solved. But your first duty is to your mother. She needs you. She begs you to come home. She'll forgive everything if you just come home. That's sweet, Abel chimed in, grinding tobacco in his big hand. Dr. Stirling ignored him. She pleads, but I, Miss Stirling, remembering he was, of course, acting as God's mouthpiece. I command. As your pastor and spiritual guide, I'm telling you to come home with me, right now. Get your hat and your coat and come now. He pointed at Valancy, his finger harsh and unyielding, and under that finger, Valancy felt herself shrink. She's giving in, thought roaring Abel. She'll go. You just can't beat the power these preachers have over women. Valancy was seconds from surrender. She could feel herself caving. If she went home, she'd dissolve back into the empty, unremarkable shell of Doss Stirling, spending her last days faded and frightened, exactly as she always had. Dr. Stirling's finger felt like fate, inevitable and inescapable. But just then, deep down in Valancy's soul, a tiny but inexorable voice whispered, "Fear is the original sin. Almost all the world's evil sprouts from someone's secret terror." Valancy stood up straighter. She wasn't free of fear, but she was free enough to claim her right to her own life. She would not betray that inner voice. "Dr. Stirling," she said, her voice steady, "right now I don't owe any duty to my mother. She's fine, she's surrounded by caring company. She doesn't need me at all. I am needed here. I'm going to stay." "That's guts," roaring Abel said, with real admiration. Dr. Stirling dropped his accusing finger. No one could keep pointing forever. "Miss Stirling, is there nothing that could change your mind? Do you remember your childhood?" "Perfectly, and I hated it. Do you realize what people will say? What they are saying?" "I can imagine," Valancy shrugged, suddenly lighter inside. "I've overheard enough Deerwood tea and sewing gossip for the last 20 years to picture it. But honestly, Dr. Stirling, I don't care. Not at all." Dr. Stirling left, defeated by a girl who cared not a speck for public opinion, who wasn't held back by family shackles, who even despised her childhood memories. Impossible. Soon after, Cousin Georgiana showed up, acting on her own since nobody else thought she was worth sending. She found Valancy chopping weeds in the little garden she'd started, and did her best to recite every family slogan and guilt trip she could remember. Valancy listened patiently. She had never really disliked Cousin Georgiana. When Georgiana had finally exhausted her speech, Valancy just smiled and asked, "Now that that's out, can you tell me how to make creamed codfish so it isn't as thick as porridge and as salty as the Dead Sea?" "We'll just have to wait," Uncle Benjamin said. "After all, Cissy Gay won't last long. Dr. Marsh tells me she could go any day." Mrs. Frederick wept. If Valancy had just died, it would have been so much easier. She could have had the comfort of proper mourning. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Producing these rewrites and audiobooks takes a lot of time and care. If you'd like to support my work, you can purchase this audiobook, or any of my others, completely ad-free and interruption-free. Each purchase includes the full MP3 and a downloadable PDF of the book's modernized manuscript. The shop is linked in the description below. If you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now back to the book. Chapter 20. When Abel Gay handed Valancy her first month's wages, right on time, the bills stinking of tobacco and whiskey, she went straight into town and spent the lot. She bought a soft green crepe dress with a sash of scarlet beads at a bargain sale, silk stockings to match, and a little crinkled hat with a red rose bursting from the brim. Just for herself, she even bought a silly, frilly nightgown trimmed with bows and lace. She passed by the house on Elm Street, never home in her mind, twice, but saw no one. Probably her mother, on this dreamy June night, was in the parlor alone, playing yet another game of solitaire, cheating as always. Valancy knew for a fact her mother always cheated at cards. She never lost a game. Every Deerwood acquaintance she passed on her errands looked at her with hidden judgment, nodded stiffly, but not one stopped to speak. When she got back, Valancy tried on the green dress, then took it off at once. She felt exposed, almost naked, in its scooped neck and short sleeves. That bold crimson sash around her hips embarrassed her. She hung the dress in her closet with a sigh, feeling she'd just wasted her money. She'd never have courage to wear it. Even John Foster's preaching about conquering fear didn't help with this. When it came to clothes, old fears were still in charge. She wished she could leave the dress on as she went down to meet Barney Snaith, but changed back into her old drab-brown silk. Yet in that one guilty look at herself in the green, she'd seen the truth. Her eyes flashed dark and luminous, and the sash made her look almost lovely, or at least transformed. She wished she could dare keep it on. But some deep instinct still forced her to obey the old rules. There were places John Foster's wisdom didn't reach. Every Sunday night, Valancy went to the little spireless Free Methodist church on the valley's edge, where the hills met the woods, known as Up Back. The gray-board church, circled by a weathered paling fence and cushioned with moss and forgotten graves, always felt welcoming. She liked the preacher. He was so simple and honest, an old man who traveled all the way from Port Lawrence in a rattling little boat just to share something real with the scattered families who otherwise would never hear a gospel. The services were plain. The singing was passionate and ragged, but full of life. Sometimes she sat by the open window and watched the pine branches sway outside. The crowd was tiny. Free Methodists were poor and unschooled out here. But these Sunday nights were a revelation. For the first time, Valancy actually loved going to church. Word drifted back to Deerwood that she'd turned Free Methodist, and a shock sent Mrs. Frederick to bed for a day. But Valancy hadn't turned anything. She just liked that place, and the feeling it gave her, farther than she could ever explain. Old Mr. Towers really believed every word he preached, and somehow that changed everything. Curiously, Roaring Abel hated her going there, nearly as much as her mother did. "Got no use for Free Methodists. I'm a Presbyterian." Valancy kept going anyway. "We'll hear worse about her soon," Uncle Benjamin intoned gloomily. He was right. Valancy almost didn't understand why she wanted to go to that party at Chidley Corners. It was a dance up back, not the kind a well-bred girl belonged at. The whole idea only popped into her mind because Roaring Abel mentioned it at supper. "You come with me to the dance," he ordered. "It'll do you good. Get some color in your face. You look peaked. You need livening up." Something about his tone made Valancy want to go. She barely had any idea what a Chidley Corners dance meant. In her mind, dance looked like the polite, careful affairs that pass for parties in Deerwood or the port. Sure, she knew this would be rougher, less formal, but that made it more intriguing. Why not? Cissy was actually feeling stronger. She promised she didn't mind being alone for once, and even begged Valancy to go out and have some fun. And Valancy did want it, suddenly, badly. Up in her room, Valancy was gripped by a wild rebellion against that old brown silk dress. Wear it to a party? Why bother going at all? She yanked down the green crepe, dragged it on, shaking off the old habits, telling her she was being scandalous. Exposed arms and neck were just her own fastidiousness, she told herself. Tonight she wouldn't let that rule her. She slipped into the dress, then the slippers. It was the first time since her teens she'd worn anything pretty, but even those teenage dresses never made such a change in her. If she only had a necklace, anything to cover the bare skin. She could feel less self-conscious. She ran to the garden where fat red clovers studded the grass. Quickly, Valancy wove the blooms into a simple necklace, tied it high on her neck for comfort and color, and twisted a second clover wreath through her hair, smoothed into fat low puffs that actually flattered her. The thrill of it flushed her cheeks as she grabbed her coat and stuffed her wild hair into the green hat with the scarlet rose. "You look so nice and different," Cissy said softly, "like a green moonbeam streaked through with red, if you can imagine such a thing." Valancy bent down to kiss her. "I feel guilty about leaving you alone, Cissy." "Oh, I'll be fine. I feel the best I have in weeks. It's time you got out for yourself. I hope you have fun. Parties up back can be rowdy, though. Sometimes there's drink. What would you do if it got rough?" No one's gonna bother me. Not seriously, I guess. Father will see to that. But it might get loud or ugly. I don't care. I'm just watching, not dancing. I want to see what a real party is like, not just the dull shows in Deerwood. Cissy smiled, uneasy, but letting it go. She knew better than Valancy what parties up back could unleash. If the liquor started, who knew? Still, she wished her friend well. Valancy and Abel left early, rattling the rough 12 miles to Chitley Corners in his battered buggy. The road was brutal, rocky, pitted, but the Muskoka evenings made up for it, the pines whispering enchantments at sunset and the strange jade rivers winding through trembling aspens, always flickering with secret laughter. Abel was wonderful company. He spun tales about every ridge and hollow they passed, wild fables about up back. And Valancy, secretly, kept picturing Uncle Benjamin and Aunt Wellington in shock if they could see her now, riding with roaring Abel to a dance nobody in Deerwood would approve of. At first, the party was just fun. She was amused, entertained. She even danced, twice, with 2 up-back boys, who moved well and said she did too. She got another compliment. Clumsy, maybe, but rare fuel in Valancy's life. She overheard 2 boys in the shadows, just outside. Who's that girl in green? No idea. Must be from the port. She looks classy. No beauty, but kinda cute. Did you see those eyes? The room was strung with lanterns and branches of pine. The floor glowed. Roaring Abel's fiddle sent wildcat whispers through the air. The girls were pretty, their dresses bright. Valancy thought it was the best party she'd ever attended. By 11, everything changed. A new group burst in, drunk, loud, reckless. Whiskey sloshed everywhere. The porch filled with men howling rowdy songs, while inside, the room got rougher. Arguments broke out, curse words flew, and some started singing filthy songs. The girls, yanked about, grew red-faced and messy. Valancy, left alone in the corner, was appalled, sickened. Why had she thought this was a good idea? Freedom was good, but recklessness was not the same. She should have guessed. Cissy had tried to warn her. Now her head pounded. She just wanted out, but she had to wait. Abel was playing. He couldn't leave till the whole thing died down, maybe not until 3 or 4 in the morning. As the crowd got rowdier, girls shrank to a minority and the men demanded dances. Valancy turned them all down, short and final, which earned her glares and muttered threats from some of the drunker ones. She saw a cluster of them whispering, glancing in her direction, and her skin crawled at what they might be thinking. And just then, through the press of bodies at the door, she saw Barney Snaith staring inside. 2 things flashed across her mind. She was safe now, and this surprise was exactly what she'd secretly wished for all along. She'd hoped, foolishly, Barney might come. She should probably be ashamed, but she wasn't. It meant relief. Then, instantly, annoyance. Why had Barney come to a party looking so rough? He was bareheaded, unshaved, old trousers, and a faded blue shirt, not even a jacket. Couldn't he bother to clean up once? No wonder people believed all the worst rumors about him. But her fear vanished. One of the troublemakers peeled off from the group, swaggering toward her, obviously half drunk. He asked her to dance. Valancy told him no, polite but clear. His face twisted. Suddenly, his arm locked around her, dragging her toward him. His rancid whiskey breath scorched her face. No high and mighty games here, missy. If you're here with us, then you'll dance with us, each and every one, and give us a kiss for good measure. Valancy fought, panicked but trapped. He was hauling her out into the loud, sweaty crowd, but the next second he was knocked flying by a sharp hit to his jaw, tumbling over couples as he crashed away. Suddenly, Barney clamped her hand. This way! Quick! He pulled her through an open window, vaulted after her, and never let go. Faster! We have to run, or they'll follow. Valancy ran like she never had before, clinging to Barney's hand, a wild mix of fear and ridiculous joy inside her. What if she just died, dropping helpless in the woods? What a headline that would be for everyone back home. She pitied her family, just a little, but mostly she was grateful to have escaped the squalor, grateful she could grip Barney Snaith's hand. Her emotions tripped over themselves. She'd never felt so much, so fast. They finally reached a silent patch deep in the pines. Their pursuers had run the wrong way. The angry yells faded. Out of breath, heart hammering, Valancy sank onto a fallen tree trunk. "Thank you," she gasped. What were you thinking coming here? Barney said sharply. I didn't know it'd be like that, Valancy stammered. You should have. Chidley Corners. To me, it was just a name. Barney would never understand how little Valancy knew of life up back. She'd never left Deerwood. There was no way to explain. When I dropped by Abel's and Cissy told me you'd gone, I couldn't believe it. I was worried. Cissy said she didn't want to push you to stay in case you'd think it was selfish. So I raced up here. A happy warmth swept through Valancy. He'd come out of concern for her. When they stop looking for us, we'll sneak over to the Muskoka Road. I left Lady Jane there. I'll take you home. I bet you've had enough party for one night. Oh yes, Valancy admitted, meek for once. The first part of the trip played out in silence. Lady Jane was too rattly to talk over, but Valancy wouldn't have spoken anyway. She was ashamed of being foolish, ashamed Barney had found her in such a mess, ashamed before Barney Snaith of all people. It almost made her laugh. But yes, she was embarrassed. Yet she was also oddly exhilarated. The night, the wild drive beside Barney, thrilled her. The massive trees flashed by, the thistles and mullein flashing in their headlights like tipsy fairies. This was her first time in a real car, and she wasn't scared at all with Barney steering. Her mood soared as they sped along. The embarrassment faded. She didn't feel anything but pure, reckless happiness, blasting through the summer darkness on a comet's tail. But suddenly, right where the woods thinned into barren scrub, Lady Jane got too quiet. So quiet Valancy knew something was wrong. She slowed to a crawl, then halted completely. Barney muttered an expletive, jumped out, investigated, and came back sheepish. I'm an idiot. Out of gas. I meant to fill up in Deerwood, but I forgot once I heard you were here. What now? Valancy asked coolly. No clue. Next gas is 9 miles away. I'm not leaving you on this road. Tramps come by, and maybe some of those drunks from the dance will wander along. We just have to sit here until a car comes and gives us enough gas to get you back. That seems reasonable, Valancy said lightly. We might be here all night. I don't mind. Barney laughed, short and surprised. If you don't, I sure don't. My reputation's already a lost cause. Mine too, Valancy said, perfectly at peace. Chapter 21. We'll just sit here, Barney said. If we think of interesting things to say, let's say them. If not, we'll be quiet. You owe me no conversation. John Foster says, Valancy replied, if you can share half an hour's silence without discomfort, you're truly friends. If not, you never will be, and shouldn't even try. John Foster occasionally makes sense then, Barney conceded. They sat quietly together, time slowing as wild rabbits rustled through weeds and an owl hooted somewhere nearby. Moonlight threaded the road ahead, and in the southwest, clouds shimmered above Barney's distant island. Valancy was completely happy. Sometimes understanding slides into you slowly. Sometimes it's as sudden as lightning. Valancy had just been struck. She knew now, absolutely, that she loved Barney. Yesterday she'd belonged, body and soul, to herself. Now she was his. He hadn't said a word, had barely even looked at her as a woman, but none of that mattered. What he'd done, where he came from, what he'd been accused of, none of it mattered. She loved him, no defenses left. She didn't want to deny it or run. Her whole being was his. The idea of thinking about anything or anyone else felt like a bad joke. It hit her clearly in that second, when Barney's explained the car was out of gas, leaning on the half-open door, moonlight sliding across his face. There, in a single blink, everything shifted. The past slipped away. The future vanished. She was new. She wasn't unremarkable, old-fashioned Valancy Stirling anymore. She was a woman, made significant and powerful because she loved him. She was finally enough, and not even death could steal that from her. Love swept away her deepest fears. Love, raw, searing, impossibly sweet and sharp. At its center, something untouchable and radiant, like a blue spark sealed within a diamond. No fantasy ever came close to this. She was no longer alone. She belonged to the secret infinite club of everyone who'd ever loved. Barney never had to know, though Valancy didn't mind if he found out. Just knowing was enough. She asked for nothing more. Just sitting here beside him, silent under moon-bright skies, wind hushing the pines, was enough to change her life. She'd always envied the wind. So bold, so free, so alive. It roamed everywhere, tasted everything. That's how she felt now, reborn, lit from inside, tasting life's flavor for the first time. Whatever happened, no one could take this perfect hour away from her. Ever dreamed of ballooning? Barney asked suddenly. No, Valancy said. I do. Dreaming of sailing through clouds, chasing sunsets, storms right above and below, gliding on a silver carpet below the full moon. It's incredible. It sounds wonderful, she said softly. My dreams always kept me on the ground. She found herself telling him about her blue castle. It was so easy with Barney, as if he understood not just her words, but everything unsaid too. She even spilled a little of her old life, how she hadn't truly lived before coming to Roaring Abel's. She wanted him to know exactly why she'd needed to see a dance up back. I've never had a real life, she admitted. I just existed. All the doors have always been shut. But you're young, Barney pointed out. I know. Technically, yes. But that's nothing like being young inside, Valancy said, a little bitter. She almost wanted to tell him why her future was so frightfully short. But not tonight. She wasn't going to let mortality wreck this. I was never really young, she finished, though in her heart she added, until tonight. My life was never like other girls. You can't imagine. I didn't even love my mother. Isn't it terrible not to love your own mother? Tough for her, Barney remarked dryly. She had no idea. She just assumed I did, of course. But I was no comfort to anyone. Just a piece of furniture. I got tired of it. That's why I came here. To look after Cissy and Mr. Gay. Your folks must think you lost your mind. Oh, they do. They actually believe it. But they'd rather see me as crazy than as wicked. It's more respectable. Either way, I've been living since I came here. It's been an adventure. I'll pay for it when I go back, but at least I'll have had this. That's it, Barney agreed. If you pay for experience, it's yours, no matter how much it costs. No one else's experience can replace that. World's a funny place. Do you really think it's old? Valancy asked, dreamy. I never believed that in June. It feels so young right now, like a brand new world, waiting for something to start. Moonlight out here isn't like anywhere else, Barney said. Always makes me feel brand new, inside and out. And spring can bring back the golden ages, no matter what. A mass of black cloud devoured the moon, and a sudden chill swirled over the woods. Valancy shivered. Barney rummaged through Lady Jane and came up with a battered, tobacco-scented coat. Put this on, he said. Don't you need it? Valancy asked, hesitating. Nope. I won't let you catch cold under my watch. I won't, honestly. I've been reckless for weeks and never caught so much as a sniffle. I feel selfish wearing it. You sneezed 3 times. I'm not letting you wind up your experience with pneumonia. He wrapped the coat tight around her, buttoned it himself. Valancy snuggled into its scratchy warmth with a secret happiness. It was nice. So nice to have someone take care of her. She silently wished the night would never end. About 10 minutes later, a car's headlights cut the darkness. Barney jumped up, signaling, and the car slowed beside them. Uncle Wellington and Olive stared out, both horrified. So Uncle Wellington got a car. He must have been with Cousin Herbert at Mistawis. Valancy nearly laughed at the outrage on his face when he recognized her. The pompous, mustachioed old hypocrite. Could you spare me a little gas? Enough to get to Deerwood, Barney asked politely. But Uncle Wellington was too busy glaring at Valancy. Valancy, how did you end up here? He demanded sharply. Through chance or the mercy of God, Valancy replied. With this jailbird, at 10 o'clock at night. Uncle Wellington thundered. Valancy grinned, facing Barney. Moonlight sparked in her eyes, full of mischief. Are you a jailbird? Does it matter? Barney countered, amusement in his face. Not to me. I asked out of curiosity. Then I won't tell you. I never satisfy idle curiosity. Turning to Uncle Wellington, his tone shifted. Mr. Stirling? About the gas? If you have some to spare, great. If not, we're just holding you up. Uncle Wellington was trapped. Lending gas to this scandalous pair. But to leave them here, alone, until dawn? He'd better give the gas, if just to get them safely out of sight before anyone else passed. Got a can? Barney pulled a 2-gallon tin from the back seat. The two men got to work. Valancy eyed Olive warily over the upturned collar of Barney's coat. Olive sat rigid, staring ahead, looking properly shocked. She had her own reasons for outrage. Cecil had been in town, heard the talk about Valancy, and was now eager to scour the family tree for insanity. "It's the Wansboroughs," Olive insisted. "No trace of madness in the Stirlings." "I hope so," Cecil agreed uneasily. "But going out as a servant, your own cousin." Olive felt the shame. The Prices of Port Lawrence didn't mingle with families who worked out. Valancy couldn't resist. She leaned toward Olive. "Does it hurt?" Olive barely turned. "Does what hurt?" "Looking like that." Olive resisted for a moment, then her sense of duty got the better of her. "Das," she pleaded, "won't you come home?" "Come home tonight?" Valancy yawned, unconcerned. "You sound like the end of a prayer meeting, Olive." "If you'll come back." "All will be forgiven," Olive assured her. Wouldn't it be something if she brought back the black sheep? "We'll never mention it again. Das, I lose sleep worrying about you." "And I'm out here having the time of my life," Valancy laughed. "Das, I still say you're not bad. You can't be bad." "I'm afraid I'm hopelessly proper," Valancy said, mock serious. "I've been sitting here for 3 hours with Barney Snaith, and he hasn't even tried to kiss me. I wouldn't have minded, Olive." Valancy leaned in, her silly rose-capped hat over one eye. Olive stared. Valancy's eyes, her smile. Valancy was different. Not exactly pretty, but intriguing, fascinating, maybe even a little dangerous. Olive pulled back. Valancy had to be both mad and bad. "Thanks, that's enough," Barney called from behind. "Much obliged, Mr. Stirling. 2 gallons, 70 cents. Thank you." Uncle Wellington climbed stiffly into the car. He wanted to scold Snaith, but didn't dare. The man might be violent after all. He looked at Valancy, torn, but she'd turned away already, watching as Barney filled Lady Jane's tank. "Let's drive," Olive said firmly. "You should hear what she just said." "That little hussy. Shameless hussy," muttered Uncle Wellington. Chapter 22. The next thing the Stirlings learned, Valancy had been spotted with Barney Snaith at a Port Lawrence movie and afterward eating dinner with him at a Chinese restaurant. All true, and nobody was more startled than Valancy herself. Barney had shown up in Lady Jane one dusky evening and said, blunt as usual, "Want to go for a drive?" "I'm off to the port. Will you come with me?" His tone was teasing, a little challenging. Valancy, who knew in her bones that she'd have gone anywhere with him, just shrugged and hopped in. They barreled through Deerwood, clouds of dust behind them. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles, getting their evening air on the porch, watched them spin by, wide-eyed. In a car, unchaperoned, flying past police at 60 miles per hour, Stickles insisted. Lady Jane could really fly. Valancy waved, hair wild and bareheaded. Her low-necked green dress and bare arms must have been a scandal to see. Snaith was in shirt-sleeves and smoking a pipe. Mrs. Frederick could only gasp. "Was it for this?" she groaned hollowly. "That I suffered the torment of childbirth?" "I will not give up hope," said Cousin Stickles, hands folded. "That our prayers will someday be answered." "Who will look after that poor girl when I'm gone?" Mrs. Frederick moaned. As for Valancy, she marveled. Was it possible just weeks ago she was stuck on that porch with them, trapped by the dumb rubber plant and their endless prodding? Always thinking what others thought. Miserable. Starving for love, for hope, for anything. Now, every new day was a wild adventure. Lady Jane chewed up the 15 miles to Port Lawrence, rocketing past police and traffic. The town sparkled, lights flickering against the sleepy evening sky. This was the first time Valancy actually liked the place, high on the speed and thrill. Had she really spent her life afraid of cars? Here she was, hatless, riding wild with Barney, happier than she'd ever dreamed, knowing full well it meant nothing permanent. Barney had taken her along just because he'd felt sorry for her that day, that she looked so tired after a sleepless night caring for Cissy. He offered her a night out. He was just being kind, knowing Abel would be rowdy and drunk that night. No one wanted Valancy to be stuck in the kitchen hearing Abel's greatest hits. They went to the movies. Valancy had never seen one before. When they came out, stomachs growling, They ducked into a Chinese place and ordered fried chicken that tasted impossibly good. Then they drove home in a racket, leaving behind murmurs and wagging tongues. Mrs. Frederick stopped going to church entirely. She couldn't bear the stares and careful condolences. But Cousin Stickles was there, every week, insisting that this is just our cross to bear. Chapter 23. One restless night, with Cissy too breathless to lie down, the two sat by the open window. The moon outside spilled its strange, haunted light over the hills, making Cissy seem terribly fragile, almost childlike, unthinkably young to have lived through so much pain. "He stayed at a hotel across the lake," Cissy began, voice soft and thin. "He used to paddle over in his canoe at night, and we'd meet in the pines. He was a college kid, rich family in Toronto. I never meant to do anything wrong. I just loved him that much. I still love him. I always will. And there were things I didn't know. A lot I didn't understand." Her breath caught. "His father found out, took him back to Toronto. For a while after, I found out I was scared, Valancy. I wrote to him. He came. He offered to marry me." "And why didn't you?" Valancy asked gently. Cissy's eyes filled. "He'd stopped loving me. I could see it right away. He wanted to marry me out of pity, not love. He wasn't awful, just a foolish kid, like me. It hurt more to think of marrying him unloved than the other thing. I turned him down. He argued, but he left. Was I right, Valancy?" "Yes," Valancy said. "You did what was right. And as for him—" "Don't blame him," Cissy interrupted, shaking her head. "Please don't. No reason to talk about him anymore. I just needed you to know so you wouldn't think badly of me." "I never have," Valancy assured her. Cissy squeezed her hand, tears spilling. "I could always tell that when you'd come over. I can't explain what you've meant to me. God will bless you for it, I know it." Cissy cried for a moment in Valancy's arms, then wiped her eyes. "That was just about all. I came home. I should have been shattered, I know, but I wasn't. Dad was gentle, and the baby, while he lived, he was perfect. I loved him so much, I was happy. He had those blue eyes, gold curls, tiny hands I'd kiss all over, soft so I wouldn't wake him." "I know," Valancy winced softly. "Every woman dreams. He was all mine, nobody else's. When he died, I thought I would die too. For a year, it felt impossible to live with that hurt. Not seeing his eyes ever open again, his little body cold and alone underground. After the first year, it got a bit easier. Time dulls it. When I learned I was dying, honestly, it felt like a relief. 'Who could live if they couldn't hope for death?'" Valancy quoted, almost whispering. Cissy leaned back, closing her eyes, spent. "I'm glad you know. That's all I wanted." She died just a few nights after that. Roaring Abel was away. When the signs changed on Cissy's face, Valancy wanted to call the doctor, but Cissy gripped her hand. "Valancy, don't. He can't do anything. I've known for days this was coming. Let me just hold your hand. Tell Dad goodbye. I know he did his best. Tell Barney too. Somehow, I think." But coughing drove away her voice. When the spasm passed, she fell back asleep, clutching Valancy's hand, and never awoke again. At sunrise, she opened her eyes, peacefully, smiling at something only she could see, and slipped away. Valancy crossed her hands over her heart and went to the window. The new day was burning through the sky, an old, slender moon hanging faint above the sunrise, a silver ghost fading into daylight. At her feet, a small pond flashed golden in the early light, but the world seemed suddenly chillier. No one needed her anymore. She wasn't sad for Cissy's passing, just for how much she'd suffered before. At least no one could hurt her now. Death had once seemed terrifying, but Cissy went so gently, even joyfully, as if at the last possible moment something wonderful had made up for everything. She looked like a sleeping child, face finally, purely beautiful, free of pain. Abel returned, the news stopping him cold. He collapsed on the buggy seat, head in his hands, suddenly small. Cissy dead. My Cissy. She was such a sweet, happy child. Used to run down the lane with a white rose in her hair. She's always been your good girl, Valancy told him. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Want to own this audiobook without any interruptions? You can purchase this title or any of my modern retellings and get the full, uninterrupted MP3 along with a downloadable PDF of the complete manuscript. Just head to the shop linked in the description below. Furthermore, if you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now back to the book. Chapter 24. Valancy prepared Cissy for burial herself. No other hands would touch that fragile body. The house gleamed spotless. Barney wasn't at the service. He'd helped Valancy before, covering Cissy in garden roses, and then retreated to his island. But the rest of the town turned out, all of Deerwood and up back. At last they forgave Cissy by showing up, regardless of her reputation. Mr. Bradley delivered a gently hopeful address. Valancy had wanted the Free Methodist minister instead, but roaring Abel insisted on the church he knew. Among the pallbearers was Uncle Wellington, all respectable. The Stirlings all came, men and women, having carefully debated the proper response. Now that Cissy was dead, Uncle James declared, Valancy should surely come home. They attended to demonstrate their support, to validate Valancy's noble act, to legitimize it. Just like that, death transfigured everything. Cissy's misdeeds forgotten, her sweetness and motherless innocence revived by everyone at just the right time. Even Cousin Gladys's aches allowed her to attend. Cousin Stickles arrived too, bonnet dripping, crying as if Cissy were her own. She always relived her own losses at funerals. Uncle Wellington carried the casket. Valancy, pale and tired, eyes worn to purple shadows, moved quietly among the mourners in her brown dress, finding seats, consulting in hushed tones, organizing everything with practiced calm. The family took comfort. Maybe they'd underestimated her, kept her down too long. Even Edward Beck, a widower with far too many children, began considering her as a possible second wife. Not a beauty, but practical. What more could a 50-year-old hope for? Oddly, Valancy's prospects had never looked brighter to her clan than here, at poor Cissy's funeral. They had no idea what Valancy was actually feeling. She hated every minute of the day, the stares, the gossipy curiosity, the pious platitudes, the hopeless singing. If it had been up to her, she would have buried Cissy quietly, under the pines with her lost baby, flowers piled high, just a kind word from the old church minister. No event at all, just peace. She remembered Cissy's wish to be hidden away from the world that told and retold her sad story. But soon, at least, it'd be over. Valancy had spent the previous night deciding her next step, and it was clear in her mind. After the crowd left, Mrs. Frederick found her in the kitchen. "You're coming home now, aren't you?" she asked, trembling. Home? Valancy echoed absently, already thinking about the supper that needed brewing for a house full of country guests. She felt so dead on her feet she could have borrowed the cat's legs. "Yes, home," her mother said, annoyed. "You can't mean to stay here with roaring Abel, can you?" "No, not really," Valancy said calmly. "I'll need a day or two to set things straight. But that's all. Sorry, Mother. Work to do, and the up-back people expect supper." Relieved, Mrs. Frederick retreated. The Stirlings left, their sense of duty complete. "When she comes back, we'll just act like nothing's changed," decreed Uncle Benjamin. "That's for the best." Chapter 25. The next day, roaring Abel, after 4 days' sobriety, headed off in pursuit of the bottle. A cousin was coming to keep house for him, a volunteer now that there was no sick girl to tend. Abel rolled his eyes. "She won't be like you, my girl. But you helped me through, and I won't forget it. If you ever need a Stirling put in their place, let me know. I'm off. I won't be back before tomorrow, so if you leave, take care." "I might go tomorrow," said Valancy, "but I'm not returning to Deerwood." "What?" he began. She cut him off kindly. "You'll find the key on the shed. The dog's in the barn, the cat in the cellar. Don't forget to feed her. I stocked the pantry today. Goodbye, Mr. Gay." "Thank you for everything." Abel laughed, despite himself. "You're the best sport I ever met, Valancy. Your little finger's worth more than the whole Stirling family." "Good luck to you." Valancy left for the garden, legs trembling, fist tight around a letter. The July twilight hung golden and soft over the yard, stars blinking on, robins calling in the distance. She waited by the gate, tense with hope. Would he come? She heard Lady Jane's engine long before she saw the car. Then there they were. Barney, looking at her through the gate. "Heading home, Miss Stirling?" he asked. "I'm not sure yet," she answered steadily, though her mind was made. "I came to check if you needed anything," Barney offered. Valancy leapt in. "Yes, I do." "Will you marry me?" Barney blinked, silent for a second, then broke out in a strange laugh. "I knew good luck was coming. I could feel it today." "Hold on," Valancy said, holding up her hand, both nervous and bold. "I mean it. I just need a second to catch my breath. I know that by all the rules I shouldn't do this." "Why, though?" "2 reasons." She looked him straight in the eyes. The first, her heart hammered, was love, but she hid behind lightness. "Honestly, I'm crazy about you." The second, read this. She gave him Dr. Trent's letter. Barney scanned it, his face changing as he read. "Are you really sure about this?" Valancy nodded. "Dr. Trent's right about heart disease. I have months, maybe just weeks. I want to live them well. I can't go back. Not to Deerwood, after what I had before. And," her composure wavered, "I love you. I want to spend what's left of my life with you." Barney folded his arms, staring at the bright white star above the chimney. "You don't know much about me. I could be a murderer." "No, I don't. Maybe you are all they say. Doesn't matter, I still want this." "You care that much?" Barney asked, almost incredulous. "Yes," Valancy whispered, shivering. He'd never called her by her name before. It was worth more than any embrace. "If we marry, I have rules," Barney said, practical as ever. "Of course. There are secrets I'm not sharing. Don't ask. I won't. Don't open my mail. I won't. We'll never fake anything with each other. Deal. And you won't even have to pretend to like me. If you're marrying me, I know it's pity. And no lying, not even small lies." "Especially no small lies," Valancy agreed with a wry smile. "You have to live with me on my island." "That's partly the point," Valancy told him. He peered at her searchingly. "I think you really mean that. All right, let's get married." "Thank you." She straightened primly, somehow more embarrassed by the agreement than by his refusal. "I suppose I have a condition too," Valancy said. "Never mention my heart or warn me to be careful. Just act like I'm not sick. Here's a letter from my mother in case I just drop dead. If it comes to that, she'll know why." "That'll clear me of poisoning you then," said Barney, grinning. "Exactly," Valancy laughed. "Honestly, this was a little nerve-wracking. I'm not used to proposing. You were very polite not to refuse, or offer to just be friends. I'll get the license tomorrow, and we can be married tomorrow night. Dr. Stirling?" "Heavens no," Valancy shuddered, laughing at the thought of her old minister shaming her at the altar. "Mr. Towers, please. Will you marry me as I am?" Barney teased, gesturing to his blue shirt, battered hat, and filthy overalls. "Yes," Valancy said simply. Barney took her hands, warming her cold fingers. "Valancy, I'm not in love, but you've always seemed wonderfully dear to me." Chapter 26. The next day felt like a dream. Everything Valancy did seemed to happen to someone else. She never saw Barney until dusk, when Lady Jane's headlights swept into the lane. Dressed in her green, leaf-colored dress and hat, having nothing more bride-like, she waited by the gate. She felt less like a bride and more like some woodland sprite skipping out of fairy tales, but she didn't care. All that mattered was seeing Barney rolling up the lane. "Ready?" Barney called, halting Lady Jane in another symphony of mechanical groans. "Yes," Valancy said, climbing in. He looked little changed. Clean overalls, blue shirt, pipe between his teeth, no hat but shoes oddly sharp. And he'd shaved. They rattled through the town toward the port, quiet as ghosts. "Had second thoughts?" he asked. "Nope. You?" "No." Nothing more was said for 15 miles. Valancy couldn't label how she felt. happy, terrified, foolish, all twisted together. Poor Lawrence glimmered around them at last, streetlights glaring like golden eyes. Barney asked for Mr. Towers' address. Valancy led him there. They marched inside, produced the license. He even had a ring. Suddenly, it was real. Valancy Stirling, about to get married. Standing side by side in that cramped, slightly off-kilter parlor, Valancy drifted, half remembering her girlhood wedding fantasies. White silk, a drift of tulle, a tiny flower girl, a dashing groom. In the tarnished mirror over the mantel, she saw only herself looking small and green, next to Barney in his work clothes. But it was Barney. That's what she wanted. No veil, no guests, no cake. Just Barney, for however long she had left. "Mrs. Snaith, I wish you happiness," Mr. Towers said, gentle and unruffled. If he noticed Barney's overalls, he didn't care. He'd married stranger couples before and prayed for them after they left, his conscience easy. Nice way to get married. Barney quipped as they drove away. No drama, no fuss. I never thought it would be so easy. "Let's forget we're married for a while and just talk normally," Valancy begged suddenly. "I can't stand another weird, silent drive." Barney laughed, coaxing Lady Jane into speed. "Here, I thought I was helping. Keeping quiet. I didn't want to talk, but I wanted you to tell me about the island." He brightened. "It's the happiest place in the world. I fell for it at first sight. Bought it from Tom Montgomery. Became a real, honest landlord. There's magic in owning an entire island. Always wanted that, ever since I read Robinson Crusoe. And it's beautiful. Most of the scenery belongs to the government, but they can't stop you looking at it, or at the moon. My little shack's not very tidy, I admit. You'll probably want to fix that." "I'll have to. Even if I don't want to, I itch if things are messy," Valancy admitted. "I expected that." Barney groaned dramatically. "But I won't nag you for wiping your feet." "No, you'll just sweep up afterward, making me feel guilty," Barney joked. "But you can't have my lean-to. Door's locked." "I keep the key. Deal breaker." "The dark lair. Bluebeard's chamber," Valancy grinned. "As long as whatever's in there is actually dead, I don't care." "All dead. Promise. The rest of the house is yours. One big living room, one tiny bedroom. Nothing fancy, but it's solid. Windows where you can catch both sunrise and sunset. I've got 2 cats for company, Banjo and Good Luck. Banjo's gray and wild, swears in his sleep, but adorable. Luck is quiet, always watching, like he has something crucial to say. They never cry over spilled milk. There's a pair of crows, Nip and Tuck, neighborly as crows get. I've got a rescued owl named Leander living on the mainland, and he laughs to himself at night. Lots of bats, too. Do bats scare you? No, I like them. Me too. They're weird and fascinating. Banjo loves bats. Eats them, actually. I've got a canoe and a propeller boat. Took it to the port to get the license. It's quieter than Lady Jane. I half worried you'd changed your mind and weren't coming back, Valancy confessed. Barney gave that rusty, sardonic laugh she wasn't sure she liked. Me? Change my mind? Never. They sped through Deerwood, up the road, down the field paths, swallowed by the hush of pine woods, air thick with the perfume of unseen flowers. They left Lady Jane at the shore and paddled out across the misty lake. "There it is," Barney said, almost singing. Valancy gazed through the lilac haze. The island waited quietly, 2 tall pines standing guard above the shack, the sky behind them a gentle pink, a fragile young moon shining through. Valancy shivered, heart stuttering with awe. "My blue castle," she breathed. "My blue castle." They reached the island, stepping out into a world apart. Barney lifted her onto a mossy rock under a pine and wrapped her in his arms. His kiss cracked her world open. She shook at the touch, dazzled. "Welcome home, sweetheart," Barney whispered. Chapter 27. Cousin Georgiana hurried down the lane toward her little house. She lived on the edge of Deerwood, but tonight she wanted to ask at Amelia's if Doss had come home yet. Her secret news itched inside her. Surely Doss would be thrilled. Poor Doss, such a stifled life under Amelia's rules. But that was about to change. For once, Georgiana stopped worrying about death and let herself feel important. As fate had it, there was Doss, walking down the road from Roaring Abel's, wearing a peculiar green dress and hat. Perfect, Georgiana could tell her now, with nobody around to butt in. Providence, she thought, feeling grand. Valancy, fresh from 4 enchanted days on the island, was finally heading to Deerwood to announce her marriage. She'd insisted on going alone. Barney offered to drive her, but she wanted to face her family herself. When she saw Georgiana, she remembered her kindly and greeted her with a radiant smile. The closer they got to town, the more Valancy felt the windows watching. "Going home, Doss?" Georgiana said, shaking hands, sneaking glances at Valancy's odd outfit, convinced she must have forgotten her slip. "Sooner or later," Valancy answered, eyes somewhere else. "I'll walk with you. I have something wonderful to tell you," Georgiana said, positively giddy. "Oh?" Valancy replied, not really listening, lost in her own happiness. "Guess who came to see me?" Georgiana whispered. "I can't imagine." "Edward Beck." Georgiana hissed the name, eyes gleaming pink with excitement. "Edward Beck." Valancy raised an eyebrow. Was Georgiana blushing? "Who's that?" Georgiana looked wounded. "Edward Beck. He lives in that big house on the Port Lawrence Road. Your church, too. You must have seen him." "Oh, right. The older guy with a lump on his forehead and a pack of children, always near the door?" "Not a pack, dear. Just 9. Well, 9 that count. He's not that old. 48. The prime of life, really." Valancy gave an agreeable shrug. She couldn't have cared less about Edward Beck or his mysterious win, but the way Georgiana acted, she began to suspect something. Was Cousin Georgiana considering marriage? But she was at least 65, with a sweetly wrinkled face like a shrewd little old mouse. "My dear," Georgiana reveled, "Edward Beck wants to marry you." Valancy had to bite her tongue to keep from laughing. "Me?" "Yes, you. He fell for you at the funeral. Came right to me for advice. He's completely serious. And he's very well off. And you, well. And not so young anymore," Valancy said, smirking. "And I'd make a great stepmother for 9 children, wouldn't I?" "You always liked kids," Georgiana encouraged. "But 9 is quite a handful for a beginner," Valancy said in mock seriousness. "The 2 oldest barely count as children, and most are boys, easier to raise. There are some very good books for guidance. Gladys has a few. Of course I told Mr. Beck you'd, well, consider his offer." "Jump at him?" Valancy supplied. "Oh, no, not like that," Georgiana objected. "I just said you'd consider it. And you will, won't you?" "There's just one little snag," Valancy said dreamily. "I'm already married." Georgiana stopped dead. "Married, yes. I married Barney Snaith last Tuesday night. In Port Lawrence." Georgiana grabbed the nearest gatepost for support. "Doss, are you joking?" "No joke. It's the truth. Please, Cousin Georgiana, don't start wailing here on the road." She stifled her tears, moaning instead. "Oh, Doss, what have you done?" "I just said. I married Barney Snaith." "A Barney? They say he's had so many wives." "I'm his only one, at the moment," Valancy told her. "What will your poor mother say?" Georgiana mourned. "Come here for yourself," Valancy invited. "I'm headed there now." Georgiana reluctantly followed, stunned by what her cousin had become. She felt a strange respect, if only because Valancy seemed so happy, so absolutely sure. It would be a sin to scold her back to normal. But what would Amelia say? "You hardly know anything about him," Georgiana muttered. "I know more about him than I do about Edward Beck," Valancy replied with a smile. "Edward Beck goes to church. Does your husband?" "He's promised to go with me. On sunny Sundays." They turned in the Stirling gate, Valancy stopping short. "Look at my rose bush. It's blooming." She clipped a handful of crimson blossoms, thinking of how beautiful they'd look on the table at Mistawis, and laughed as she headed up the walk. Where beautiful, cool, goddess-like Olive waited on the porch, dressed in shimmering rose silk, the queen of their little world, her golden hair shining under a wide-brimmed hat, watching Valancy approach with a frown. "Beautiful," Valancy thought dispassionately, but, and she blinked, as if seeing her cousin for the first time. Not the least bit remarkable. Finally, Valancy had come home. About time, Olive thought, relieved but annoyed. But she didn't look like someone slinking back in shame. That was why Olive frowned. Instead, Valancy looked victorious, almost defiant. That bizarre dress, the weird hat, her hands clutching a wild bouquet of blood-red roses. There was something about the outfit, too, Olive felt it instantly, a boldness and flair missing entirely from her own perfectly groomed look. Her scowl deepened. Trying to recover, she stuck out a hand in what she could only hope looked gracious. "So you're back, Doss. Hot day, isn't it? Did you walk here?" "Yes. Are you coming in?" "Oh, no. I've just been inside. I visit often, to cheer up poor Auntie. She's been so lonely. I'm headed to Mrs. Bartlett's tea. I'm helping serve. It's for her cousin from Toronto. Such an adorable girl. You'd love her, Doss. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Bartlett sent you an invite. Maybe you'll drop by later." "I don't think so," Valancy said lightly. "I have to get Barney's dinner. Then we're off for a moonlit canoe ride around Nestawas." "Barney? Dinner?" Olive choked. "What are you talking about, Valancy Stirling?" "Valancy Snaith, actually, by the grace of God." Valancy flashed her wedding ring in front of Olive's stunned face, stepped around her, and strolled into the house. Cousin Georgiana trailed her, unwilling to miss a second of the family drama. Even though Olive looked as if she might keel over at any moment, Olive didn't faint. She just stumbled like a sleepwalker down the street toward Mrs. Bartlett's. What had Doss meant? She couldn't have. Surely not that ring. What new humiliation was that foolish girl about to dump on the family's shoulders now? She should have been locked away years ago. Inside, Valancy swung open the sitting room door and misjudged. She walked straight into a severe, expectant gathering of Stirlings. No dark conspiracy had brought them together. Aunt Wellington, Cousin Gladys, Aunt Mildred, and Cousin Sarah had all popped by after a missionary society meeting. Uncle James had dropped in to advise Amelia on a risky investment, and Uncle Benjamin, apparently, had just come to moan about the weather and tell awful jokes. Cousin Stickles had actually known the punchline to his latest riddle. One gets all the honey, the other all the wax, which only made Uncle Benjamin crankier. Everyone, secretly, was wondering whether Valancy had come back, and if not, what on earth to do about it. Now, here she was, poised, confident, not apologetic or ashamed like they had all been hoping, and oddly, inappropriately youthful. She took in the room easily, with Cousin Georgiana nervous and hovering behind her. Valancy was so content, she didn't even resent her relatives anymore. In fact, she noticed traits she'd overlooked, their good points, enough even to feel sorry for them. She spoke softly, kindly. "Well, Mother." "So you've come home, finally," Mrs. Frederick said, sniffling and pulling out her handkerchief. She wouldn't risk outrage, but she wasn't about to be denied her tears. "Not quite," Valancy replied. She tossed a verbal grenade into their midst. "I just thought I should come let you know I got married. Last Tuesday." "To Barney Snaith." Uncle Benjamin jerked to his feet, then thudded down again. "God save us," he mumbled, dazed. The rest turned to statues, except Cousin Gladys, who nearly fainted. Aunt Mildred and Uncle Wellington whisked her out to the kitchen. "She would keep up the Victorian traditions," Valancy remarked with a crooked smile, taking a seat, intruding, but not caring. Cousin Stickles began to sob. "Has there ever been a single day of your life when you didn't cry?" Valancy asked, half bemused. "Valancy," Uncle James said, regaining his voice. "Was that the truth? Just now?" "It was. You seriously want us to believe you've married that infamous Barney Snaith, that criminal, that—" "I have." "Then," Uncle James thundered, "you're a shameless disgrace. I want nothing to do with you. Never let me see your face again." "And what will you call me if I actually commit murder?" Valancy shot back. Uncle Benjamin appealed to God again with a sigh. "That drunken outlaw, that—" A spark flared in Valancy's eyes. She could tolerate their insults directed at her, but not at Barney. "Say damn, you'll feel better," she suggested. "I can express my disgust without profanity. You have ruined yourself forever, marrying that drunkard. Maybe you'd be less unbearable if you got drunk every now and then. But Barney isn't a drunk. He was spotted, dead drunk in Port Lawrence," Uncle Benjamin asserted triumphantly. "If that's even true, and I don't buy it, he must have had a reason. Look, all of you need to stop acting like a tragedy club and just deal. I'm married, end of story." "And perfectly happy." Cousin Sarah attempted a positive spin. "At least he did actually marry her." "If he did," muttered Uncle James, the one who had so dramatically washed his hands of her, "who married you?" "Reverend Towers of Port Lawrence." "By a Free Methodist." Mrs. Frederick wailed, as if being married by a Methodist who wasn't locked up would be any less mortifying. She was speechless with horror. Surely, this had to be a nightmare, after all the family's optimism at the funeral. It reminds me of those, what do you call 'em? Uncle Benjamin floundered. The stories where fairies snatch babies from their cradles. Valancy can't possibly be a changeling at 29, Aunt Wellington sniped. She was always a strange-looking baby, Uncle Benjamin declared. I said so, didn't I, Amelia? Told you I'd never seen such eyes in a human head. I'm thankful I never had any children, Cousin Sarah sighed. They'll break your heart any which way you turn. Isn't heartbreak better than letting it shrivel up? Valancy wondered aloud. To break, it must have felt something beautiful. That would be worth it. Completely mad, muttered Uncle Benjamin, suddenly unsure whether he'd heard something similar before. Valancy, Mrs. Frederick pronounced, do you ever pray to be forgiven for disobeying your mother? I should be forgiven for listening to you so long, Valancy returned, unmoved. But no, I don't pray about any of that. I just thank God every day for my happiness. I would rather, Mrs. Frederick sniffled, finally summoning a few tears, see you in your grave than hear what I've heard today. Valancy gazed at her mother, at her aunts. Had they ever grasped what love truly meant? She felt even sorrier for them, so desperately lost, and they never realized it. Barney Snaith is a scoundrel for tricking you into marrying him, Uncle James raged. Oh, I did the tricking, Valancy said, a wicked smile on her lips. I asked him. Don't you have any pride? Aunt Wellington demanded, scandalized. Plenty. Proud I went after what I wanted and succeeded for once. Cousin Georgiana here even tried to set me up with Edward Beck. Edward Beck's worth $20,000 and has the best house between here and Port Lawrence, Uncle Benjamin declared. None of that means anything, Valancy said, snapping her fingers. Not compared to feeling Barney's arms around me and his cheek against mine. Oh, Doss! Cousin Stickles moaned. Oh, Doss! Aunt Wellington added. You don't have to be indecent, Valancy. What's indecent about wanting your husband to hold you? I'd think it'd be indecent if you didn't. Why expect decency from her? Uncle James quipped darkly. She's cut herself off from it forever. She's made her bed. Let her sleep in it. Thanks, Valancy grinned. You'd have made a great inquisitor, Uncle James. Anyway, I need to get moving. Mother, can I have those 3 wool cushions I knit last winter? Take them. Take everything. Mrs. Frederick wailed. Oh, I don't want everything. Or even much. I don't want to clutter up my blue castle. Just the cushions, I'll swing by for them next time we drive in. Valancy stepped to the door, then turned. She was sorrier than ever for all of them. None of them knew what it was, to have a blue castle in the secret stillness of Mistawas. You people just don't laugh enough, she said. Doss, Cousin Georgiana called mournfully. You'll find someday that blood is thicker than water. Of course it is. But honestly, who wants thick water? We're supposed to want it clear and sparkling, not syrupy. Cousin Stickles groaned in protest. Valancy didn't invite any of them out. She dreaded the idea they might actually come, just to snoop. But she said, Is it all right if I stop by sometimes, Mother? My door will always be open, Mrs. Frederick said, dignified and drenched in gloom. You should never acknowledge her again, Uncle James barked as Valancy walked out. I am still her mother, Mrs. Frederick sniffed, dramatic as ever. My poor, unlucky girl. Doubt it's even a legal marriage, said Uncle James soothingly. He's probably married 6 women before, but I'm through. I have given my all, Amelia. From now on, he summoned tragic solemnity, Valancy is as good as dead to me. Mrs. Barney Snaith, Cousin Georgiana tried aloud, testing the words. He's probably got a dozen aliases, Uncle Benjamin groused. Man's half Indian, I bet. They're living in a teepee, mark my words. If he married her under a fake name, doesn't that make the marriage invalid? Cousin Stickles offered hopefully. Uncle James shook his head. No, it's about the man, not the name. You know, Cousin Gladys piped up, visibly unsteady but back in the sitting room. I had a sense of this at Herbert's silver dinner. I said so at the time. When she defended Snaith, I told David as soon as we got home. What has come over Valancy? Aunt Wellington demanded of the cosmos. Valancy. The universe stayed silent, but Uncle James had a theory. Isn't there all this talk about secondary personalities showing up these days? I don't buy most newfangled ideas, but maybe this is that. Would explain her bizarre behavior. Valancy always loved mushrooms, sighed Cousin Georgiana. She'll end up poisoned. picking the wrong toadstools, living up there in the woods. There are worse things than death, Uncle James mused, believing for just a second he'd invented the phrase. Nothing will ever be the same, Cousin Stickles sobbed. Valancy hurried down the dusty road, already thinking only of the cool hush of Miss Stowey's and her purple island, forgetting her family as easily as she'd forgotten she might, at any moment, drop dead if she hurried. Chapter 28. Summer drifted by. The Stirlings, except gentle cousin Georgiana, had silently decided to follow Uncle James and see Valancy as dead to them. Of course, Valancy had this annoying habit of coming back from the grave whenever she and Barney drove through Deerwood and out to the port in that unmentionable car. Valancy, bareheaded, her eyes star-bright, Barney carefree, pipe in mouth. He shaved now, too, if anyone bothered noticing. They even dared stroll into Uncle Benjamin's store for groceries. Twice, Uncle Benjamin ignored them. Valancy, after all, was among the dead. Snaith, naturally, had never existed. The third time, though, Uncle Benjamin forewent the pretense and snapped, "You're a scoundrel, Snaith, leading a helpless, feeble-minded girl away from her family and friends." Barney just lifted an eyebrow. "She's happy with me, and she was miserable with you. Simple as that." Uncle Benjamin stared, stunned at the implication that women's happiness even mattered. You pup," Barney grinned. "That's not very creative. Surely the Stirlings can do better than that. Besides, I'm no pup. I'm a middle-aged dog, 35, for your information." Uncle Benjamin managed, just in time, to remember Valancy was dead and turned his back. Valancy was happy, utterly, resoundingly happy. It was like her whole world had become some kind of magical mansion, with a new, secret room opening every day. It felt like a world that had no time, where nothing aged or ended, where there was not even a past or future, but only the present. She gave herself over, body and soul, to that freedom. The freedom! It was pure joy. They did whatever they wanted. No Mrs. Grundy, no tedious traditions, no family, no in-laws. Peace, perfect peace, with loved ones far away, Barney would wisecrack, quoting sappy hymns. She went to get her cushions once. Cousin Georgiana even gifted her an elaborate candlewick bedspread. "For your guest room, dear," she said. "But I don't have one," Valancy replied, scandalizing poor Georgiana. What kind of home had no spare room? "But it's a beautiful spread," Valancy said, hugging her. "I'm thrilled. Barney's old patchwork quilt is giving up the ghost. I just don't know how you can stand it, living up there, cut off from everything." Georgiana sighed. "I'm not just content, I'm gloriously, perfectly out of the world," Valancy insisted, giggling. What was the use, trying to explain? "And you're really happy, dear? Truly?" Georgiana asked wistfully. "I really am," Valancy said seriously, but her eyes sparkled with laughter. "Marriage is a serious thing," Georgiana said, heavy with meaning. "When it's going to last," Valancy replied. Cousin Georgiana didn't get it. She lost sleep fretting over Valancy's words. Valancy adored her blue castle and wanted nothing more. The big living room had 3 windows, all opening out to different, breathtaking Mistawis views. The west wall was an oriel window. Tom McMurray had acquired it from some abandoned little church up back, Barney explained. It faced straight into the sunset. When the evening light poured through, Valancy felt as if she were praying in a mighty cathedral. New moons gazed in at her, pine boughs swept over it, and moonlight burned over the lake through it all night long. On the opposite wall, a stone fireplace. No tacky gas fake, real logs, real fire. There was a huge bearskin rug in front, and an ugly old red sofa, a leftover from Tom's days, made bearable by gray wolfskins and Valancy's vibrant cushions. In one corner, a fat old clock ticked away, slow, patient, jolly-looking, with a painted man's face and a golden halo of hours. There was a glass case of owls, some deer heads, Tom's, and inviting chairs. The squat one by the fire was Banjo's in particular. He'd glare you out of it with his strange, yellow-black eyes. Banjo liked to dangle off the back, trying and failing to catch his own tail, biting it in irritation, yowling in frustration, sending Barney and Valancy into helpless laughter. But the true star of the cottage was good luck, so sweet you couldn't help but become obsessed. One wall was covered in rough, homemade bookshelves. Between the windows hung an old mirror in a faded golden frame ringed with chubby, mischievous cupids. When Valancy looked into it, she almost believed herself beautiful, maybe thanks to her newly shingled hair. Short hair was radical, not done unless you'd had typhoid. Mrs. Frederick nearly scrubbed Valancy's name from the Bible when she found out. Barney himself had chopped Valancy's hair short in the back, bangs low across her forehead. Her little triangular face finally looked interesting. Even her nose, once her nemesis, seemed to fit in. Her eyes now shone, her skin glowed creamy and smooth. For once, Valancy wasn't the family's scrawny joke. She'd plumped up fashionably. She might not ever be beautiful, but she was the type that thrived outdoors. Lively, elfin, alluring, sharp. Her heart rarely bothered her. Any time she felt an attack creeping up, Dr. Trent's medicine usually headed it off. The only really bad episode came one night when she'd run out of her prescription. Really bad, but for the most part, she refused to even remember she was supposed to be dying. Chapter 29. Valancy didn't slave or strain. There was little even to do. She cooked their meals on an old kerosene stove, every little household task dazzlingly joyful, and they ate outdoors on the driftwood veranda hanging over the lake. Mistawis was their kingdom, a fairy tale scene, and Barney would just grin across the table, that crooked, enigmatic smile. "Tom picked the best spot for this shack," Barney would exclaim, almost reverent. Supper was Valancy's favorite. The wind always laughed around them. Mistawis shimmered with colors she couldn't even name, clouds drifting and scattering magic light. Shadows clung in the pines till dusk swept them into waves sent crackling over the lake and pooling at the shore, deep as myth. Ferns and wildflowers sketched along the banks. Every night ended with all the day's shadows woven together by the twilight. The cats lined the railing, patiently waiting as Barney flung them tidbits. And everything tasted so good. Valancy never forgot Barney was only human, not a romance hero. Barney was quick to praise her cooking, too. "I have to admit it," he grinned. "There's a lot to be said for real meals. I used to hard-boil 2 dozen eggs, eat a handful when I got hungry, maybe a bit of bacon, and a mug of tea." Valancy poured tea from his ancient, dented pewter pot. They didn't even own a real set of dishes, just Barney's mismatched bits and a big, beloved blue jug with a chip on the rim. After supper they'd linger, sometimes talking for hours, sometimes letting their silence say everything that mattered. Barney sat back, calmly puffing his pipe. Valancy dreamed, eyes drifting out to the distant purple hills. The last gold faded. The moon cast silver across the lake. Bats spun in the dusk. A nearby waterfall turned, in the wood-smoked dusk, into a gleaming white woman beckoning through the trees. Somewhere on the mainland, old Leander the loon started up his crazy laugh. To simply sit, doing nothing in that tender hush, with Barney nearby, happiness, plain and unfiltered. Beyond them, other islands floated, but none close enough to feel like neighbors. Far to the west, a pocket of tiny islands sparkled. Barney jokingly called them the Fortunate Isles. In the morning, they gleamed green as emeralds. At dusk, purple as amethyst. Too small for houses. The bigger islands lit up at night, their bonfires sending dancing red ribbons across the water. Music would drift to them from shadows or from the summer cottage of some billionaire. "Would you want a house like that, Moonlight?" Barney asked once, waving toward Gossard's mansion. He'd started calling her Moonlight, which Valancy secretly cherished. "No," she replied, without jealous regret. Once, she dreamed of a castle 10 times bigger. Now, she pitied the people living in mansions. "It's too grand. I'd have to carry its weight everywhere, be owned by it, in body and soul. I want a house I can love and manage, like ours. I don't envy Gossard his so-called palace. He can keep it. It's not my blue castle." At the far end of the lake, every night, the lights of a huge train would streak by. Valancy always watched, imagining other lives, other adventures, mysteries of hope, and heartbreak zipping past. Sometimes, she'd picture herself and Barney at those island parties, but she never truly wished to attend. Once, they did try a masquerade at a hotel, dancing joyfully, then slipping out in a canoe before anyone could see their true faces, back to the Blue Castle. It was wonderful, but I don't ever want to do it again, Valancy admitted. Barney locked himself away in the forbidden Bluebeard's chamber for hours each day, doing who knows what. Sometimes bitter chemicals drifted out. Was he counterfeiting? Chemical experiments? Valancy doubted everything and didn't care. She had zero urge to pry into those locked rooms of his life. Past and future were his business. Only this electric present mattered to her. Once, Barney left her alone for 2 days. He asked if she could handle it. She said yes. He offered no hint where he'd gone. Alone, she wasn't frightened, just astoundingly lonely. The best sound ever heard was Lady Jane's engine clattering through the trees when he returned, and that whistle from the shore. She ran to the water's edge and melted into his arms, so eager, so much more eager than she ever dreamed possible. "Did you miss me, Moonlight?" Barney asked, his breath warm against her hair. "It felt like 100 years," she whispered. "I won't leave you like that again." "You must, if you want to," Valancy insisted. "I couldn't bear it if you stayed just for me. I want you to feel truly free." Barney laughed, a little darkly. "There's really no such thing as freedom. Just different prisons, really. Some bars are just decorated prettier than others. You think you're free now, escaping one kind of trap. But are you? Loving me, well, that's a prison too. Didn't someone say the prison we choose for ourselves isn't a prison at all?" Valancy wondered, loving how his arm felt around her as they climbed up to the cottage. "That's it exactly," Barney said. "The only real freedom is choosing your chains. But, Moonlight—" He paused in the doorway, gazing at the shining lake, the pines, the scattered firelight across the water. "Moonlight, I've never been happier to be home. When I saw my own lights shining here, that's something I never had before. Girl, I was so glad, so glad." Despite Barney's philosophy, Valancy felt fantastically free. Staying up late, moon-gazing if she felt like it, eating late, dawdling over meals, leaving crusts uneaten, and no one to scold her. She could skip meals entirely, paddle her bare feet in the sun-warmed sand, do nothing in the silence, listen, dream, waste time as she pleased. If that wasn't freedom, what was? Chapter 30. They didn't spend every day secluded on the island. More than half the time, they wandered the wild Muskoka country. Barney knew every trail and every secret haunt, and taught Valancy all he knew. She learned to identify delicate mosses and fairy-like blossoms, to recognize every bird and mimic its call, though never as well as Barney. She made friends with the trees, paddled a canoe like a pro, and didn't mind the rain. She never even caught cold. Sometimes they packed a lunch and went berry picking, strawberries, blueberries. The wild berries were unbelievably beautiful, unripe greens, glossy pinks and reds, and finally, that powdery blue. In a certain sunny dell above Mistawi, birches on one side, serious young spruces on the other, the grasses staying dewy into the afternoon, they found berries fit for a king, sweet as nectar, hanging like rubies on their rosy stems. In that magic clearing, Valancy and Barney ate them one at a time, savoring wildness in summer. Berries taken home always lost their flavor. It was the wild that made them perfect. Or they hunted water lilies, Barney showing Valancy the quietest bays, filling every jar in the Blue Castle with floating white and gold. And if not lilies, then bright red cardinal flowers, snatched from the burning misty swamps. Some days they fished for trout along secret brooks. All they carried were potatoes and salt. Barney showed her how to roast potatoes over an open fire, and to cook trout by wrapping them in leaves, coating them in mud, then baking them in hot coals. Best meals she'd ever tasted. Valancy's appetite grew. No wonder she was finally putting on weight. And some days, they just roamed, exploring, never caring where they'd end up, certain every hollow, every turn promised magic. "We don't need to know where we're going. It's the going that's fun," Barney would say. Once or twice, night fell too far from home, so Barney would make a bed of bracken and fir branches for them both. They slept under ancient spruces in utter peace, while the moon tangled with the sigh of the pine boughs, the two sounds and lights blurring into one endless lullaby. There were rainy days, when storms swept over Mistawis in pale, haunted veils. Sometimes they sat out in the damp and didn't mind. Sometimes the rain hammered so hard they stayed inside all day. Barney in Bluebeard's chamber, Valancy curled on the wolfskins with Good Luck purring at her side, and Banjo watching suspiciously from his own chair. On Sunday evenings, they'd paddle over to the point and walk to the little Free Methodist church through cool woods. Sundays had never felt so good. And always, Sunday or weekday, she was with Barney. That's all that mattered. He was a wonderful companion. Kind, clever, funny, inimitably himself. That was everything. Valancy had dipped into her $200 savings for some beautiful clothes. She bought herself a dreamy, smoke blue chiffon dress, trimmed with silver, reserved for evenings at home. After she started wearing it, Barney began calling her Moonlight. Moonlight and blue shadows, that's what you are in that dress. I like it. It suits you. You're not quite pretty, but you have some irresistible spots. Your eyes, that adorable little hollow here, he traced her collarbones gently, your regal wrists and ankles, that lovely, clever head, your mysterious little smile when you look over your shoulder, especially at dusk. You're an elf maiden, a wildwood sprite. You belong out here, Moonlight. There's something beautiful and unbreakable inside you. And you have a voice, a soft, sweet, summery voice, the perfect voice for love. Sure, and you've kissed the Blarney Stone, Valancy teased, but she treasured every word. She bought a delicate green bathing suit, too. A scandalous garment, had her family ever seen it. Barney taught her to swim. Some days, she'd put it on first thing and keep it until after dark, diving into the lake, basking dry in the sun like a lizard. She'd almost completely forgotten the humiliations and petty wounds of her old life. They seemed to belong to someone else entirely, not Valancy Snaith, who had always been happy. I get it now, what being born again really means, she told Barney. Holmes had said grief stains backward through all the old pages of life. But for Valancy, happiness stained backward too, lighting her adulthood with a rosy glow, making it hard to believe she'd ever been afraid or sad. When death comes, I'll know I've lived. That's enough, Valancy thought, satisfied. Even her old dust pile had a new use. One day, in the tiny island cove, Valancy built a giant sand cone and stuck a Union Jack on top of it. What are you celebrating? Barney asked. Oh, just exercising some old demons, said Valancy with a smile. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Producing these rewrites and audiobooks takes a lot of time and care. If you'd like to support my work, you can purchase this audiobook or any of my others completely ad-free and interruption-free. Each purchase includes the full MP3 and a downloadable PDF of the book's modernized manuscript. The shop is linked in the description below. If you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now, back to the book. Chapter 31. Autumn arrived. Late September's chill nights. They abandoned the veranda but stoked roaring fires in the old stone hearth, sitting before the leaping flames, laughing and joking. Doors open wide, Banjo and Good Luck drifted in and out as they pleased, sometimes quiet on the bearskin between their humans, sometimes fleeing into the mysterious night. Outside, fog rolled, pine trees crooned in the wind, the oriole caught the pearl-bright stars, wind stirred the lake into a muffled sob against the rocks. They needed nothing but firelight, brightening one moment, plunging into shadow the next. On especially cold nights, Barney would shut the door, light a lamp, and read aloud. Poetry, essays, tales of ancient battles. He refused to read novels, said they bored him. Sometimes Valancy would read, curled on the wolfskins, laughing out loud. Barney was never the type to get annoyed by a sudden burst of laughter at a book. October flared up. Fiery woods around Mistawas, colors Valancy never imagined. A deep, hushed peace threaded through every day. High, cold, blue skies. Sunshine sleeping on the moss. Lazy, purple afternoons paddling down golden rivers under trees gone wild with color. A red hunter's moon on the water, and storms that turned the sky inside out, stripping leaves and tossing them along the shore in heaps. Valancy scoffed at anyone's pride in the civilized world. Nothing could compare. Then, November, the woods grew strange. The sunrises burned with smoky red. Some days, the woods looked dignified, ancient, sunlight threading through moss, cold light on the trees, banks of soft green, the sky crisp and flawless. There were melancholy afternoons, the air dreamy above the sparkling lake. And stormy days, wild blackness lashing the water, followed by dripping, ghostly nights with wild laughter and moaning winds. But so what? Old Tom's roof was sturdy, his chimney drew strong and steady. Cozy fire, books, peace from the storm, our cats splayed out on the rug. "Moonlight," Barney asked, "would having $1 million make you any happier right now?" "No way," Valancy answered, quick and sure. "Not half as happy. If I did, I'd just be burdened, always tied up with rules and other people's expectations. That kind of fortune could only weigh me down." December settled over them, early snowfalls, Orion bright in a dark sky, the faint glow of the Milky Way ribboned overhead. It was truly winter now. Real, cold, sharp, glittering winter. Valancy used to dread this season. The days were dull and short, nothing ever happened. Nights dragged out in freezing solitude. She remembered endless evenings tending to Cousin Stickles's aching back, that gravelly sound she'd make gargling each morning, her constant complaints over the cost of coal. Mother forever picking her apart, questioning, ignoring, always someone fighting off colds or bronchitis, or living with the dread of catching them. Bottles of Redfern's liniment and bitter purple pills lined up on the sideboard. But this year, she loved winter. Out here, up back, it was heartbreakingly beautiful, sometimes almost more than she could bear. Days blazed crystal clear. Nights felt enchanted, like they'd been poured straight from winter's own secret cellar. The sky shimmered with stars, sunrises gleamed ice blue, the windows of the Blue Castle sparkled with frosty ferns. She watched the moon drape birch trees in silver while jagged shadows danced wildly on windy nights. The hills looked armored with frozen jewels. Sometimes the sun smashed through thick clouds and lit long, white mistawis in gold. If a snow squall swept in, the little living room, alive with shifting firelight and mysterious cats, only felt warmer and safer. Every hour seemed to deliver some new, small miracle. Barney showed her how to snowshoe. He stabled Lady Jane at Roaring Abel's barn. It was wild to imagine Valancy, the girl who was always supposed to be shut in all winter with bronchitis, out gliding on the snow. But she didn't even catch a sniffle. Barney ended up with a savage cold later, and Valancy nursed him, half mad with worry that it might turn to pneumonia. But as for herself, even her old colds seemed to have vanished into the same black void that swallowed up the moon's old faces. She'd planned ahead and bought Redfern's liniment from the port just in case. But when Barney spotted the bottle, he scowled, flung it into a hole in the ice of Mistawis, and barked, "Never bring that cursed stuff here again." That was the only time he'd spoken sharply to her. They trekked for hours through the silent frozen woods and the white jungles of frostbitten trees, finding hidden beauty everywhere. Sometimes they'd walk into a world that seemed spun from crystal and pearl, the clearings and lakes and skies shining almost supernatural white. The air was so sharp it lifted your head and filled your heart. Once, at the threshold of a birch-lined trail dusted in snow, every twig and branch sculpture fine, Barney stared in awe. The sunlight threw down delicate holy shadows. "Let's leave this one undisturbed, Moonlight," he said quietly. "We shouldn't mess up something that perfect." One evening, they stumbled across a drift of snow shaped exactly like the side profile of a beautiful woman. If you walked too close, it became nothing special, but standing back, just the right distance, the snowdrift glowed against dark pines in the bloody light of sunset, and the impression was so stunning they both froze in shock. It had the noble brow and classic nose of a statue from some vanished goddess, lips and cheeks traced gently by sunlight, a breast pale and pure as the spirit of the winter forest. All the beauty that old Greece and Rome ever sang of or painted or wrote about, Barney quoted softly. "And the wildest thing is," Valancy whispered, "only you and I will ever see this." She kept thinking of a passage she'd underlined in the new John Foster novel Barney had brought her, though he warned her not to expect him to read it. "All the colors in winter woods are so soft and quick to slip away," she quoted to herself. "When the afternoon sun is low, the hills are lit not so much with color as with the spirit of color. It's all just white, really, but it feels like glimpses of rose and violet and opal and heliotrope are flickering on the snow. You're certain the color is truly there, but when you look straight at it, it disappears. Out of the corner of your eye, it haunts you somewhere, just out of reach. Only at sunset does color bloom for a few minutes. The hills and rivers flush red, the tops of the pines catch fire, It's gone almost as soon as you notice. Maybe John Foster spent a winter here in Mistawis, Valancy wondered. Doubt it, Barney grinned. People who write stuff like that usually never get off their city street. They dream it up beside a warm radiator. You're unfair to John Foster, Valancy chided. No way could someone write that paragraph unless they'd seen it for themselves. I wasn't listening last night, Barney said, eyes a little dark. I told you I wouldn't. Then you have to listen now, Valancy insisted, making him stand still on his snowshoes while she repeated. She's a rare artist, this old Mother Nature, working for the pure joy of creation, not to show off. Today, the fir woods are all shades of green and gray. So subtle you can't tell when one starts and the next picks up. Gray trunks, green boughs, misty moss above the white shadowed floor. But she doesn't like pure monotone either. She always tosses in just a dash of color. Look, there's that dead fir branch, glowing red-brown among the gray-green moss. Barney rolled his eyes. Do you memorize every last line from that guy's books? John Foster's novels saved my spirit for years, Valancy declared. Oh, Barney, look at that beautiful pattern of snow in the cracks of that old elm trunk. When the lake froze, they'd switch to skates and glide homeward in the evening. Strangely enough, Valancy had learned to skate when she was a kid, even though she never owned her own pair. Friends lent her theirs. Once, Uncle Benjamin promised her skates for Christmas, but come the day he gave her rubber galoshes instead. She hadn't skated since childhood, but the skill came back easily. In the white dusk, she and Barney would cut smooth, looping paths across Mistawis, past dark, silent islands and shuttered summer cottages. One night, racing home before the wind, Valancy's cheeks blushed red beneath her white tam, her little house waiting on the snow-topped island, shining under the moon, windows winking naughtily at her. It looks just like a storybook, Barney said, and she laughed, heart light. That Christmas was magical. No frantic, guilt-ridden shopping, no desperate juggling of money, no worry if she'd accidentally repeated last year's gift, no forced family get-togethers where she sat mute and invisible, no sickening fits of nerves. They draped the Blue Castle in pine boughs. Valancy made tiny tinsel stars to hang among the greenery. She cooked a Christmas dinner that Barney devoured, good luck, and Banjo eagerly finishing the bones. A country that grows geese this good is a country worth loving, Barney toasted. Canada forever! They raised a glass of dandelion wine Valancy's cousin Georgiana had given her beside a bedspread. You never know when a stimulant will be necessary, Georgiana had noted solemnly. Barney asked what Valancy wanted for Christmas. Something completely useless and fun, she answered quickly. Last year had been galoshes, the year before thick wool undershirts, and so on down the line. Barney gave her a necklace of pearl beads, milky, gleaming, like drops of frozen moonlight that she'd always dreamed of as a little girl. They were delicate and beautiful. Only worry haunted her that they must have cost too much, at least $15, Barney's finances a complete mystery. She'd insisted he let her buy her own clothes. She always found enough in the black jar he kept on the mantel for their expenses. The jar was never empty, but she never saw him refill it. Where did the money come from? Still, she decided not to care for now. She'd wear her pearl beads, the first truly beautiful thing she'd ever owned, and love them as long as she could. Chapter 32. A New Year. The faded old calendar was torn down, replaced by the fresh, clean one. January brought storms, snow falling unchecked for 3 weeks. The thermometer bottomed out and stayed there. But as Barney pointed out, with a wink, at least there were no mosquitoes, and the fire's wild crackle shut out the worst of the north wind. Good Luck and Banjo thrived, their coats growing sleek and heavy. Nip and Tuck were gone, but Barney promised they'd return in spring. Their days didn't run together. Somehow, there was always something different. Sometimes, they'd have small, heated spats that never flared into real fights. Sometimes, roaring Abel showed up, tartan cap on and red beard frosted, bringing his fiddle and playing wild music for hours, except Banjo, who'd flee beneath Valancy's bed in terror. Abel and Barney would talk late, or smoke in a thick, companionable silence until Valancy escaped outside for air. Sometimes they played checkers, intensely, wordlessly, well into the night, or all munched through the apples Abel brought, while the clock ticked sweetly on. A plate of apples, a fire, a good book to lose yourself in. "That's my idea of heaven," Barney declared. "Anybody can keep their streets of gold. Come on, let's read some Carmen." By now, even the Stirlings found it easy to believe Valancy must be dead. No rumors reached them from the port, though sometimes Barney and Valancy would skate there for movies and hot dogs afterward. Maybe no one recognized her. Presumably, she had ceased to exist for her family, except for Cousin Georgiana, who'd lie awake wondering if poor Doss had enough to eat or warmth, and whether that dreadful Barney treated her well. Valancy was always warm at night. She would wake just to savor the comfort of the little house, remembering how endless, how cold and empty other winter nights had been. Back then, she'd dread waking up, knowing there was nothing in her day but the same old pain. Now, a night felt wasted if she didn't wake at least once, just to bask in happiness, while Barney slept beside her, and through the open door the fire's last embers winked and glowed. Sometimes a lucky cat would leap onto her bed in the dark, curl against her feet and purr. Banjo would stay out in front of the fire, both wild and loyal at once. Valancy adored him for exactly that. There was only space for the bed right up by the window, so she'd lie there and look out past the dark pine boughs brushing the panes, all the way up Mistowis, sometimes gleaming white and soft as pearl, sometimes dark and angry when storms thundered. Sometimes the boughs tapped at the window, like an old friend. Sometimes it was only the gentle hiss of snow. Some nights the world outside drowned in hush. Some nights the wind swept through the pines with a grand, ancient power, or whistled playfully around the house, or crept eerie and low across the lake before a storm. She lost countless sleeping hours to these blissful vigils, but could sleep in as long as she wanted each morning. Barney made his own breakfasts, shut himself away in his mysterious chamber for the day, and they always met again for supper, to dive into hours of reading and wild conversation. They talked about everything, the world and all that might lie beyond it, laughed so hard the Blue Castle almost rattled apart. "You have the most infectious laugh," Barney told her once, grinning. "When you laugh, I can't help but join in. There's a secret in it, as if you're hiding more fun just below the surface. Did you laugh with that much joy before Mistowis, Moonlight?" "I never really laughed at all," she admitted quietly. "I just giggled like you were supposed to. Now I don't even try. It just happens." Valancy noticed that Barney laughed more now, too. His laughter full and clean and real, not sharp or mocking like it used to be. Could a man laugh so honestly if he carried something truly dark in his past? Still, she assumed he must have done something. She secretly decided he was a runaway bank clerk. She had once found an old news clipping tucked in one of Barney's books about a defaulting cashier vanished from Montreal, and the details could fit Barney, just as they could half a dozen other men. He spoke of Montreal with a knowing air, sometimes. She pictured it. Barney, working in a bank, tempted to borrow some money in a wild gamble, planning of course to repay it, but getting deeper until he had to run. It happened to lots of people. She was sure he'd never meant to hurt anyone. The man in the article was named Bernard Craig, but Valancy always figured Snaith must be a fake name. None of it mattered to her, really. Of the whole winter, Valancy suffered only one night of real fear. It was late March, most of the snow faded, and Nip and Tuck had come back. Barney left for a long walk in the woods, promising he'd return before dark. After he left, a fierce storm blew in, battering the house, the wild forest howling across the lake, threatening, angry, alive with menace. The trees seemed to cower. Valancy spent the whole night on the rug by the fire, head buried in her hands, or scanning the blackened lake through the window, desperate, hopeless. Was Barney lost out there somewhere, freezing, dying? She suffered 100 deaths, paid for every bit of her happiness. When the storm broke with sunrise and the lake gleamed again, Barney appeared, emerging around a wooded point, slender and steady amidst the brightness. She didn't run to him. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed into Banjo's chair, almost crushing the cat. Barney found her huddled, face hidden in her hands. "Barney, I thought you were dead," she whispered. Now he laughed outright. "After 2 years in the Klondike, would I let a baby storm like this beat me? Slept in the old lumber shack near Muskoka. Cold but solid. Silly goose. Your eyes look like burned-out holes in a blanket. Did you really sit up all night worrying over an old woodsman like me?" "Yes," she admitted, shaky. "I couldn't help it. The storm sounded so wild. Anyone could have been lost in it. And seeing you walk back, well, something inside me snapped. It felt like I'd died and come right back. Chapter 3:3. Then, spring returned. Mistawis went charcoal black and moody for a while, then bloomed with wild color. Sapphire, turquoise, lilac, rose, flashing at the windows, stroking the islands in sunset hues, rippling in soft winds. The frogs, green little spellcasters, sang all evening and deep into the night. The islands floated inside a green haze, each tree a thin miracle. Juniper's new leaves sparkled like scattered frost. Wildflowers crept from the earth, shy and ghostly. Maples glowed red, willow buds shimmered silver, violets spilled over the shore. April's moons beckoned in soft ecstasy. "Can you imagine how many springs this lake has seen? Everyone is beautiful," Valancy murmured. "Oh, Barney, look at that wild plum." "I have to, absolutely have to," quote John Foster. There's the perfect passage. "Behold the young wild plum tree, dressed as always in a lace veil so fine no loom could copy it. Must have been woven by fairy fingers. The tree seems to know it's beautiful. Look at it showing off. But the beauty barely lasts, even if it is the purest kind. One warm wind, and the petals are gone. But what does it matter? Today, the tree rules the wild, and it's always today in the woods." "You must feel better now you've gotten that off your chest," Barney teased, heartless. "The dandelions are blooming over there," Valancy pointed out, refusing to be subdued. "Honestly, they don't belong in the forest. Way too cheerful, far too satisfied with themselves. They don't get the secretive mystery of woodflowers." "No secrets at all," Barney agreed. "But wait. Soon the woods will have their way with those brash dandelions. The yellow will fade, and all we'll see are ghost globes hovering in the grass, in tune with the mood of the woods." "That," Valancy said, "sounds exactly like something John Foster would write." "Ouch," Barney groaned, feigning insult. Spring's early days meant Lady Jane got her second life. Barney drove her on adventurous roads, through Deerwood's deep ruts. They passed Stirlings in the street, who groaned about running into that outrageous pair everywhere now. In the shops, Valancy ran into Uncle Benjamin, who walked right by her. A girl with black bangs, cheeks bright with April, a scarlet-collared coat, before he realized, blocks later, it was Valancy. He was scandalized. What right did she have to look so young and alive? The wicked should always suffer for their ways. Yet she didn't look miserable. There had to be something wrong about it. It almost tempted him to rethink his worldview. Barney and Valancy carried on to the port, coming back through Deerwood by dark. Passing the old house, Valancy suddenly hopped out, slipped through the gate and crept around to peek in the sitting-room window. Inside, her mother and Cousin Stickles sat, grim and silent, knitting endlessly. They looked hard and distant as ever. If they'd seemed the least bit lonely, Valancy might have gone in. But they didn't. She slipped back to the car, heart untouched. Chapter 34. That spring brought Valancy two incredible moments. On a walk home, arms heavy with arbutus and trailing spruce, she ran straight into Alan Tierney. He was famous, known for painting stunning women, spending winters in New York but always returning to his island at the north end of Mistawis when the ice melted. He was said to be private and odd, only painting those who didn't need flattering, his portraits the stamp of genuine beauty. Valancy had heard so much about him, she stole a long look over her shoulder as she passed. The sun filtered through pine branches, lighting up her hair and sweater, the linnea twined in her hair, the feathery spruce tumbling from her arms. Tierney's eyes brightened when he noticed her. The next day, Barney greeted her. "Had a visitor while you were out." "Who?" she asked, casually tossing arbutus in a basket. "Alan Tierney. He wants to paint you, Moonlight." "Me?" She almost dropped her basket. "Don't mock me, Barney." "I'm not. He wants to paint my wife as the spirit of Muskoka, or something like that." But, Valancy faltered. "Tierney only paints beautiful women," Barney finished for her. "Exactly. So, Mr. Snaith, it's official. You're beautiful." She laughed. "Quit lying. I know I look better than I used to. But I'm not that." "Alan Tierney doesn't make mistakes," Barney insisted. "You're stuck with this. There are lots of kinds of beauty. Not just the obvious like Olive. I've seen her. She's a knockout, but Tierney wouldn't ever want to paint her. Everything she's got is for show. Your kind is deeper. Most people can't see their own beauty until it's too late. He raved about the line of your cheek in your wild eyes. If he wasn't such a tenacious old bachelor, maybe I'd be jealous. Well, I don't want to be painted, Valancy said, sounding a little small. I hope you told him that. I didn't know what you'd want, but I told him I didn't like the idea. My wife's face hanging in a gallery for strangers, belonging to someone else. Besides, I couldn't afford to buy the painting. So even if you'd wanted it, your grumpy husband would have refused. Tierney was a bit miffed. He's not used to being turned down. That's good, Valancy said, laughing. We're outlaws anyway. No king or critic can tell us what to do. Deep down, she thought with pure happiness, if Olive only knew Alan Tierney wanted to paint me. Me! The dull spinster Valancy Stirling. They'd never believe it. Her other perfect moment came one warm May evening. She realized that Barney not just tolerated her, but genuinely liked her. She'd always hoped for this, but a part of her kept worrying it was just pity. He was being decent and fun because she wouldn't be around long, probably looking forward to having his solitary life back when she was gone. She never dared hope he'd really love her. Didn't want him to, because then he'd suffer when she died. Still, she wanted to believe he would miss her, even just as a friend. Tonight, she was sure, they'd wandered over the hills at sunset, found a spring bubbling in a thick green hollow, drank from it together and sat side by side on an old, half-broken fence. They didn't talk much, but Valancy knew, deep in her chest, that you could only feel this close if the other person truly, deeply liked you. Barney suddenly squeezed her hand. You're a wonderful, wonderful girl, he said, with surprising softness. Sometimes I feel like I must be dreaming you. You're too lovely for real life. Valancy's own heart nearly stopped. Why can't I die just now, when I'm so happy, she wondered. She'd always believed she'd only live out the year she'd been given, even though she'd never tried to be careful. She'd simply assumed she'd get her time. But now, holding Barney's hand in the warm dusk, she realized she hadn't had a single heart attack for months. The last was right before that terrible night. Barney was trapped by the blizzard. Maybe, she thought, that meant it was near the end. The pain was gone because the body had given up the fight. Heaven will be dull after this year, Valancy thought, wry and fierce. But if it means losing my memory, even of Barney, I don't want it. I'd rather ache with missing him than forget the way he looks at me. I'll always remember he really, really liked me. Chapter 35. Sometimes, life can turn entirely upside down in just 30 seconds. That's all it took for Valancy and Barney Snaith's world to change forever. One June evening, they circled the lake in their secret motorboat, fished in a wooded creek, left the boat hidden, and walked 2 miles through the forest to Port Lawrence. In town, Valancy picked out a new pair of sturdy shoes. Her old ones had finally given out, so tonight she'd been forced to wear those high-heeled, shiny black pumps she'd impulsively bought in winter. She'd never worn them out before. Even though her feet ached, she kinda liked how dainty they looked in the pretty but ridiculous shoes, so she didn't bother to swap to the new ones right away. Sunset was stretching low across the pines as they left Port Lawrence. The forest swallowed the town quickly. Valancy always enchanted by the way she could cross from one world to another in a heartbeat. One step and city noise vanished behind thick, soft armies of trees. Halfway home, they came to the little railway station, quiet and empty at this hour. No local trains were due. Off to the left, the tracks curled out of view, but over the pines, Valancy saw a streamer of smoke rising. A through train was coming. She could feel the rails vibrating already as Barney stepped across the switch. Valancy lagged behind, slowing to gather June bells from the side of the path. There was loads of time to cross before the train reached them. She stepped onto the first rail, shoe clacking. Then, something terrible happened. The heel of her silly fancy shoe slid into a crack in the switch and wedged fast. She couldn't jerk it out. Barney, she called, panic rising. He whirled, saw her face, and sprinted back. He tried to tug her clear, tried to yank her foot free, but it wouldn't budge. The train was thundering closer, rounding the bend any second. Go! Run, Barney! Valancy screamed, trying to shove him away. He dropped to his knees, pale and shaking, hands uselessly scrabbling at her shoelaces. His fingers fumbled the knot. He finally ripped out a pocket knife, slashing at it, still Valancy flailing, only able to think of Barney in danger. "Barney, go! Please, get away!" "Never!" he ground out. In the final moment before the locomotive screamed around the bend, the lace parted. Barney yanked hard, pulled Valancy free, and dragged her off the rails just as the train hurricane blasted past. The wind off the cars hit like ice against his sweaty skin. "Thank God," he breathed. For a long second they just stared at each other like strangers surviving the same shipwreck, faces white and wide-eyed. Then they staggered to the bench behind the station and dropped onto it, Barney burying his face in his hands, silent. Valancy stared dully past him at the woods, at the shining lines of track, at nothing, really. One idea burned into her mind, searing hot as a match pressed to skin. Over a year ago, Dr. Trent pronounced Valancy's heart so diseased that the slightest shock or excitement could kill her. She had just survived the worst and most terrifying excitement anyone could imagine, all compressed into half a minute, and she was absolutely fine. Her knees were shaky, and her heart racing, a normal reaction, she realized, but she was otherwise unharmed. How? Was it possible Dr. Trent had been wrong? The thought made her shudder, cold, all over. She glanced at Barney, still hunched over, silent. Was he thinking the same thing? Did he suddenly realize he was bound for life to a woman he didn't love, who'd trapped him by mistake or deception? The thought was so awful she nearly vomited. It couldn't be true. Dr. Trent couldn't have been wrong. He was a famous specialist. She must just be frazzled after such a shock. She remembered those savage heart pains she used to have. There must be something wrong with her heart. But she hadn't had one for months. Why? After a time, Barney roused himself. He stood up stiffly, still not looking at her. "We should get going. It's getting late. Are you able to walk the rest of the way?" "I think so," Valancy replied, hollow. Barney fetched the bag with her new shoes and handed it to her without a word. She swapped them on by herself while Barney turned away, staring over the pines. They walked back along the shadowed path to the lake in silence. Barney handled the boat across the glowing water without a word. The sunset turned the lake to a silver and coral promise. Canoes flickered past, people laughing and singing, but they barely noticed. They docked in silence and climbed up the path to the Blue Castle. Valancy collapsed into the nearest chair, blankly watching the twilight pool through the oriel, not even noticing Good Luck's worried purrs or Banjo's glare. A few minutes later, Barney came in. He kept his distance, only asking gently if she felt any the worse for what happened. Oh, to be able to say yes, to have an excuse for his shock, his silence. "No," Valancy said dully. Barney retreated into his Bluebeard's chamber and closed the door. She heard him pacing, up and down, faster and faster. He'd never done that before. Just an hour ago, she'd felt as if she'd never been happier in her life. Chapter 36. Eventually, Valancy went to bed. Before turning in, she pulled out Dr. Trent's letter and reread it, finding a bit of comfort in its certainty, its forceful script. Surely a man with such steady writing couldn't have made a mistake. Still, she couldn't sleep. She only pretended when Barney came into the room he pretended to sleep too. She knew he was awake as she was, lying there, staring into the darkness, struggling to face what, exactly? Valancy, who'd spent so many sweet, wakeful nights lying at that window, finally paid for all of them in one long night of misery. A terrible truth, huge and heavy, was taking shape in her mind, emerging out of hazy dread and suspicion. She couldn't hide from it, or brush it aside, or act like it wasn't real. There simply couldn't be anything seriously wrong with her heart, no matter what Dr. Trent had claimed. If there had been, those last 30 seconds would have killed her outright. It didn't matter what his letter said, or that he was so renowned. Famous doctors made mistakes all the time, and this was one of them. She was sure of it. Dr. Trent had gotten it wrong. Just before dawn, Valancy slipped into a restless, broken sleep and tumbled through ridiculous dreams. In one, Barney sneered that she'd tricked him, and she snapped, struck him on the head with her rolling pin. His body shattered like glass, fragments scattering across the floor. She jerked awake with a gasp, half horror, half relief, then gave a short, incredulous laugh at the absurd dream. And then the sickening, inescapable memory washed over her. Barney was gone. Valancy knew it, somehow as surely as if someone had told her. He wasn't in the house, and he wasn't in Bluebeard's chamber either. There was a strange hush out in the living room, thick and cold, almost frightening. The old clock had stopped. Barney must have forgotten to wind it for the first time ever. Without its steady tick, the room felt lifeless, even with sunlight spilling in and waves dancing sparkles on the wall. The canoe was missing, but Lady Jane sat parked beneath the trees on the mainland. Barney had gone off somewhere wild, probably to the woods. He might not come back all day, or even at all. He must be angry at her. His furious, biting silence could only mean anger. Cold, deep, totally justified resentment. Well, at least Valancy knew what she must do now. She wasn't suffering exactly, not the sharp way she'd expected. But numbness was flooding her, stranger and heavier than pain. It was as if something deep inside her had been killed. Still, she forced herself through the paces, made a lonely breakfast, tidied up the Blue Castle with mechanical care, put on her hat and coat, locked the door, hid the key in the gnarled hollow of the old pine, and crossed in the motorboat to the mainland. She was headed to Deerwood. She was going to see Dr. Trent. She had to hear the truth, straight from him. Chapter 37. Dr. Trent stared at her without recognition, squinting and sorting through his memories. Mrs. Snaith, Valancy answered quietly. I was Miss Valancy Stirling when I saw you last May. Over a year ago. I saw you about my heart. His confusion cleared a little. Oh, of course. I remember you now. I don't think you can blame me for not recognizing you. You've really changed. And you're married, too. Congratulations. Looks like it agrees with you. You hardly look sick at all now. I remember that day exactly. I was upset that day. Just heard about poor Ned. Knocked me flat. But Ned got better. And so did you. Clearly. I told you, Told you there wasn't anything to get all worked up about. Valancy looked at him straight on. In your letter, she said slowly, feeling as if someone else was using her mouth, you told me I had angina pectoris, late stage, complicated with an aneurysm, that I could die any minute, and I might last only a year. Dr. Trent blinked at her in shock. That's impossible, he stammered. I couldn't have told you. You're mistaken. She pulled his letter from her bag and handed it over. He looked at the address. Miss Valancy Stirling. Yes, I wrote you, on the train, that night. But I told you it was nothing serious. Read your letter. Valancy cut in. He slid the letter out, unfolded it, scanned it. The color drained from his face. He lurched to his feet and started pacing the office, agitated and sweating. Good God! This was meant for old Miss Jane Stirling in Port Lawrence. She was in here, too, that same day. I sent you the wrong letter. How could I be so careless? But I was out of my mind that night. My God, and you believed it. You must have. But you went to another doctor. Valancy pushed herself up, spun halfway, sat back down. I believed it, she said, a little dazed. I didn't see anyone else. It would take too long to explain. But I truly thought I was going to die soon. Dr. Trent stopped in front of her, voice low with remorse. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself. That must have been a year of torment. But still, you don't look. Well, I just can't make sense of it. Doesn't matter, answered Valancy listlessly. So there's nothing wrong with my heart? Nothing serious at all. You only had what we call pseudo-angina. It's harmless. Never fatal. Goes away by itself, sometimes after a happy shock. Have you been troubled much since then? Not since March, Valancy replied. She remembered the overwhelming peace she'd felt when Barney had come home safe after that storm. Maybe that burst of happiness had been her cure. Then you're all right. I explained it in the letter you should have received. I thought, of course, you'd see another doctor. Why didn't you, child? I didn't want anyone to know. Fool, said Dr. Trent, not unkindly. What a senseless thing. And meanwhile, poor old Miss Stirling probably got your letter saying nothing was wrong. Well, it makes no difference for her. Her case was hopeless from the start, and nothing anyone did could change the ending. I was surprised she even survived as long as she did, 2 months. She'd been here right before you that day. It's hard, you see. I'm blunt. I know that. My letters are blunt, too. But I'm a coward when it comes to staring a woman in the face and telling her she has to die. I said I'd look up some finer details and write to her, but you got her letter instead. See, Dear Miss Sterling. I noticed that, said Valancy, but I thought it was just a mistake. I didn't know there were Stirlings in Port Lawrence. She was the only one. Poor old soul, lived alone with a housekeeper. Died in her sleep, 2 months after she saw me. He shook his head. But I'm so sorry for putting you through all that. Makes me think I should just retire if I'm getting this careless. Even if my son was almost killed, I should have known better. Do you forgive me? A whole year of misery, Dr. Trent called it. But Valancy found herself thinking of all the wild happiness his mistake had brought. Now she was paying for that joy. Oh yes, she was paying. If feeling meant living, then she was alive with a vengeance. She let Dr. Trent run all the usual checks and answered his questions. When he declared her healthy as could be, insisting she'd likely live to be 100, she left as silently as she'd come. There were too many ugly things outside waiting to pounce on her thoughts. He watched her go, wondering why her eyes looked so hollow, her whole face so defeated. Anyone else would think he'd told her she was dying instead of the opposite. Snaith? Snaith? Who had she married? There were no Snaiths in Deerwood. He remembered the faded, timid old maid. Well, marriage had certainly changed her, whoever this Snaith was. Wait, Snaith? Wasn't that scoundrel Upback? Valancy Stirling had married him? Her family must have been desperate to allow that. Maybe it made sense now. Married in haste, left to regret it, and now not even relieved to find she'd survive after all. Married. To who? And what? Criminal? Outlaw? Was her situation so desperate she'd rather have died? Women. Such mysteries. Dr. Trent pushed her from his mind, though he never forgave himself for that mix-up for the rest of his days. Chapter 38. Valancy hurried through Deerwood's back lanes, then slipped into Lover's Lane. Anywhere to avoid familiar faces. She didn't want to see anyone. Didn't even want strangers to look at her. Her thoughts were a mess, her body numb, feeling as haggard and out of place as her tangled feelings. Only when she left the town and found herself on the empty, up-back road did she feel she could breathe again. Cars whizzed past, packed with strangers, one full of rowdy teens belting a crude song. My wife has the fever. Oh then, my wife has the fever. Oh then, I hope it won't leave her, for I want to be single again. Valancy winced, as if the lyrics themselves had slapped her. She'd struck a deal with death, and death had broken the bargain. Now life stood there grinning, mocking her. She had trapped Barney, tricked him into marrying her. Divorce took ages in Ontario, cost a fortune, and Barney didn't have money like that. Now fear was back, cramping her heart. Fear for what Barney would think. Fear of what he would say. Fear for a future stretched out without him. Fear for facing her stiff, hostile family all alone. She'd tasted one heaven-sent drink, and now even that memory was tainted. She was left here, longing for kind death, and now even death had vanished. Everything was ruined, marked, spoiled. Even her beautiful, brave year in the Blue Castle. Even her honest love for Barney, which had once felt beautiful because it was so hopelessly short. With death gone, it was only a mess, shapeless and ugly. How does anyone survive the unbearable? She had to go back to him. She had to make him believe she never meant to deceive him. He had to believe that, no matter what. She'd say goodbye to the Blue Castle, then go back to the brick house on Elm Street. Back to the old prison, the same old fears. None of it mattered, except making Barney understand. When she reached the pines by the lake, the sight that greeted her snapped her out of her muddled haze. Parked beside battered Lady Jane was another car, stunning, flashy, loud. Not a deep purple. A screeching, brazen shade, gleaming in mirror-bright, plush inside. A stiff, proud chauffeur sat in the driver's seat. In the back, a man bounced out as Valancy came down the path. She absorbed the details. Stout, short, with a big, broad, cherry-red face. Clean-shaven, though some sarcastic part of her mind insisted that face belonged under white whiskers. Old-fashioned steel-rimmed specs clung to his prominent blue eyes. His mouth was pursed, his nose round and knobby. Where had she seen that face? It felt as intimate as her own. He wore a green hat, pale fawn coat, a screamingly checked suit, light green tie, and a huge diamond on his fat hand. Despite it all, he smiled at her kindly, with a voice that was a little too hearty, yet somehow won her trust. "Excuse me, miss, but does that house over there belong to Mr. Redfern? If so, how do I get out there?" Redfern! Images flashed through Valancy's mind. Bottles, long, round, stout, squat, all bearing that very face with those glasses. Redfern's bitters, Redfern's hair tonic, Redfern's purple pills, Dr. Redfern. "No," Valancy said, pale. "That house belongs to Mr. Snaith." He nodded. "Bernie's using his mother's name now, is he?" "Bernard Snaith Redfern. That's my boy. So tell me, how do I reach his place?" Knocked, yelled, even tried to get Henry to holler. Not likely. "The only thing I managed to wake up was a pair of crows. Bernie's clearly gone for the day." "He was gone when I left," Valancy said, her voice flat. "He hasn't come back yet, I guess." She couldn't muster a single rational thought, shock numbing her every nerve. Somewhere in the back of her mind, an imp kept repeating, "It never rains, but it pours." Dr. Redfern peered at her, puzzled. "You were here this morning? You live on that island?" "Of course," Valancy answered so blankly it was almost alarming. "I'm his wife." Dr. Redfern whipped off his hat, wiping sweat from his bald head with a yellow silk handkerchief. A voice whispered in her brain, "Try Redfern's hair vigor. It keeps you young." "Forgive me, dear, that's a surprise." "Seems like nothing but surprises around here," Valancy said. The imp had spoken for her before she could stop it. "I never thought Bernie would get married and not tell his old dad." Were those tears in Dr. Redfern's eyes? In spite of everything, Valancy felt a hollow pang of pity. "Don't blame him. It wasn't his fault. It was all me." "You didn't go propose to him, did you?" Dr. Redfern teased gently. "Still, he could have told me. I'd have liked to know my daughter-in-law sooner. But I'm happy to meet you now. You seem like a sensible young woman. Always thought Bernie'd get trapped by some pretty little gold digger after his money. Didn't want the pills, but wanted the dollars, E.H. "Millions?" Valancy echoed, barely above a whisper. She wished for a chair, or for the whole Blue Castle to just vanish into Mistawi's. "Millions," said Dr. Redfern cheerfully. "And Bernie turns his back on all of it to live. There." He shook his diamond ring in the direction of the Blue Castle. "You'd think he'd have more sense. All because of a girl. But it's up to you now. Bring him back to civilization. I want my son, his wife, my grandchildren in my house." Dr. Redfern trailed after her down to the little cove, where the propeller boat was ready. "Does your man want to come too?" "Who, Henry? Not him. He's already had enough of this wilderness. That road nearly did him in. Whose car is that up top?" "Barney's." "My lord, that's a car. Looks prehistoric." "It's not a Ford, it's a gray Slauson," Valancy shot back, with a tiny flicker of spirit. For some crazy reason, his poking fun at Lady Jane stung her into action. It hurt, but it was better than her earlier emptiness. She motioned him into the boat, got him across, unlocked the Blue Castle, and led him to the west veranda, anywhere just to be outside. A thick thundercloud was gathering, bars of shadow stretching over Mistawis as the doctor dropped, huffing into a rustic chair. "Hot, isn't it?" "That view's something else," he said. "You should see if Henry can be moved by it." "Have you had dinner?" Valancy asked automatically. "Already ate, before we left Port Lawrence. Didn't know what wilderness meals to expect out here. Didn't imagine I'd have a daughter-in-law either." He glanced at the cats. "Bernie's like me. Always loved cats. Only thing he took after me. Otherwise, he's his mother's boy." Valancy thought distantly, that must be true. She stood on the steps, but Dr. Redfern waved her to the swing. "Come on. Sit. Sit. Let me see you close. Well, you've got a good face. No beauty, but that's nothing. You know it. Sit down." Sitting felt like torture. She wanted to pace, scream, hide. But she sat, listened to him talk, because he didn't seem inclined to stop. "When do you expect Bernie back?" "I don't know. Probably not till night." "He tell you where he's gone?" "No. Probably in the woods. So he keeps secrets from you too." "Always was like that." Couldn't understand him, but loved him just the same. Hurt when he left home, 11 years ago. Haven't seen him since. Valancy straightened. 11? He's only been here about 6. He was in the Klondike before that, and everywhere. He'd send the occasional note. Nothing more. Maybe he's told you all this. No, Valancy said urgently. He's never told me anything. Please, I need to know. Please, tell me exactly what happened. Nothing much to tell. Just a young fool crushed by a breakup. Barney was always stubborn, quiet, gentle, good, but unbending. His mother died when he was tiny, and I'd just started making a fortune off my hair vigor. I wanted Barney to have everything. Sent him to the best schools, university, gave him cash to burn, let him travel, but he was never happy. Not really. Until he fell in love with Ethel Traverse. Then, yes, for a while he was happy. The cloud covered the sun now. A chill purple light fell across their little world, making Valancy shiver. Valancy's voice wavered. What was she like? Dr. Redfern painted the picture. She was the prettiest girl in Montreal. Gold hair, big dark eyes, skin like milk and roses. Brains, too, not just looks. High society, but not wealthy. Barney was crazy for her, happiest I'd ever seen him, until it all fell apart. What happened? Valancy asked desperately. The world spun, and her heart pounded, but everything around her looked unchanged, almost insultingly cheerful. I never knew. Some silly fight, probably. Barney just left, disappeared. He wrote from the Yukon, said the engagement was finished and not to bother looking for him. I didn't. He would send notes from all over, Klondike, England, China. I kept building my fortune. I was lonely, though. I lived for those little notes. But then, 6 years ago, even that stopped. I heard nothing, not till last Christmas. Did he write? No, but he drew a check for $15,000 from his account. He never touched the money before. The bank told me. It was made out to Ainsley's in Toronto. Ainsley's, Valancy echoed, glancing at the pearls at her throat. Yes, big jewelry shop. After pondering, I got busy. I wanted to find Barney for a reason. Time for him to come home. The check meant something. We found out he'd bought a pearl necklace. Address given as Box 444, Port Lawrence, Muskoka. So here I am after making inquiries. And now, where is Barney? Valancy reached up, touching the necklace, realizing for the first time what $15,000 felt like on her skin. It struck her as almost laughable, and she did laugh, right in Dr. Redfern's face. Sorry, it's just so bizarre, she apologized, half hysterical, isn't it? Dr. Redfern agreed, missing the real joke. I can tell you're practical. Try to make Barney see reason. I want him back in the world. In my house, with you. Suddenly, Valancy blurted, Did Ethel Traverse ever marry? Oh yes, 2 years after Barney vanished. But she's a widow now, still gorgeous. I actually hoped to find Barney and patch things up. But that's over. He's married now, and that's good enough for me. Anyway, my boy's what matters. Think he'll be back soon? I don't know. Probably not before late tonight. Maybe not until morning. But you can spend the night here if you want. He shook his head. Too damp. I won't risk my rheumatism. The imp in Valancy's mind smirked. Why not try Redfern's liniment? I ought to head back before the rain hits. Henry will lose it if the car gets muddy. But I'll come tomorrow. Meanwhile, talk sense into Barney. He squeezed her hand, patted her shoulder, and looked as if he'd kiss her if she let him. But she offered nothing, though she thought she might have liked him as a father-in-law if it weren't for the money, if Barney weren't his son and heir. She ferried him across, then watched the purple car drive away, the chauffeur's stiff posture radiating silent complaints. Then Valancy went back up the path to the Blue Castle. Whatever she needed to do, she had to do it before Barney could come back, and it was going to rain any second. Strangely, she didn't feel miserable anymore, just kind of stupid, like someone who's been hit over the head so many times that everything's gone numb. She stood a second, a faded flower battered by frost, looking at the cold, white ashes on the hearth where yesterday there'd been fire. At least, she thought, Barney isn't poor. He won't have to worry about paying for a divorce. Hey, my name is Max. I'm the founder of New Life Audiobooks. Want to own this audiobook without any interruptions? You can purchase this title or any of my modern retellings and get the full, uninterrupted MP3 along with a downloadable PDF of the complete manuscript. Just head to the shop, linked in the description below. Furthermore, if you enter the discount code NEWLIFE33 at checkout, you'll receive 33% off your order. Now back to the book. Chapter 39. She needed to leave a note. An unwelcome voice in the back of her head giggled. In every story, a runaway wife left a note, usually on the pincushion. It wasn't original, but what else could she do? She glanced around dully for something to write with. Ink? None here. She never wrote letters in the Blue Castle, only scribbled grocery lists to Barney with a pencil, and now even that had disappeared. She drifted to Bluebeard's chamber, tried the door, oddly expecting it to be locked, but it swung open like it never had a secret. Maybe Barney had been so upset he'd forgotten to lock it. It didn't even cross her mind that she was breaking his one rule. She wasn't curious, just searching for a pen. The room was nothing like the fairy tale nightmare. No hanged women, no blood. Just an ordinary shed, a squat iron stove, a counter jumbled with odd jars and gadgets, probably left over from Barney's messy hobbies. At the other end, a big writing desk, lined with bookshelves. Valancy went to the desk blindly, stood, staring at the stack of pages lying there. At the very top, a manuscript, Wild Honey, by John Foster. She read the first lines, about pines and wind and starlight, something Barney had said word for word once when they were walking. So Barney was John Foster. Valancy didn't even react. After a day of endless shocks, her capacity for surprise was as dead as everything else inside her. She just thought, well, that explains it. Remembering how Barney had given her a copy of Foster's newest book before it was released, and in the bookstore, she'd heard the owner insist it wasn't out yet. She'd almost corrected him, but thought better of it. Now it all made sense. Barney had given her an early copy straight from the author. She shoved the proofs aside and sat, picking up Barney's pen, which scratched and clotted, and dragged over a sheet of paper. She could only write the bare truth. Dear Barney, I went to Dr. Trent this morning and found out he sent me the wrong letter by mistake. There never was anything serious wrong with my heart. I am completely well. I didn't mean to mislead or trick you. Please believe that. I couldn't stand it if you doubted me. I'm sorry for everything. But maybe you can get a divorce now that I'm leaving. Is desertion enough for divorce in Canada? I'll help however I can if your lawyer writes to me. Thank you for your kindness. I'll never forget it. Please think kindly of me if you can, and know I never meant to trap you. Goodbye, yours gratefully, Valancy. It was cold, stilted, but anything more would have been too dangerous, like smashing a dam and letting all her desperation and heartbreak flood out. She added a note. Your father was here today. He's coming back tomorrow. He told me everything. I think you should go to him. He's very lonely. She left the note on Barney's desk and set the pearls on top, the necklace she'd worn so innocently. If they were just ordinary beads, she'd have kept them. But she couldn't accept a $15,000 gift from a man who'd married her out of mercy. Giving them up hurt, strangely, worse than leaving Barney. That heartbreak was cold and dead inside her. If it ever woke up, it would be agony. She put on her hat, fed the cats, locked the Blue Castle, and hid the key. She crossed the gray, grim lake. Before leaving, she turned for a last look. The sky was heavy with rain about to burst, Mistawis sullen and dark, the little house under the pine trees stripped bare, as empty as a jewelry box with its treasures torn out. I'll never hear the wind wailing over Mistawis again, thought Valancy. That, too, managed to hurt, ridiculously, considering everything else. Chapter 40. Valancy paused outside the house on Elm Street. It felt wrong. She ought to knock, as if she were only a stranger here. Her old rosebush was heavy with buds. The rubber plant remained by the door, unchanged as ever. For a moment, disgust swept over her, the horror of returning to this small, stuffy world. Then, forcing herself forward, she stepped inside. I wonder if the prodigal son ever feels at home again, she thought. Mrs. Frederick was in the sitting room with Cousin Stickles. Uncle Benjamin was with them. The three looked up, eyes wide. Something was wrong. This wasn't the cheeky, bright-faced girl who had laughed in their faces last summer. This was a gaunt woman with the haunted look of someone who had just stumbled away from disaster. Valancy looked around. She had changed completely, and this place hadn't changed at all. The same old pictures. The orphan kneeling at her endless prayer, the black kitten that never grew up, the heroic steel engraving of Quatre Bras, the crayon drawing of her lost father, the houseplants, the unused fancy pitcher, The blue and gold vases from her mother's wedding, the beribboned, useless clock, all in the same places. Her mother and Cousin Stickles frozen in the same old roles, as if she'd never left. Valancy had to speak first. "I've come home, Mother," she murmured, exhausted. "So I see." Mrs. Frederick's voice was even icier than before. She'd adapted to Valancy's absence. Rebuilt her life with Valancy erased from it. She had found her place again in the world, one where her daughter was no longer mentioned, and she hardly wanted to let her back in. Now here was Valancy, dragging scandal and disaster with her. "So I see," Mrs. Frederick repeated, cold as stone. "May I ask why?" "Because I'm not going to die," Valancy answered hoarsely. "For goodness sake," belted Uncle Benjamin, "who said you were going to die?" "I suppose," Cousin Stickles said, sharp as ever, "you've found out he has another wife, as we always predicted." "No, I wish he did," Valancy said. She didn't even feel hurt, just spent. She wished desperately this conversation would end, so she could vanish upstairs, back into her own ugly, lonely old room. The annoying rattle of the beads dangling from her mother's sleeves, as she rocked in her reed chair, scraped at her brain. Nothing else seemed to matter, except that endless, irritating noise, as if the whole world's pain could be condensed into that one small, piercing sound. "My home's always open to you," Mrs. Frederick said, her voice cold as stone. "But I can never forgive you." Valancy gave a short, bitter laugh. "Honestly, I don't care much about that. If only I could forgive myself." Uncle Benjamin clicked his tongue, half annoyed but really enjoying himself. Valancy was meek again, back where he liked her. "Let's not dance around it anymore. What happened? Why did you leave that man? I'm sure there's a reason. Just tell us what it is." Valancy started talking, her voice flat and detached, just the facts. "A year ago, Dr. Trent told me I had angina. Said I didn't have long. I wanted to live, really live, before I died. That's why I left. Why I married Barney. But now I know he was wrong. Nothing's wrong with my heart. I have to keep living, and Barney, he only married me out of pity. So I've left him. Set him free." "Goodness," Uncle Benjamin muttered, stunned. Cousin Stickles put her black handkerchief to her eyes and wept. "Valancy, if you just trusted your mother." "Yes, I know," Valancy interrupted harshly. "But what's the point talking about it now? I can't change this past year no matter what. I wish I could. I tricked Barney into marrying me, and his real name is Bernard Redfern. Dr. Redfern's son, from Montreal. His father wants him back." Uncle Benjamin made a strange choking sound. Cousin Stickles moved her handkerchief and just stared. Suddenly, a sharp, wild light glinted in Mrs. Frederick's stony eyes. "Dr. Redfern, the purple pill man?" Valancy nodded. "Yes, and he's John Foster, the author of those nature books." But, Mrs. Frederick actually started trembling, not at the idea of being John Foster's mother-in-law, but because "Redfern is a millionaire." Uncle Benjamin's jaw snapped shut. 10 times over, he said. Valancy nodded. "Yeah, Barney left home years ago, because of some trouble. Some disappointment. He'll probably go back now. That's why I had to come home. He doesn't love me. I can't keep him trapped in a marriage I forced him into." Uncle Benjamin's eyes narrowed, crafty. "Did he say that? Did he ask you to leave?" "No. I haven't seen him since I found out. But he only married me because he felt sorry for me. I asked him. He thought it'd only be for a little while." Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles both tried to say something, but Uncle Benjamin silenced them with a grand wave, frowning like a judge. "Let me deal with this," the gesture said. To Valancy. Well, dear. We'll have a proper talk later. We don't know everything yet. Like your cousin says, you should have come to us before. Maybe later we'll figure things out. You think Barney can get a divorce easily, don't you?" Valancy's voice was too eager. Uncle Benjamin silenced Mrs. Frederick's gasp before it escaped. "Trust me, Valancy. It'll all work out. Tell me, Dossie, were you happy up there? Was Mr. Redfern good to you?" "I was happy. Barney was good to me," Valancy recited, like a student forced to memorize grammar, all the past and perfect tenses feeling achingly final. "I have been. Already part of history." "Then don't worry, sweetheart," Uncle Benjamin boomed, suddenly fatherly. "Your family's behind you. We'll sort it all out." "Thanks," Valancy said, empty, numb. Could I go lie down for a while? I'm just tired." "Of course you are." Uncle Benjamin patted her hand almost tenderly. "Worn out. Go rest. Everything will make more sense after you've had some sleep." He held the door open for her, then whispered, "What's the best way to keep a man's love?" Valancy managed a wan smile. She was slipping back into her old chains. "What?" "Not to return it." Uncle Benjamin chuckled, closing the door with a mysterious grin and rub of his hands. He turned to the others in the room, satisfied. "Poor little Doss." Mrs. Frederick asked, half incredulous, "Do you really think Snaith is Dr. Redfern's son?" "I see no reason to doubt it. She says Dr. Redfern's even been up there. The man is filthy rich. Amelia, I always thought Doss had more to her than people realized. You kept her stifled. Never let her shine. And see where that got you. Now she's landed a millionaire." Mrs. Frederick hesitated. "But I heard terrible stories about him." "Gossip. All of it," Uncle Benjamin cut in. "People love to spread lies, mostly out of boredom and spite. Did you ever see any of these things yourselves? I discounted all of it the first time I met him in my shop with Valancy. He seemed perfectly decent. But he was seen dead drunk in Port Lawrence once," Cousin Stickles added, hoping to be disproven. "Who saw him?" Uncle Benjamin challenged, aggressive. "Old Jimmy Strang, that's who, and Jimmy's drunk half the time himself. He said he saw him lying on a park bench. Maybe he was just napping. Forget about that. But his clothes, his old car." Mrs. Frederick still looked uncertain. "Eccentricities of genius," declared Uncle Benjamin. "And you heard Doss say he was John Foster. Look, I'm not a bookworm, but even I know John Foster put Canada on the literary map. I suppose we'll have to forgive her," Mrs. Frederick finally conceded. Uncle Benjamin snorted. "Forgive her? Honestly, Amelia, sometimes you're hopeless. No wonder Doss got sick of living here. I think you'd better worry whether Snaith will forgive us. What if she insists on leaving him? You don't realize how stubborn she can be," Mrs. Frederick fretted. "Just let me deal with it. You women have bungled everything. If you'd taken more trouble years ago, she never would have gone off like this. Now, leave her alone. No questions, no lectures. She's terrified now that he'll be angry she fooled him, that's all. That Dr. Trent was an idiot for giving her that diagnosis. Well, we can't blame the poor child too much. Redfern will come after her. If he doesn't, I'll talk to him myself. He might be a millionaire, but Valancy is a Stirling. He can't just dump her because of a medical mistake. It's not likely he'd want to. Anyway, Doss is overstrung. I've got to start calling her Valancy. She's no little girl anymore. Amelia, listen. Be kind. Be sympathetic." It was a tall order to expect from Mrs. Frederick, but she did try. When supper was ready, she went up to Valancy's room and asked, softly, if she wanted a cup of tea. But Valancy, lying on her bed, just shook her head. She wanted to be alone. Mrs. Frederick left her in peace. She didn't even deliver the usual speech about respect and obedience. Not today. Not to the daughter-in-law of a millionaire. Chapter 41. Valancy stared dully around her old room. Everything was unchanged, as if nothing could possibly have happened since she'd last slept there. It was almost indecent, the way the world could stay so steady while her whole life had tipped upside down. Queen Louise still frozen on the stairway. The sad puppy still left out in the rain. The purple paper blind. The murky green mirror. The view of the carriage shop and its garish signs out the window. Beyond that, the same old train station, the same loafers and flirting girls. Her old life waited for her here, like some monstrous ogre lurking in the dark, licking its lips. She felt suddenly sick with horror. That night, when the numbness was finally swept away, she lay in bed, racked with pain, remembering her island under the stars, the campfires, the jokes, the cats, the glimmering lights on the lakes, the canoes skimming the water at dawn, the shining birch trees, the snows and rose-red sunsets, lakes sloshed with moonlight, her lost paradise. She forced herself to think only of those things, not of Barney. She couldn't survive thinking about Barney. But he crept into her mind anyway. The ache for him burned through her. She wanted him holding her, his face so close, his voice whispering things he'd only said to her. She replayed every look, every silly joke, every soft touch and secret shared. All of them counted like treasures. That was all she had now. She hugged the memories tight and prayed, "Please, God, don't let me forget any of it. Never let me forget a single second." But forgetting would probably hurt less. If she could forget, maybe she wouldn't want to die. The pain churned, sharp with the knowledge of Ethel Traverse, Barney's first love with her flawless skin and dark eyes and shining hair. The woman he'd really loved. The woman who would be waiting for him in Montreal, probably the one he was supposed to be with all along. Barney would marry her after he got the divorce. Valancy hated Ethel and envied her bitterly. Barney had whispered, "I love you," to Ethel. So different, Valancy imagined, from anything she'd ever known. Ethel knew how Barney's eyes looked when he said it. Valancy hated her for that knowledge. "She'll never have those hours in our blue castle," Valancy thought fiercely. That was something Ethel could never take. She'd never make strawberry jam there, never waltz to Abel's fiddle, never fry bacon for Barney over the fire, or see the sunlight in the lake shack at Mistawas. What was Barney thinking now? Had he gotten her letter? Was he angry or just sorry for her? Was he lying on their bed, staring out at the rain? Or wandering the woods, mad at her for what she'd done? For leaving him? The pain twisted deeper, clenching her. She couldn't wait for morning. And yet, what would morning ever bring her but that old, dreadful life, now made worse by new memories and new empty longing? "Oh, why can't I just die?" Valancy whispered into her pillow. Chapter 42. It wasn't until early afternoon the next day that the battered old car groaned to a stop on Elm Street, right outside the brick house. A headless man jumped out and tore up the steps. The bell rang like it had never rung before. Urgent, no hesitation. Uncle Benjamin hurried over, smirking. He'd just dropped by to check on dear Doss. Valancy, he was told, was the same. Down for breakfast she didn't eat, back to her room. Dinner, again untouched, and back upstairs. Silent as a shadow, they'd left her in peace, kindly, carefully. "Good," Uncle Benjamin had said. "Redfern will be here today." Now he was proved right. "Is my wife here?" the stranger said without any introduction. Uncle Benjamin smiled, full of meaning. "Mr. Redfern, I presume? A pleasure, sir. Yes, that wild little girl of yours is here. I need to see her," Barney said, cutting through the courtesies. "But, of course. In here." Uncle Benjamin gestured to the parlor, then hurried to find Mrs. Frederick. "Go tell Valancy her husband's here," he insisted. But he doubted Valancy would come easily, so he followed Mrs. Frederick up the stairs, listening. "Valancy, darling," Mrs. Frederick murmured behind the door. "Your husband's in the parlor. He wants to see you." Valancy stood from the window and twisted her hands. "I can't see him. I just can't. Please ask him to go. Please ask him to just leave." Uncle Benjamin hissed through the keyhole. "Tell her Redfern says he won't go until he sees her." Barney hadn't said that. Uncle Benjamin just knew the kind of man he was. And Valancy knew too. Resistance was pointless. She slipped past her uncle without a glance. He didn't care, already scheming and smug. Down in the kitchen he nudged Cousin Stickles. "Why are good husbands like bread?" She stared blankly. "Why?" "Because women need them," he crowed. Valancy looked demolished as she entered the parlor. Her sleepless night had left marks everywhere. She wore the ugliest brown and blue gingham, all her nice clothes abandoned at the Blue Castle. Barney, not even hesitating, crossed the room and grabbed her tight. "Valancy, baby, you ridiculous, beautiful fool. Why did you run away? When I found your note last night, I went insane. I couldn't come then. It was too late. I paced the floor all night. Dad arrived this morning, and I couldn't escape until now. Divorce? Seriously? Don't you even know?" "I know you only married me out of pity," Valancy said, trying to break free, failing. "I know you don't love me. I know." "You've had too many 3 a.m. sleepless nights," Barney shook her gently. "That's the only thing wrong. Do I love you? God, when I saw that train coming, I knew." "Oh, don't," Valancy pleaded. "Don't pretend to care. I know all about Ethel Traverse. Your dad told me everything. I can't take you back, Barney. I can't." Barney stepped back, truly looking at her. Something in her stark, determined face slowed him. "Valancy," he said quietly, "Dad couldn't have told you everything. He didn't know it. Will you listen, really listen, to me?" "Yes," Valancy agreed, so tired, so in love. She couldn't meet his eyes, couldn't trust herself, even as he helped her sit. For his sake, she had to stay strong. She knew him. He'd try to pretend he wanted her still, out of kindness, but she'd never take his sympathy for love. Never. You've seen Dad. You know I'm Bernard Redfern. And since you went into Bluebeard's chamber, you probably guessed I'm John Foster, too. I didn't go in out of curiosity, Valancy protested. I honestly forgot you told me not to. It doesn't matter. I'm not about to hang you up on the wall. You can skip calling for Sister Anne. Barney's lips curved, then hardened. I want to tell you my story. From the beginning. Last night I planned to do it. Yes, I'm old Doc Redfern's son. The purple pills, bitters, whatever. I know the jokes. They've followed me all my life. A harsh laugh. Barney paced. Uncle Benjamin, eavesdropping, frowned. Surely Doss wouldn't be so stubborn. Barney slouched into a chair, facing her. As long as I can remember, I've been a millionaire's son. But when I was born, Dad was nothing. Just a failed veterinarian up north. He and Mom were dirt poor. I can barely recall her. She died when I was 2. Dad moved to Montreal, started selling some hair tonic he dreamed up one night. Suddenly, money came rushing in. Dad made up more stuff. Pills, liniment, the works. By the time I was 10, we lived in a mansion so huge I felt lost. I had every toy you could want, yet I was the loneliest little kid alive. Only one day in my whole childhood was happy. Dad took me to a friend's farm. I hammered nails into wood in the barnyard all day. When we went back to our empty mansion, I cried. I never told Dad why. I've never been good at sharing what matters, Valancy. Never. I was so sensitive as a boy. Things hurt more than people knew. Dad didn't have a clue. When I was 11, Dad sent me to private school. The other boys dunked me in the pool until I performed all the advertisements for Dad's so-called miracles. I caved. I was scared and half drowned, but at college, when the sophomores tried it again, I refused. They couldn't force me, but they made my life hell. After using, all because I had a thick mop of hair. 4 years, nickname and all, like I was a walking joke. You don't know how brutal boys can be, Valancy. I had almost no friends. Something was always in the way. And the crowd that wanted to hang with Doc Redfern's rich kid? I had no use for them. I had one real friend. I thought, older, smart, a fellow would-be writer. For a year, I was actually happy. Then this satirical skit got published, a total roast of Dad's products. Names were changed, but obviously it was about us. McGill roared with laughter. And it was my friend who'd written it. Valancy's eyes sparked with fury. You're sure? He nodded. He admitted it. Told me good writing mattered more than loyalty. Added, some things money won't buy, like a grandfather. I was too young for that kind of betrayal. It made me cynical, angry. Next year, I met Ethel Traverse. Valancy shuddered, but Barney didn't notice, eyes fixed on the floor. Dad probably told you about her. She was beautiful. I fell for her, hard. I thought she loved me back. I was stupidly happy when she agreed to marry me. Then, one day I overheard her and a friend. Her friend asking how she could put up with me and the Redfern legacy. Ethel laughed. His money will gild the pills and sweeten the bitters. Mom's told me to snag him if I can. We're broke. But I smell turpentine whenever he's near. Oh, Barney, Valancy cried, completely lost in his pain now. Her own problems disappeared. How could anyone do that? It was the end for me, Barney went on, pacing fast. I abandoned everything, left all of it behind and headed to the Yukon. 5 years, bouncing around the world, making just enough to get by. Wouldn't touch my father's money. And then, one day, I noticed I didn't care about Ethel anymore. She felt like someone from a dream. I still had no desire to return to that life. I went to Mistawis, saw Tom McMurray's island, and suddenly I wanted quiet. No faith left in anyone, no belief in love. Not for me, the butt of all the purple pills jokes. I almost enjoyed the wild rumors people made up. Sometimes, I even fed them. And then you showed up, and I had to believe you honestly wanted me. Not Dad's money, not anything else. I married you partly out of pity. I won't deny it, not now. But you turned out to be so much more. Funny, loyal, smart, sweet. You made me believe in friendship again. Love, even. The world felt good for the first time. And that night, I saw your light shining from the island. I knew. After being homeless so long, it meant everything to have a home. Somewhere warm and waiting for me at night. You. But it wasn't until that moment at the train switch that I really understood. I couldn't live without you. If the train couldn't be stopped, then I'd just die with you. Simple as that. It shook me. I acted like an idiot, I know. But what really wrecked me was knowing you were supposed to die. I'd hated the thought before, but always pushed it away. Now I couldn't. I'd made up my mind last night. Take you to every specialist on earth. Surely someone could help. You'd survived the railway. You couldn't be as sick as Dr. Trent claimed. Then I found your note. I lost my mind, was both ecstatic and terrified. Maybe you left to get rid of me after all. But now, it's okay again, isn't it? She stared at him helplessly, as if being called darling belonged to someone else. I can't believe you actually love me. You couldn't. What's the point, Barney? You're just being kind, just trying to fix everything. But it can't be fixed. You couldn't really love this. She gestured to the gaunt, tear-stained reflection in the mirror. Barney didn't look at the mirror, only at Valancy, as if torn between hugging her or shaking sense into her. Love you. You're the core of my heart, a precious thing I hold tight. Didn't I promise I'd never lie? I love you, all of me, every piece, heart, mind, soul, every nerve and hope and breath. No one else on earth matters to me, but you, Valancy. You're a good actor, Barney, she said, pale, defeated. He stared at her. So you really don't believe me? I can't. Damn, Barney muttered, voice sharp and trembling. Valancy jerked, startled. She'd never heard him like this. Eyes dark, face rigid with anger. You just don't want to believe me. You want your freedom. Tired of me already. The pills, the liniment, your sterling pride can't take it. It was okay when you thought you had months to live. The adventure you could shrug off, but a whole lifetime with Doc Redfern's kid? Oh, I get it now. Took me long enough to see. Valancy faced him, then suddenly laughed, wild and happy. You do love me. You really mean it. You wouldn't get so angry if you didn't. For a second, Barney looked stunned, and then he pulled her into his arms with a triumphant, shaky laugh. Uncle Benjamin, eavesdropping, nearly fainted with relief and scurried to tell Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles. Everything's fine now. Dear little Doss. He'd call his lawyer right away and change his will. Everything for Doss. She'd earned it. Mrs. Frederick, soothed back into believing in Providence, fetched the family Bible and made an official note under marriages. Chapter 43. But, Barney, Valancy said after a while, your father, he made it sound like you still loved her, he groaned. Of course he did. Dad is a champion at saying exactly the wrong thing. If something should be left unsaid, he never fails to say it. He means well, Valancy. You'll like him. I already do. And his fortune isn't tainted. He earned it. His medicines do no harm, and a lot of people swear they work, which is half the battle. But I'm not right for your world, Valancy worried. I'm not special or educated or... My world is Mistawas in every wild place we can find. I'm not asking you to be a society woman. We should spend time with Dad. He's getting older, and he's lonely, but not in that mansion. Please not that house, Valancy begged. I can't live in a palace, Barney laughed. After your blue castle, anything else would be anticlimactic. Don't worry, sweetheart. I can't stand the place either. Looks like a furniture store with the price tags ripped off. But we'll get our own place, somewhere quiet near Montreal, and plenty close to Dad. We'll build the house from scratch, just how we want it, but summers will always belong to Mistawis. And in autumn, we'll travel. I want you to see the Alhambra, the closest thing to the Blue Castle. And there's a garden in Italy where I'll show you the moon rising over Rome and dark cypress trees. Will it be more magical than the moon over Mistawas? Not more, just different. There's so much beauty, so many kinds. You've lived in ugliness for so long, you have no idea how beautiful the world is. We'll climb mountains, barter in Samarkand bazaars, touch the edge of everywhere, together. It'll take both our lifetimes just to see it all. And don't worry, we'll hunt down that Tierney portrait too. Promise me one thing, Valancy asked, serious as a judge. Anything, Barney grinned. Promise you'll never, ever, under any circumstances, remind me that I asked you to marry me. Chapter 44. Letter from Miss Olive Stirling to Mr. Cecil Bruce. It's honestly disgusting the way Doss's wild escapade paid off. Makes you question whether there's any benefit to proper behavior. I'm certain she was off her rocker when she left. Something about a dust pile, I remember. And I doubt anything was ever wrong with her heart, or maybe Snaith, Redfern, whoever, stuffed those purple pills down her until she got better. Great for the advertisements, don't you think? He's a puny little man, I told Doss that, and she just said, I don't like men who look like collar ads. He's obviously not, but I will admit he looks almost distinguished now, with proper clothes and a haircut. By the way, Cecil, maybe try some exercise? You're getting a bit plump. He claims he's John Foster, the writer's darling. Believe it or not, I guess. Old Doc Redfern gave them $2 million as a wedding present, so all those pills must work. They're spending the fall in Italy, winter in Egypt, and spring driving through Normandy. Not in that clunker, either. He bought a swank new car. I swear, I ought to run off and disgrace myself too. It pays well. Uncle Ben and Uncle James are hilarious. Everybody's fawning over Doss now. Aunt Amelia's always dropping my son-in-law, Bernard Redfern, into conversation, as if she's royalty. Even Mom and Dad. They refuse to see that Valancy's secretly laughing at all of them. Chapter 45. Barney and Valancy took one last walk under the mainland pines, the September dusk turning Nistawis into a dream of purple and lilac. Nip and Tuck cawed lazily overhead. Good Luck and Banjo, each mewing from their own basket in Barney's new dark green car, were off to Cousin Georgiana's for safekeeping. Aunt Wellington, Cousins Sarah, and Aunt Alberta had all volunteered, but only Georgiana triumphed. Valancy held back tears. Don't cry, Moonlight. We'll be back next summer. And now we go on a real honeymoon. Valancy smiled through tears. So happy, it almost scared her. Even with all the adventures ahead, the lure of Greece and Rome, the ageless Nile, the shimmering Riviera, mosques and minarets, the world waiting, she knew nothing. No palace, no city, no house anywhere would ever hold the pure magic of her blue castle.